السلام الملكي. أيها الحفل الكريم، خير ما نستهل به حفلنا آيات من الذكر الحكيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الله نور السماوات والأرض، مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح، المصباح في زجاجة، الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية، يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار، نور على نور، يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء، ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس، والله بكل شيء عليم.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our Master of Ceremonies, Abdulaziz Al-Jama from the Saudi Iron and Steel Company, Hadid.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الأكارم، السيدات والسادة، أيها الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في هذا الحدث الصناعي العالمي البارز، المؤتمر السعودي الدولي الثالث للحديد والصلب، والذي يعد الأكبر من نوعه في المملكة العربية السعودية، والمقام في قلب أحد أكثر الأسواق الصناعية حيوية وتوسعاً في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. نجتمع اليوم في هذا المحفل الدولي لنستشرف معاً التوجهات العالمية وآفاق السوق، حيث يقف قادة الصناعة أمام مشهد اقتصادي وصناعي متغير، يناقشون فيه التحولات الجيوسياسية وديناميكيات العرض والطلب، وإمكانات المملكة في أن تصبح منتجاً ومصدراً رئيسياً للحديد والصلب. أيها الحضور الكريم، هذا المؤتمر ليس مجرد منصة للنقاش وتبادل الرؤى، بل هو فرصة حقيقية لبناء شراكات استراتيجية وصياغة مستقبل صناعة الحديد والصلب في المملكة والمنطقة والعالم. فأهلاً وسهلاً بكم جميعاً في رحاب المؤتمر السعودي الدولي الثالث للحديد والصلب، متمنين لكم حضوراً مثمراً وحوارات بناءة تسهم في دفع هذه الصناعة نحو آفاق أرحب ومستقبل أكثر ازدهاراً. قبل أن نغوص في تفاصيل هذا اليوم، ندعوكم لمشاهدة عرض مرئي يلم شتات الفكرة في صورة وصوت، والذي يحكي مسيرة تطور ونجاح.
الحديد من حولنا، وأينما نكون يكون. منذ آلاف السنين شكل الحديد معالم الحضارة الإنسانية، ولا يزال حتى يومنا هذا الركيزة المتينة التي تستند إليها نهضة عالمنا الحديث، والمحرك الأساسي لعجلة التنمية والاقتصاد. واليوم تحيط بنا صناعات الحديد المتنوعة في شتى تفاصيل يومنا، أياً كانت ميولنا وهواياتنا، تخصصاتنا ووظائفنا، منذ لحظاتنا الأولى في الحياة وحتى مراحل العمر المتقدمة، في المباني والبنى التحتية، في السيارات ومختلف وسائل النقل الأخرى، في الأجهزة المنزلية والمنتجات المعدنية، وفي المعدات الميكانيكية والكهربائية. ووفقاً لأحدث الإحصائيات، فقد بلغ إجمالي إنتاج الصلب الخام في الدول العربية 42 مليون طن في عام 2024، بزيادة قدرها 8.2% مقارنة بعام 2022. وتعد المملكة العربية السعودية من أبرز الدول المنتجة للحديد في المنطقة والعالم، حيث بلغ إنتاجها وفقاً لهذه الإحصائية 9.6 ملايين طن متري، محتلة المركز الأول عربياً والمركز العشرين على مستوى العالم، مع استمرارية متوقعة في النمو مدفوعة بمشاريع الرؤية 2030. ليس هذا فحسب، بل تصدر المملكة الحديد العالي الجودة والمصنع وطنياً إلى أسواق دولية متعددة حول العالم. واليوم تواصل المملكة العربية السعودية دفع عجلة النمو المستدام في صناعة الحديد عبر تبني أحدث التقنيات الصديقة للبيئة وتعزيز كفاءة الموارد، لتجمع بين التقدم الصناعي والحفاظ على البيئة. وتعكس هذه الجهود رؤية وطن يسعى لبناء مستقبل مستدام يحقق التوازن بين التنمية والابتكار، ويؤمن بمختلف قطاعاته أن الحديد ليس مجرد معدن أو صناعة، بل هو قصص إبداع لمشاريع ملهمة وعمل دؤوب يرسم رؤية تصنع المستقبل.
أيها الحفل الكريم، أما الآن فمع كلمة رئيس اللجنة الوطنية لصناعة الحديد سعادة الأستاذ بندر بن عبد الله السليم، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية الأستاذ بندر بن إبراهيم الخريف، معالي نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء للتنمية الصناعية في جمهورية مصر العربية وزير الصناعة والنقل الفريق كامل الوزير، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، قيادات صناعة الحديد والصلب، أيها الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم في المؤتمر السعودي الدولي للحديد والصلب في نسخته الثالثة، والذي تحتضنه المملكة العربية السعودية بعد النجاحات الكبيرة التي حققتها النسخ السابقة، مما يعكس مكانة المملكة كونها الدولة الرائدة في صناعة الحديد والصلب في المنطقة. يحظى هذا المؤتمر برعاية كريمة من معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية الأستاذ بندر الخريف، وبمشاركة واسعة من أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، مما يدعوني إلى تقديم خالص الشكر والتقدير على هذا الدعم الكبير. لقد أصبح المؤتمر السعودي الدولي للحديد والصلب حدثاً استثنائياً بكل المقاييس، حيث يجمع نخبة من قيادات الصناعة من مختلف دول العالم، ويحظى بحضور بارز من القطاعين الحكومي والخاص. ويمتاز المؤتمر بكونه يخرج بتوصيات عملية تبنتها العديد من الوزارات والهيئات، ومن أبرزها استراتيجية الحديد الوطنية وإنشاء أكاديمية للحديد والصلب في المملكة. أيها الحفل الكريم، الحديد من حولنا، وأينما نكون يكون. تعد صناعة الحديد والصلب من أهم الصناعات الاستراتيجية لدورها الكبير في التنمية الصناعية والاقتصادية، فهي مرتبطة ارتباطاً وثيقاً بعدد واسع من الصناعات مثل التعدين وصناعة الحراريات والسبائك الحديدية، والصناعات المستهلكة لمنتجات الحديد كصناعات السيارات والسفن والمعدات والبناء والبنية التحتية. بدأت صناعة الحديد والصلب بالمملكة في أواخر الستينات بمصنع بطاقة إنتاجية لا تتجاوز 100,000 طن من حديد التسليح، ولكن الانطلاقة الحقيقية كانت في عام 1983 مع الشركة السعودية للحديد والصلب حديد، من خلال إنشاء أول مجمع متكامل لإنتاج الحديد والصلب بطاقة إنتاجية بلغت آنذاك 1,000,000 طن. ويشرفني أن والدي عبد الله بن عبد العزيز السليم رحمه الله كان أول رئيس سعودي لهذه الصناعة الاستراتيجية في عام 1986. ومنذ ذلك الحين تطورت صناعة الحديد والصلب بشكل متسارع حتى تجاوزت الطاقة الإنتاجية أكثر من 9 ملايين طن سنوياً من الحديد المصهور، لتصبح المملكة في المرتبة 20 عالمياً في إنتاج الحديد والصلب. كما بلغ إنتاج المملكة أكثر من 150 مليون طن في ال40 عام الماضية من المنتجات الطويلة والمسطحة، لتكون من أكبر المنتجين للحديد والصلب في الشرق الأوسط. السادة الحضور، يجمع هذا المؤتمر نخبة من كبار المسؤولين الحكوميين والرؤساء التنفيذيين لكبرى المدن الاقتصادية بالمملكة العربية السعودية، ونخبة من قادة وصناع الحديد والصلب على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي والعالمي. ويشرفنا استضافة هذا التجمع المتنوع ورفيع المستوى هذا العام في مدينة الرياض، وتحت شعار قيادة النمو المستدام. سيشارك المتحدثون في جلسات نقاش تسلط الضوء على أحدث التطورات والفرص والتحديات التي تواجه صناعة الحديد والصلب على المستويات المحلية والإقليمية والعالمية. صممت هذه الجلسات لتعزيز تبادل المعرفة والابتكار والتعاون، مما سيسهم في نهاية المطاف في تعزيز القطاع الحيوي. كما شهد المؤتمر تطوراً ونمواً ملحوظاً في أعداد المشاركين، حيث تضاعف عدد المتحدثين المشاركين مقارنة بالمؤتمر السابق في عام 2022. وفي الختام أود أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لوزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية واتحاد الغرف السعودية على دعمهم القيم الذي مكننا من إقامة هذه النسخة الثالثة من المؤتمر السعودي الدولي للحديد والصلب. كما أود أن أشكر شركاء النجاح رعاتنا الكرام الذين أثرت شراكاتهم هذا المؤتمر بشكل كبير. كما أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لإخواني أعضاء اللجنة الوطنية لصناعة الحديد الذي كان لتفانيها والتزامها دور محوري. أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للرئيس التنفيذي لشركة حديد في انتخابه رئيساً للاتحاد العالمي للحديد والصلب في دورته القادمة لعام 2026، وحيث يعتبر الأستاذ عبد خليجي عربي يتسلم هذا المنصب. وأرحب بكم مجدداً في هذا المؤتمر المهم، آملاً أن وأن يسهم في بناء شراكات أقوى والنهوض بمستقبل صناعة الحديد والصلب بالمملكة وخارجها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً جزيلاً لسعادة الأستاذ بندر السليم على هذه الكلمة الرائعة. أيها الحضور الكريم، أما الآن فمع كلمة راعي المؤتمر وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية معالي الأستاذ بندر بن إبراهيم الخريف، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. معالي أخي الفريق كامل الوزير نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء للتنمية الصناعية وزير الصناعة والنقل في جمهورية مصر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وحياك الله في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، يسرني أن أرحب بكم في النسخة الثالثة من مؤتمر الحديد والصلب، والذي يعتبر انعكاساً حياً للتطور الكبير الذي يشهده قطاع الحديد والصلب منذ إطلاق النسخة الأولى عام 2019، وهو فرصة متجددة لتجسيد ما نؤمن به في منظومة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية من الحوار والشراكة مع القطاع الخاص، والتي نعتبرها هي أساس في مسيرة التنوع الاقتصادي الذي تشهده المملكة وفق رؤية السعودية 2030. لقد رسمت رؤية المملكة 2030 مساراً واضحاً لبناء اقتصاد مزدهر يقوم على تنويع القاعدة الإنتاجية ورفع مساهمة القطاع الخاص إلى نسبة 65% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، وزيادة نسبة الصادرات غير النفطية لتصل إلى 50% من الناتج المحلي غير النفطي. وفي قلب هذا الطموح تبرز قطاعي الصناعة والتعدين بوصفهما ركيزة أساسية لهذا التنوع ومصدراً مهماً لتحقيق مستهدفاته. كما يتصدر قطاع الحديد موقعاً استراتيجياً في القيمة السوقية للمعادن المصنعة عالمياً، ما يجعله حجر زاوية سلاسل الإمداد للصناعة. واستشعاراً لهذه الأهمية، صدرت الموافقة الكريمة في أغسطس 2024 على الخطة الوطنية لإعادة هيكلة قطاع الحديد لتكون خارطة الطريق لتطوير وتمكين هذا القطاع وضمان استدامته ومواكبته للتغيرات العالمية. وقد استكمل المركز الصناعي في سبتمبر من هذا العام دراسة شاملة لقطاع الحديد في المملكة تضمنت تحليل السوق المحلي ومعدلات الاستهلاك وحجم الواردات والمواصفات المطلوبة ومختلف المتطلبات القياسية حالياً ومستقبلاً. وقد أكدت نتائج هذه الدراسة أن السوق السعودي يتمتع بجاذبية عالية ويستوعب استثمارات نوعية تعزز قدراته التنافسية، إلا أن هناك فجوات يجب العمل عليها، ولدينا جهود قائمة لرصد تلك التحديات ووجود الحلول لها بإذن الله. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، لقد واجه قطاع صناعة الحديد والصلب في السنوات الماضية تحديات حقيقية، من أبرزها الفائض في إنتاج حديد التسليح ومحدودية الطاقات الإنتاجية في المنتجات عالية القيمة التي تدخل في الصناعات المهمة، إضافة إلى منافسة الواردات التي وصلت إلى ضعف طاقاتنا من حديد المسطحات. هذه التحديات لم تثننا عن العمل، بل زادتنا عزيمة على إعادة هيكلة القطاع بما يسد الفجوات ويرفع القيمة المضافة ويضمن استدامة سلاسل الإمداد للاقتصاد المحلي والمنطقة والعالم. وفي هذا المسار تحققت إنجازات نوعية خلال الفترة الماضية، ولعل من أبرزها استقلال شركة حديد لتكون كياناً وطنياً متخصصاً في منتجات الحديد مع التوسع في المنتجات عالية القيمة، وتأسيس شركة باب الخير بالشراكة مع شركة باو ستيل الصينية وأرامكو السعودية وصندوق الاستثمارات العامة لإنتاج صفائح الحديد الثقيلة في رأس الخير، إضافة إلى إعادة تشغيل شركة صلب ستيل في جيزان، واندماج شركات الأنابيب غير الملحومة في كيان موحد لتعزيز قدرتها الإنتاجية والتنافسية. كما اكتمل العمل على دراسة أوضاع المصانع الصغيرة المعتمدة على أفران الحث لإنتاج حديد التسليح بهدف رفع كفاءتها التشغيلية واستدامتها بما يتكامل مع مستقبل الصناعة في المملكة. ولمواكبة التطورات المتسارعة تم تكليف مركز التنمية الصناعية بتحديث الخطة الوطنية لهيكلة قطاع الحديد بما يتوافق مع المستجدات المحلية والعالمية، إلى جانب مراجعة السياسات والأنظمة ذات العلاقة لتعزيز الاستدامة وتحسين البيئة الاستثمارية. كما تم الانتهاء من دراسة الخيارات الأمثل لتغطية العجز في السوق المحلي وتقليل الواردات من مسطحات الصلب مع فرص استثمارية تقدر بحوالي 60 مليار ريال موزعة على مجموعة من المنتجات المهمة لصناعتنا المحلية. الحضور الكريم، في ظل هذه التحديات والتطورات التي يشهدها قطاع الحديد والصلب، فإننا نحث شركات القطاع على التعاون لتنفيذ التوصيات الاستراتيجية، ومنها إنشاء أكاديمية الحديد لتأهيل الكفاءات الوطنية، إضافة إلى تأسيس شركة وطنية لاستيراد وتوفير الخردة المعدنية، لما لذلك من أثر مباشر في تحسين التكاليف ودعم نمو القطاع. كما نتطلع أن يواصل القطاع توجهه نحو الصناعات ذات الأثر الاقتصادي العالي والاستثمار في المنتجات ذات النوعية عالية القيمة والتقنيات، بما يواكب الزخم الاقتصادي الذي تشهده المملكة ويعزز تنافسية صادراتها. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، في الختام أود أن أؤكد على أن النهضة التي يشهدها قطاع الحديد اليوم ما هي إلا ثمرة لتضافر الجهود بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص، وإيمانا راسخا بأن هذا القطاع يمثل عصبا استراتيجيا لصناعات مهمة مثل النفط والغاز والطاقة المتجددة والصناعات البحرية وصناعات السيارات والمعدات العسكرية وقطاع البناء والتشييد. وسنواصل بإذن الله بالقطاع الحكومي، ومن أهمهم وزارة الطاقة ووزارة الاستثمار ووزارة البيئة والزراعة والمياه، لتمكين القطاع من خلال البنى التحتية والتمويل والسياسات والتشريعات الداعمة. كما نتطلع للعمل مع المؤتمر والقائمين عليه لتطوير ودعم مبادرات جديدة لتعزيز تنافسية القطاع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً جزيلاً لمعالي الوزير الأستاذ بندر الخريف على هذه الكلمة القيمة. ونبقى الآن مع فقرة تكريم الرعاة. مع تكريم الرعاة الفئة الأولى، الشريك الأساسي للمؤتمر الشركة السعودية للحديد والصلب حديد، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ عبد القادر المبارك مشكوراً. أما الآن مع الفئة الثانية، الشريك الاستراتيجي شركة فولاذ القابضة، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس لمجلس الإدارة الأستاذ مشاري الجديمي مشكوراً. المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي المهندس صالح السلمي مشكوراً. أما الآن مع الفئة الثالثة، رعاية فئة أروديوم شركة صلب ستيل، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي المهندس مسفر الهاجري مشكوراً. شركة حديد اليمامة، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي المهندس محمد الوهيبي مشكوراً. شركة حديد الوطنية، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ جميل السفاف مشكوراً. شركة حراريات، فليتفضل عضو مجلس الإدارة سعادة الأستاذ فواز السليم مشكوراً. شركة حديد أركان، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ عبد الرحمن عطية مشكوراً. شركة النافع للحديد، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ ماجد النافع مشكوراً. أما الآن مع الفئة الرابعة، الرعاة البلاتينيوم، شركة حديد السد، فليتفضل سعادة رئيس مجلس الإدارة الأستاذ محمد القحطاني مشكوراً. شركة يونيكويل، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ سانجاي روي مشكوراً. شركة حديد العشري، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس مجلس الإدارة الأستاذ أيمن العشري مشكوراً. شركة بترولوب، فليتفضل سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ سلمان سادات مشكوراً. شكراً جزيلاً لمعالي الوزير الأستاذ بندر الخريف على تكريم الرعاة. أيها الحضور الكريم، كان للجنة الوطنية للحديد والصلب مبادرات عدة ساهمت في تطوير صناعة الحديد والصلب في المملكة العربية السعودية، ويكون أحد أهمها مؤتمرنا هذا الدولي للحديد والصلب. والآن يسرنا أن نعلن عن أبرز مبادرات اللجنة.
انطلاقاً من رؤية طموحة تعنى بقطاع الصناعة والتعدين، وبتناغم فريد يجمع شموخ جبل طويق بقوة ومتانة الحديد والصلب، تشكلت ملامح رمز وطني جديد يحتفي ببراعة العقول السعودية وقدرتها على الإبداع والإلهام، ويؤمن بثقة أن لكل همة قوة تشكلها.
يسرنا إطلاق جوائز الحديد والصلب لتعزيز التنافسية وتمكين القطاع، ونترككم مع أهداف وفئات الجوائز لنشاهد.
على أرض وطن شامخ يحتفي بالمتميزين ويشجع على الابتكار، ويلهم بنمائه وازدهاره دول العالم، وبالتعاون مع الاتحاد العالمي للحديد والصلب وعدد من الجهات الوطنية الرائدة نطلق اليوم بكل فخر جوائز الحديد والصلب، التي تهدف للتشجيع على الابتكار وتحقيق أعلى معايير الجودة، والاحتفاء بالشراكات الرائدة وإبراز إنجازاتها، وتعزيز الاستدامة والمسؤولية الاجتماعية، ودعم التنافسية بين شركات القطاع. وتركز الجوائز على 4 فئات: الاستدامة، الابتكار، التوطين، والإلهام والتأثير. لتحتفي بكل كيان ونموذج ناجح، وتساهم في تمكين القدرات والإمكانيات، وتدعم تحقيق أعلى معايير التميز، وتضمن استدامة التقدم والريادة في قطاع صناعة الحديد والصلب.
أعزائنا الحضور، إلى أن يتم تجهيز المسرح لبدء أولى الجلسات لهذا اليوم، نود أن نذكركم أنه سيقدم المؤتمر السعودي الثالث للحديد والصلب فرصاً غير مسبوقة، حيث يجمع مئات من المشاركين من أكثر من 30 دولة، وسيتمكن الحضور من بناء استراتيجية، شراكات استراتيجية، واستكشاف مشاريع تعاونية وتوسيع شبكات أعمالهم. لذلك ندعوكم للتجول حول المعرض المصاحب للمؤتمر، والذي من خلاله سيكون هناك أكثر من 50 عارض. كونوا معنا، سنبدأ معكم الجلسة الوزارية بعد قليل. أيها الحضور الكرام، نفتتح جلستنا الوزارية بعنوان تمكين توطين سلسلة قيمة الصلب دعماً للنمو الاقتصادي، حيث يجتمع وزير الصناعة من المملكة العربية السعودية وجمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة لمناقشة ضخ الاستثمارات المستقبلية في مشاريع الصلب وإقامات الشراكات الاستراتيجية محلياً وإقليمياً ودولياً، وربط حلقات السلسلة كاملة من المراحل الأولية للمواد الخام حتى صناعات المستخدم النهائي. تدير الجلسة السيدة لارا حبيب، كبيرة مقدم البرامج الاقتصادية على شاشة قناة العربية، حيث تتولى تغطية أسواق الأسهم العربية والعالمية والتطورات الاقتصادية، كما وقدمت برامج رئيسية من بينها الأسواق العربية، كما قامت بتغطية فعاليات دولية كبرى منها منتدى دافوس الاقتصادي العالمي. فلتتفضل كبيرة مقدم البرامج الاقتصادية على قناة العربية لارا حبيب في إدارة جلسة النقاش مشكورة.
شكراً عبد العزيز. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، صباح الخير. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم لإدارة هذه الجلسة الوزارية حول آفاق صناعة الحديد، هذه الصناعة الحيوية التي تعد عصب الاقتصاد ومحركاً أساسياً لبقية الصناعات. لي أن أرحب بمعالي الأستاذ بندر الخريف، وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية في المملكة العربية السعودية، ومعالي الفريق كامل الوزير، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء للتنمية الصناعية ووزير الصناعة والنقل في جمهورية مصر العربية. اليوم نلتقي أيها الحضور الكريم مع ممثلي أكبر دولتين منتجتين للحديد في منطقتنا لنستكشف معاً واقع السوق، آفاق النمو، وخطط البلدين لتعزيز هذه الصناعة استراتيجية. رحبوا معي بمعالي الوزيرين. أهلا وسهلا. المايك. هيدا المايك تبعي. أود أن أشير هنا بأنه في أجهزة للترجمة. You can use the devices available on the chairs for simultaneous translation. This session is in Arabic. أهلاً وسهلاً معالي الوزيرين. شكراً على المقدمة معالي الوزير اللي أعطيتنا فيها لمحة شاملة عن واقع قطاع الحديد في السعودية. أود التوقف عند بعض النقاط اللي ذكرتها، وخاصة تحدثت عن جاذبية هذا القطاع. وضح لنا الصورة لو سمحت، لماذا يعتبر قطاع الحديد جذاب في المملكة؟
في البداية باسمي وباسم زملائي نرحب بأخي معالي الفريق على تلبية الدعوة وحرصه الدائم على المشاركة معنا، وإيمانه شخصياً والأشقاء في مصر بأن التكامل بين البلدين هو مطلب مهم، وعلينا مسؤولية كبيرة إن شاء الله أن نعكس ما تتمتع به الدولتين من علاقات متميزة على مستوى القيادة والشعب، وإن شاء الله نوفق في ذلك. فنشكر له حضوره وتشريفه لنا في هذه المناسبة. جاذبية قطاع الحديد في المملكة تتركز على 3 محاور مهمة. المحور الأول هو الطلب المتوقع. عندما ننظر للاستراتيجية الصناعية، معظم المستهدفات التي فيها أو كثير منها تعتمد على توطين صناعات مهمة مثل صناعة النفط والغاز، الصناعات المرتبطة بالكهرباء، الصناعات المرتبطة بالطاقة المتجددة، البناء والتشييد. وهذه كل هذه الصناعات بطبيعتها صناعات تعتمد بشكل كبير جدا على صناعة الحديد والصلب، بالإضافة إلى صناعة المعدات. فالطلب المحلي يعتبر أمر مهم جدا. الشيء الثاني، المملكة موقعها الجغرافي يؤهلها أن تكون منطقة مهمة للتصنيع. من جانب الموقع الجغرافي، وجود البنى التحتية من موانئ، من سكة حديد، من طرق وغيرها، إضافة إلى تنافسية المملكة في الطاقة. وكلنا يعني نقدر بأن صناعة الحديد من الصناعات الكثيفة استخدام الطاقة، ولذلك في المملكة وبالعمل مع وزارة الطاقة السعودية استطعنا أن نؤسس لنموذج عمل لتسعير الطاقة لهذا القطاع، إيمانا بأهميته والقطاعات المعتمدة على الطاقة الكثيفة، ولذلك هناك سعر مخصص للصناعات الطاقة المستخدمة للطاقة الكثيفة. العامل الثالث وهو توجه المملكة نحو صناعات المعادن الخضراء، وهي المستقبل. اليوم ما في مستثمر في العالم يفكر أن يبني استثمار في قطاع المعادن بشكل عام، سواء الحديد أو الألومنيوم أو غيرها، إلا يكون في باله كيف أضمن أنه مصدر الطاقة يكون متجدد، بحيث أن يستطيع أن يصل إلى الأسواق المستهدفة. واليوم الجهد الذي تبذله المملكة من جانب مزيج الطاقة الذي تعمل عليه وزارة الطاقة، الوصول إلى 50% بحلول عام 2030، والحياد الصفري في عام 60، وخططنا ولله الحمد جادة. الاستثمار في الهيدروجين في نيوم دليل على ذلك. هذه المقومات أعتقد أنها كفيلة بجذب عدد كبير جدا من الاستثمارات. نضيف إلى ذلك أيضا يمكن عاملين آخرين إضافية، وهي خام الحديد السعودي. ما زلنا نستكشف الطاقة، الكميات الموجودة لدينا كميات مشجعة وبتركيز جيد، وهذا سيكون أيضا مشجع للمدى المتوسط والطويل. وأيضا استقرار المنطقة. اليوم يعني المملكة العربية السعودية والشقيقة مصر حريصين على استقرار المنطقة، ولذلك نحن متفائلين بمستقبل الطلب في المنطقة. اليوم الطلب الذي يأتي من العراق، سوريا إن شاء الله قريبا، اليمن، لبنان، وكلنا شهدنا يعني التفاؤل الذي شاهدناه من خلال إيقاف الحرب في غزة. كل هذه العوامل تجعل المملكة محطة مهمة جدا لهذه الصناعة بإذن الله.
الكثير من النقاط ذكرت معالي الوزير، سوف أعود إليها، ولكن يجب أن أسألك من آخر نقطة ذكر معالي الوزير هو موضوع غزة والاتفاق التاريخي الذي رأيناه يوم أمس. ما تقييمك لانعكاساته على مصر وعلى قطاع الحديد تحديداً؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. خليني في البداية أشكر حضرتك وأشكر صديقي وأخويا الأستاذ بندر الخريف على دعوته لي أن أنا أشارك في هذا الحدث الكبير. أنا تقريبا ثالث زيارة لي خلال 3 شهور للمملكة العربية السعودية. من 3 شهور بالضبط كنا في القاعة دي بحضر مع صديقي الوزير صالح الجاسر مؤتمر للنقل. 24 سبتمبر الماضي كنت بحضر لقاء مع صديقي وزميلي المستشار محمد التويجري أمين المجلس الأعلى المصري السعودي، لأن أنا أمين المجلس من الجانب المصري وهو من الجانب السعودي. النهاردة بحضر في ضيافة أو بلبي دعوة أخويا وصديقي الأستاذ بندر. فده بيقول أن العلاقة المصرية السعودية، بل وهنروح بقى على غزة، العلاقة المصرية العربية علاقة قوية وطيدة لا تنفصل. لازم نقويها أكتر وأكتر، لازم نحافظ عليها أكتر وأكتر، لازم نتعاون اكتر واكتر، سواء في مجال الحديد او غير الحديد. ارجع لسؤال حضرتك، ماذا يعني اتفاق غزة بالنسبة لمصر وللسعودية وللدول العربية والشرق الأوسط وصناعة الحديد بالتحديد؟ الاتفاق الذي تم بشأن غزة أنا بعتبره فجر جديد لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط بالكامل، وخاصة للمنطقة العربية والدول العربية، وفي القلب منه فلسطين الحبيبة على نفوسنا جميعا. الاتفاق اللي تم من شأنه ان بدل ما احنا نقعد نضيع وقت في امور يعني سياسيه ونجهز لحروب ونجهز لعداوات ونلافي تأثير الدمار اللي تم في غزة او غير غزة، احنا من هنا وطالع ان شاء الله، وهيبقى ده سوق كبير للحديد. هنبدأ في إعمار غزة. غزة تقريبا ما بين 70 ل 80% من كل منشآتها تهدمت. كل المنشآت، مش المنشآت السكنية فقط، المنشآت السكنية والخدمية وكل حاجة، المستشفيات، المدارس، لم يسلم شيء من التدمير. فده في الفترة القادمة محتاج إعادة إعمار وبنى تاني حتى يستطيع أهلنا في غزة ممارسة حياتهم الطبيعية أو بداية ممارسة حياتهم الطبيعية زي كل شعوب المنطقة بل وكل شعوب العالم. فبالتأكيد الحديد، ومش فقط حديد التسليح، لا، حديد التسليح، القطاعات المعدنية زي المتكون منها الصالة اللي احنا موجودين فيها أو القاعة اللي احنا موجودين فيها، كل نواحي الحياة بتعتمد على الحديد. الأجهزة المنزلية اللي اتدمرت وما بقتش موجودة بتعتمد على الحديد. العربيات والأتوبيسات اللي الناس هتتنقل بيها بتعتمد على الحديد. كل حاجة، حتى الصرف الصحي والمية، المواسير بتاعتهم ده جاية من الحديد. فإعادة إعمار غزة محتاجة يعني كميات من الحديد كبيرة جدا، وده ممكن يتوفر إن شاء الله بالتعاون ما بين كل طبعا الدول العربية بالأساس، وخاصة في القلب منه السعودية ومصر، هم أكبر دولتين عربيتين أو حتى في منطقة الشرق الأوسط بينتجوا حديد. فده مش هقول يبقى سوق كبير، لأن هي الموضوع مش سوق، مش بيع وشراء، لا، ده الموضوع إن شاء الله مساهمة. زي ما احنا هنساهم بكل مجهودنا وكل وقتنا، ده احنا هنساهم أيضا بتدعيم أهلنا في غزة بمنتجاتنا من الحديد المختلفة.
وإلى أي مدى، باختصار لو سمحت معالي الوزير، إلى أي مدى
ده أنا مختصر جدا على فكرة، ده أنا مختصر جدا،
عندي كثير أسئلة
ده أنا يعني ما بقولش حاجة.
إلى أي مدى معالي الوزير هذا الاتفاق ممكن أن ينعكس أيضا برأيكم على حركة الملاحة بالبحر الأحمر؟
طبعا. أولا حركة الملاحة في البحر الأحمر لا يمكن تتوقف. حركة الملاحة في قناة السويس لا يمكن تتوقف. البحر الأحمر وقناة السويس هو الممر الملاحي الأول في العالم لنقل تجارة كل دول شرق آسيا وجنوب آسيا إلى أوروبا ومنها إلى أمريكا والمنطقة العربية. طبعا في الفترة الأخيرة تأثرت الملاحة كثيرا في البحر الأحمر وبالذات في منطقة باب المندب. يعني مثلا تخيلي لو بضاعة عايزة تيجي تخش مينا جدة في السعودية من شرق آسيا، ما تعديش من باب المندب، لا، تلف من رأس الرجاء الصالح وتخش من البحر المتوسط وقناة السويس عشان تيجي جدة. الكلام ده بيتكلف كتير جدا. الكلام ده بيأثر على وقت وصول البضاعة ل يعني المستهلكين أو أصحاب البضاعة جدا. ولكن لما إن شاء الله بإذن الله، ونتمنى أن يبقى قريبا جدا في يعني الأيام أو الأسابيع القليلة القريبة، يبقى في حرية للملاحة. يعني هو الجماعة اللي كانت بتهدد الملاحة وبتهدد أمن الملاحة في البحر الأحمر كانت بتدعي ان ده علشان يعني من وجهة نظرها تعاقب اسرائيل. انا خلاص يعني الحرب انتهت ونتمنى ان هي تنتهي للابد. انا اسف، انا بقول وجهة نظر الشخصية، هي كانت لا تعاقب اسرائيل، لان اسرائيل عندها ميناء حيفا على البحر المتوسط. كل الامدادات كانت بتيجي لاسرائيل من حيفا على البحر المتوسط، والكلام ده لازم نقوله في العلن ولازم الناس تبقى فاهماه. اسرائيل كل بضاعتها بتيجي من حيفا او الى حيفا على البحر المتوسط، فيبقى ازاي بتعاقب اسرائيل؟ بالعكس، ده انت بتعاقب السعوديه وبتعاقب مصر وبتعاقب الدول اللي في حوض البحر المتوسط اللي جاي لها بضاعه من شرق اسيا. ولكن يعني ربنا يعني ييسر الامور ويهدي الجميع والسلام يحل على الجميع، وترجع تاني حريه الملاحه في البحر الاحمر وفي مضيق باب المندب وفي قناه السويس. لان مهما اتكلمنا عن نقل بضاعه بشاحنات ونقل بضاعه بقطارات سكك حديديه، لكن ان تتخيلي ان مركب واحده من المراكب المتوسطه حتى مش كبيره قوي بتشيل 240 الف حاويه. 240 الف حاويه. ال 240 الف حاويه دول لو حطوهم على قطارات، قسمتهم على قطارات، القطار احسن قطر بتشيل 50 حاويه، 50 عربيه ب 50 حاويه، خليها 100 حاويه، يبقى المركب الواحده بتشيل قد 240 قطار. يعني لو قعدنا ننقل بضاعه من الهند ومن الصين وعملنا كل قطارات الدنيا عشان نجيب بضاعه الى السعوديه والشرق الاوسط ولمصر ومنها للبحر المتوسط ثم لاوروبا، عايزين لكل مركب بديل، لكل مركب 240 قطار. هل ده يمكن؟ ده بيبرهن على ان النقل البحري سيظل هو عمود النقل او العمود الفقري للنقل على مستوى العالم. ويا رب ان شاء الله ربنا يهدي ونلاقي بكره وبعده الاسبوع اللي جاي بكتيره باب المندب اتفتح تاني ورجعت التجاره وحريه التجاره وحريه النقل البحري في باب المندب.
شكرا معالي الوزير. معالي الوزير بندر الخريف، اليوم السعودية تنتج بحدود 12 مليون طن المصانع السعودية، هل ممكن أن يتوجه جزء منها إلى غزة بداية؟ وما توقعاتكم بحجم الإنتاج؟
يمكن مهم القول بأن اليوم احنا رغم الكميات التي ننتجها الا احنا نستورد حوالي 4 مليون طن، والهدف من الاستراتيجية هو زيادة الطاقات الإنتاجية من الحديد لاستيفاء الطلب المحلي. الطلب المحلي اليوم في قطاع البناء والتشييد مستمر، يقوده قطاع الإسكان وأيضا المشاريع الكبرى التي عندها طلب كبير جدا، وأيضا البنى التحتية الموجودة في كافة القطاعات في رؤية المملكة 2030، سواء قطاع النقل أو الموانئ أو المدن الصناعية وغيرها. الأمر الثاني هي الصناعات المتخصصة والتي تحتاج إلى قيمة مضافة عالية من المنتجات التي ذكرنا أنه اليوم نقدر حجم المشاريع التي تحتاجها هذه الصناعة لتوفر المنتجات النهائية بحوالي 60 مليار ريال. نتوقع أن نصل إلى ما يقارب 25 مليون طن بإذن الله. يمكن
متى؟ 25
عام 35
هذا إنتاج الحديد
بإذن الله. يمكن لو نظرنا، أتذكر في المؤتمر عام 2019 كنا نتكلم عن استيراد بحدود 7 مليون طن. اليوم نزل الاستيراد بسبب أنه إعادة هيكلة الحديد، توفير الطاقات أو استخدام الطاقات الموجودة لتوفير منتجات السوق المحلي يحتاجها، وتخفيف الاعتماد على حديد التسليح. هذا من أهم الأمور التي جعلت القطاع يعني يرى النور إن صح التعبير فيما يتعلق بالربحية وفيما يتعلق بالاستقرار. ولذلك نحن مستمرين وعازمين على العمل مع كافة اللاعبين في القطاع لتوجيههم بالاتجاه الصحيح لضمان وجود الكميات الطلب والعرض لتتناسب مع السوق المحلي. بدون شك المملكة تستهدف التصدير، لدينا استراتيجية تصدير كبيرة، وكما ذكرت في كلمتي استهدافنا للتصدير أن نصل إلى 50% من صادراتنا 50% من الناتج المحلي غير النفطي يكون مصدره هو الصادرات. والحمد لله نحن في الاتجاه الصحيح في عام 24 حققت المملكة أعلى رقم في الصادرات في تاريخها، بلغ 520 مليار ريال صادرات غير نفطية، والحمد لله النمو في كل الاتجاهات، في السلع وفي صادرات الخدمات وكذلك في عدد التصدير.
شكرا. معالي الوزير، ماذا عن واقع السوق حاليا في مصر؟ ما حجم الإنتاج، ما حجم الاستهلاك؟
سوق الحديد في مصر سوق واعد، سوق كبير جدا، سوق بخير. زي ما شفنا في الفيلم المملكة العربية السعودية، الفيلم بيقول وده حقيقة ان هي الاولى في انتاج الحديد في المنطقة. احنا بنتمنى ان السوق بتاعنا يكبر ويكبر علشان يبقى الاول مكرر، بلاش يبقى الاول. مش عايزين ننافس المملكة العربية السعودية ولا هننافسهم، فهنبقى ما نقدرش ننافسهم. الاشقاء ما ينافسوش بعض، الاشقاء يتكاملوا مع بعض. وانا متفق مع شقيقي واخويا بندر ان احنا نكمل بعض في كل حاجه، ومنها صناعه الحديد. فالسوق المصري انا عايز اقول لحضرتك مصر بلاش 120 مليون، لا 120 مليون. لو 120 مليون والاسره 4 افراد يبقى احنا تقريبا بنتكلم في 30 مليون اسره. 30 مليون اسره يعني عايزين 30 مليون ثلاجه، و30 مليون غساله، و30 مليون بوتاجاز، و30 مليون بلاش خلوهم 15، خلي كل اسرتين لهم اسانسير، و30 مليون جهاز تكييف. فالسوق المصري سوق كبير جدا وسوق واعد. واي صناعه، اي صناعه في الدنيا مش الحديد فقط، عشان تقوم وتترعرع زي ما بنقول وتكبر وتنمو في مجموعه من العوامل. اول عامل فيها هو اللي حضرتك اتكلمت عليه، هو السوق، هو حجم الطلب. فحجم الطلب في مصر حجم كبير جدا زي ما شرحت لحضرتك كده. طب ايه تاني يقوم الصناعه ويكبر الصناعه عشان نكفي السوق بتاعنا، ويا رب نقدر نصدر شويه بس في المملكه العربيه السعوديه لدول اخرى، ندي للمملكه العربيه السعوديه احتياجاتها من الصناعات التامه او المنتجات النهائيه اللي هي تكون محتاجاها. ولكن ان شاء الله باقي دول المنطقه بتحتاج الحديد. طب تاني حاجه ايه بعد السوق؟ الماده الخام. طب مصر كان فيها ماده خام في يوم من الايام عشان كان فيها تكنولوجيا انتاج معينه بتعتمد على الخام اللي موجود المصري. طب ان شاء الله يبقى عندنا خام، بنحاول يبقى عندنا خام. طب الطاقه، هل عندنا طاقه؟ عندنا طاقه، ولكن طبعا مش بحجم المملكه العربيه السعوديه، ولكن ان شاء الله بنحاول يبقى عندنا طاقه. لو عندنا تكنولوجيا انتاج، عندنا تكنولوجيا الانتاج، عندنا مصانع حديد وصلب، اقدم مصانع في المنطقه. اذا مقومات نجاح صناعه حديد وصلب قويه في مصر موجوده. طب هل هي موجوده؟ ايوه موجوده. طب هل فيه عوائق او حاجات بتعطلها؟ زي اي صناعه في الدنيا، زي اي قطاع اخر، مش الصناعه فقط. في مشاكل بتواجه القطاع، ولكن احنا في مصر حكومه وقطاع خاص ومصنعين وكل المهتمين بصناعه الحديد، لان احنا يعني مقتنعين تماما وعندنا يقين ان صناعه الحديد والصلب هي ام الصناعات، هي اساس كل الصناعات. زي ما شقيق بندر قال، السكن حديد، الهياكل المعدنيه للصالات والقاعات وكل حاجه حديد، الكباري حديد، ان ما كانش هي نفسها السيل بريدج فهي لو خرسانه مسلحه فهي معظمها حديد. الاساسات حديد، قضبان السكك الحديديه وعجل السكك الحديديه كل ده حديد. فاذا هل السكك الحديد او الحديد مهم؟ مهم. هل ليه سوق في مصر كبير؟ انا اقول لحضرتك رقم واحد، مصر تقريبا دلوقتي لو خدت اهم حاجه في صناعه الحديد وهو اساس صناعه الحديد، الخامه المتوسطه في صناعه الحديد هي البلت. احنا مصر بتنتج دلوقتي 9.5 مليون طن بلت. ان شاء الله قريبا جدا، يعني قبل نهايه السنه دي هيبقى حوالي تقريبا 11، في نهايه 26 هيبقى تقريبا عندنا في حدود 15 مليون طن بلت سنويا. فحجم كبير وسوق كبير، وان شاء الله باذن الله نبقى الاول مكرر ان شاء الله.
معالي الوزير، بدي أعود لموضوع الطاقة تحديداً، لأنه هذه الصناعة هي كثيفة استهلاك الطاقة.
طبعاً
40% تقريباً من الطاقة. مصر كانت دولة تصدر الطاقة، الآن هي تستورد الطاقة، وكان في نقص بالطاقة أثر على الصناعات. بالتالي ما هي الخطط لجعل هذه الطاقة لصناعة الحديد على أسعار تنافسية ومستدامة؟
لو أي حد بيفكر يعمل زي ما قلت الصناعات الواعده اللي فيها اكتر من الخامات والايدي العامله والطاقه و مصر على طول ما تروحش للحديد، تروح للملابس، المنسوجات والملابس الجاهزه، لان غير كثيفه استخدام للطاقه بتستخدم ايد عامله كتير، وده موجود متوفر عندنا. وغير والصناعات الغذائيه والدوائيه والكيميائيه وصناعات الادوات المنزليه وكل الكلام ده. ولكن الحديد زي ما حضرتك قلتي من الصناعات الكثيفه الاستخدام للطاقه، وغير كثيفه استخدام العماله، ما بتستخدمش عماله كتير، كلها فران وكلها معدات، ولكن لازم تروحي لها. فعشان لازم تروحي لها لازم تخلقي طاقه، لازم تخلقي طاقه. طب هتجيبي طاقه منين؟ النهارده احنا هل كان عندنا زي ما حضرتك بتقولي طاقه واصبح دلوقتي ما عندناش؟ لا، كان عندنا وما زال عندنا، وبننمي اللي عندنا وبنزودها. لسه هخش دلوقتي في الطاقه الجديده والمتجدده، ولكن استخدامات الطاقه هو نفسه زاد. مصر كان عندها نفس حجم البترول تقريبا لما كانت هنقول 80 مليون، مش بدري شويه لما كانت 20 ولما كانت 4، لما النهارده يبقى 120 مليون. فاستهلاكهم للطاقه حتى الاناره، حتى التكييف اللي في البيوت، حتى الكهرباء اللي بتستهلك للثلاجات والغسالات وغيره، الاناره اللي في الشوارع، المساحات بتزيد، فالحاجه الى الطاقه بيزيد، استخدام الطاقه بيزيد. طب ايه اللي بيزود كمان استهلاك الطاقه واللي بيزود احتياجنا للطاقه؟ نمو الصناعه. النهارده لما عايزه تنمو الصناعه عايزه ارض وخامات وطاقه وايد عامله. طب انت الطاقه عندك مش هنقول محدوده، لا، طاقه تكفي مثلا صناعات تنتج مثلا 10 مليار دولار في السنه. طب احنا عايزين الوقت عندنا 14 مليار، عايزين يبقى عندنا 14% من الناتج المحلي القومي. عايز اخلي الصناعه تبقى 20% من الناتج المحلي القومي، فيبقى انا محتاج طاقه ازيد. طب هي الطاقه اللي موجوده محدوده، يبقى يا اما ننمي ابار البترول والغاز واللي موجوده عندنا، او هنستورد طاقه. طيب بنستورد بنستورد. طب ايه الجديد بالنسبه لنا؟ ومصر متوسعه جدا فيه ومتقدمه جدا فيه في المنطقه، هي الطاقه الجديده والمتجدده، سواء المولده من الطاقه الشمسيه او مولده من طاقه الرياح او الطاقه الهيدرومائيه بقى اللي هي مولده من السد العالي او بعض السدود الصغيره اللي بتولد كهرباء، وكلها كهرباء مستدامه وطاقه نظيفه. وان شاء الله باذن الله نزود. مصر كل سنه تقريبا، السنه اللي احنا فيها دي بتدخل تقريبا 2 جيجا من الطاقه الشمسيه وطاقه الرياح. السنه الجايه 3 جيجا من الطاقه الشمسيه. تخيل ان احنا مثلا في ايام الذروه في الصيف بنستخدم تقريبا 38 وقت الذروه 38 جيجا. طب ده حجم كبير جدا. مصر عملت مصادر انتاج كهرباء ولكن من الوقود الاحفوري بشكل كبير جدا بيغطي احتياجاتنا، وبنصدر كمان طاقه سواء لاوروبا او بعض بلدان الدول العربيه. ولكن هل محتاجين مزيد من الطاقه؟ ايوه، لان احنا محتاجين مزيد من التنميه الصناعيه. صناعه يعني محتاجين طاقه، وان شاء الله باذن الله يبقى عندنا طاقه جديده ومتجدده. ويعني لو احتاجنا شويه هنميل على اشقائنا في السعوديه نكمل اللي عندنا ان شاء الله.
يلي هن كرما، حتى كرما بطريقة يلي بتفرضوا فيها رسوم حمائية على المنتجات. قبل أن أتحدث عن هذا الموضوع معالي الوزير، بموضوع مهم يلي هو خام الحديد، أنتم ناويين تخلقوا سلسلة قيمة كاملة. خام الحديد احتياطات متوفرة في السعودية تقدر بالملايين، ولكن هل مجدي استخراجها حالياً؟
الإجابة السريعة في خام حديد. احنا اعلنا العام الماضي عن الثروات الطبيعية في المملكة التي وصلت تقديراتها إلى 2.5 تريليون دولار. تقديراتنا أنه الحديد يشكل منها تقريبا أقل من مليار طن وفيه بجودة عالية وبتركيز عالي. ولكن السؤال هل هي مجدية؟ احنا نعتقد ان في سياستنا او في استراتيجيتنا في قطاع التعدين لدينا منتجات نبدأ فيها من الأب ستريم ونتحول إلى الداون ستريم، مثل الفوسفات. اليوم المملكة الحمد لله تعتبر من أكبر الدول المنتجة والمصدرة للأسمدة، نحتل المرتبة الرابعة، ونتوقع مع التوسع الذي تقوم فيه الآن شركة معادن في الفوسفات سنصل إن شاء الله إلى المرتبة الثانية أو الأولى قريبا بإذن الله. في الألمنيوم كذلك وجود الخام مكننا من سلسلة إمداد الألمنيوم كاملة. اليوم معظم الألمنيوم الذي يصدر من المملكة هو منتجات نهائية وعالية القيمة، تدخل في صناعة الباكجينج، في صناعة السيارات، في صناعة المعدات. يوم أمس كنت أو قبل أمس كنت في المدينة المنورة وافتتحنا مسبك للألمنيوم يصنع قطع معقدة ومهمة في قطاع السيارات، في قطاع الصناعات تحلية المياه، في قطاع أيضا الصناعات العسكرية. في الجانب الآخر هناك معادن تحتاج إلى وقت كبير، مثل الزنك، مثل الحديد، مثل المعادن النادرة. هذه تحتاج إلى وقت، ولذلك توفير الخامات من خلال الاستيراد الآن بالنسبة لنا أكثر جدوى، ونعمل على المدى المتوسط والطويل إن شاء الله أن نستخرج الخام. يمكن أيضا التحدي في خام الحديد أنه موجود في مواقع يمكن نفضل استخدام المواقع لأغراض أخرى. في وادي الصواوين، لدينا في وادي الصواوين وأيضا في جبل دساس. وادي الصواوين تقريبا في منطقة نيوم، منطقة مهمة وننظر لها بنظرة مختلفة مع تطور صناعة يمكن المعادن الخضراء. نعتقد أنه هذا الموقع وهذا المنجم ممكن يكون مؤهل أن يكون يعني من المناجم المتقدمة للصناعات الحديدية. فلدينا الحمد لله الكميات، ولكن نعتقد أنه اليوم في المرحلة الحالية سنستمر بالاعتماد على الاستيراد في الخام إلى أن نطور الخامات المحلية بإذن الله بصناعات تكون متقدمة، وبالذات نستهدف الصناعات الخضراء.
ومتى نتوقع بداية إعطاء الرخص للتعدين عن خام الحديد؟ يعني أنت عم تتحدث عن مدى متوسط إلى أبعد، يعني كم سنة تقريباً؟
احنا نعتقد أنه يمكن المرحلة القادمة من الكشف ستكشف عن مواقع جديدة. إذا كانت هذه المواقع قريبة من بنى تحتية وطاقة، وبالتالي ترفع نسبة اقتصاديات هذه المواقع، سنكون جاهزين لإطلاقها. اليوم المواقع اللي موجودة رغم الكميات اللي موجودة والتركيز الجيد لا نعتقد أنها تناسبنا، من حيث أنه أولوياتنا في قطاعات أخرى قد تكون تقودنا إلى تأجيلها.
معالي الوزير، دعني أعود إلى موضوع الإجراءات الحمائية. اليوم عالمياً قطاع الحديد مستهدف بإجراءات حمائية لدعم الصناعة المحلية. البعض يعتبر بأن السعودية يعني قلبها كبير وعم تستوعب منتجات وما عم تاخذ الإجراءات الحمائية الضرورية. هل فعلاً ممكن إعادة النظر اليوم وقت السعودية وقت الولايات المتحدة عم تفرض هذا النوع من الرسوم الحمائية، أوروبا نفس الشيء، هذه الطاقة الفائضة عم بترجع إلى أسواقنا وإلى أسواق ما بتفرض إجراءات حمائية، ما رأيك؟
المملكة ستستمر بسياستها بأن السوق مفتوح، ويجب أن يكون ورغم أني وزير الصناعة، لأني أرى أن أهمية وجود صناعات قوية قادرة على المنافسة عالميا. مهما عملنا إجراءات حمائية السوق صغير لا يستوعب طموحاتنا، ولذلك من الأجدى أن نبني صناعات قادرة على التنافس عالميا. ولذلك نحن اهتمامنا بالداون ستريم والأدد فاليو برودكتس أكبر بكثير من المواد الخام. اليوم ما ذكرتيه بالإجراءات الحمائية بالدرجة الأولى على المواد الخام، لكن عندما نأتي المواد المصنعة نسب الحماية عليها منخفضة. المسبك اللي ذكرته مثلا يشتري المادة الخام الألمنيوم ب $2000 يعني حوالي 7500 ريال، بينما المنتج القطعة النهائية المصنعة تصل سعرها إلى حوالي 10,000 إلى $15,000. فأنا بالنسبة لي من مصلحتي أني أنا أستخدم الطاقة وأستخدم الاستثمارات داخل اقتصادي وأنتج قطع غالية يعني عالية القيمة، وأصدر لقطاعات مهمة مثل الطيران، مثل الصناعات العسكرية، صناعة السيارات، صناعات الطاقة المتجددة، بدل ما أن أعتمد على الخام.
الابروتش اللي بتعتبرها مصر
انا
مختلفة.
عايز اجاوب قبل ما تسالي.
تفضل. خايف من سؤالي؟
بس يعني استكمالا للي قاله صديقي الاستاذ بندر على موضوع الخامات وموضوع الرسوم الحمائيه، اكيد هتساليني كده ولا اتكلم في حاجه تانية؟
على الرسوم الحمائية على البلتس تحديدا بمصر.
طيب،
لأنه أثارت جدل.
الاول بالنسبه للخامات، زي ما الاستاذ بندر قال، المنطقه كلها تقريبا طورافتها قريبه من بعضها، جيولوجيتها قريبه من بعضها، فيها خامات موجوده كتير. الفوسفات موجود كتير في مصر وفي السعوديه، الرخام موجود كتير في مصر والسعوديه، موجود يعني الالومينا طبعا والحديد هتكلم عليهم في الاخر، الكولين موجود، الرمل الزجاج موجود، في خامات كتير موجوده في المنطقه وموجوده في مصر. ولكن بالتحديد خامات الالومنيوم والحديد اللي احنا بصدد الكلام عن المعادن، لو احنا حطينا الالومنيوم مع الحديد النهارده فيها فقر شويه. انا كنت متفق مع زميلي بندر ان احنا نعمل صناعات تكامليه في الحديد والبتروكيماويات والالومنيوم. هو النهارده يعني اعلن خبر صادم بالنسبه لي ان لسه ما خلصت استكشاف للحديد وطلع حديد بنسب كبيره وبنسب تركيز كبيره. فانا بقول له شد حيلك شويه، لان احنا خامات الحديد عندنا في مصر، احنا عندنا الخامات الحديد تتركز في منطقه الواحات، وفيها 4 مناجم تقريبا بتبدا من 43% نسبه تركيز حديد حتى 52%. عندنا الجديده والحاره والغرابي، عندنا 4 مناجم موجودين، وكان متصمم عليهم مصانع الحديد والصلب المصريه. لما الروس ساعدونا في نهايه الخمسينات واول الستينات عشان نعمل مصانع الحديد والصلب، خدوا الخام المصري اللي كان فيه نسبه تقريبا الحديد 52%، وعملوا عليه البلاست فيرنس او الافران العاليه عشان يبقى عندنا افران وصناعه حديد مطابقه للحديد اللي عندنا، وده كان ماشي بشكل كويس. صحيح كان في يوم من الايام حوالي 150 مليون طن، يعني النهارده بعد ما استنفذناها ل 52% بالذات بقى تقريبا حوالي 51 مليون طن، وده رقم معقول. ولكن تكنولوجيا انتاج الحديد نفسها في العالم كلها اتغيرت، فاصبح الخام ده اللي موجود ده محتاج عمليات تركيز ومحتاج عمليات اخرى كيميائيه وتنقيه علشان يبقى صالح لاستخدامه بشكل كبير. عندنا شواهد حديد في شرق العوينات، وحديد في وادي العلاء في جنوب وشرق اسوان. طبعا بنشتغل عليهم دلوقتي، والشركات المصريه كلها بتساعد في هذا الاتجاه، والمكاتب الشرائيه العالميه بتساعد عشان يبقى عندنا خام حديد. انما هل عندنا خام حديد النهارده صالح للتكنولوجيا اللي موجوده النهارده؟ لا، قولا واحدا لا. وده من ضمن المشاكل الكبيره اللي بتحط علينا ضغط في صناعه الحديد، ان انا طاقه زي ما حضرتك قلت من شويه، مفيش طاقه كافيه، بنستخدم طاقه من اللي موجوده عندنا زائد الجزء اللي بنستورده، زائد خام الحديد اللي موجود في مصر دلوقتي كله بيستورد. طب هو الحديد او البلت قايم بس على خام الحديد؟ لا، بيخش فيه الخرده. طب هل متوفر في مصر خرده تكفي لانتاج احتياجاتها من الحديد؟ برضه لا. فاذا بنستورد خام حديد وبنستورد خرده، ولكن احنا عندنا برامج كبيره نقدر ان شاء الله باذن الله نعظم يعني مواردنا من الخرده، وخاصه مشروعات كبيره لتخريج سفن، لجمع مخلفات او هياكل عربيات قديمه او عشان يبقى عندنا الاثنين. ده بالنسبه لي
ممكن إعادة النظر بهذا القرار موضوع فرض الرسوم على البلتس إذا أثر سلبا على المصنعين المحليين، ممكن إعادة النظر فيه؟
تاني؟
الرسوم على البلتس
الرسوم الحمائية. اي صناعه في الدنيا، اي صناعه في الدنيا ليها محددات ولها حاجات بتحكمها. لما تلاقي الصناعه بتاعتك من البلت مثلا زي ما حضرتك بتقولي، عندك انتاج بلت يكفي ويفيض عن استهلاكك، يبقى لازم ما تستورديش. ده بديهي خالص، عشان توفر العمله، عشان تفتحي بيوت للناس اللي بتشتغل عندك في مصانع البلت وغيره. فبتضطري غصب عنك لما يكون عندك انتاج كتير على الارض وبرضه في استيراد، لازم تفرضي رسوم حمايه علشان تحمي صناعتك من الحديد اللي جاي مستورد، قد يكون ارخص منه، وده وارد يكون الدوله. حضرتك عايز تقولي حاجه؟
لا اتفضل.
قد يكون الدوله اللي بتصدر لك الحديد ده هي نفسها عندها طاقه ارخص، عندها خام حديد ارخص، عندها عوامل اخرى ممكن تخلي البلت ارخص من اللي عندك. طب انت اللي عملت مصانع بلت واستثمرت فيها فلوس وفتحت بيوت ناس وتروح تقفلها عشان تسيب المستورد يدخل، فانت وده على فكره قوانين تجاره عالميه وتجاره دوليه ومشروعه، كل دوله من حقها تحمي صناعتها. احنا لا نمنع الاستيراد، ما ينفعش نمنع الاستيراد، ولكن بنعمل رسوم حمائيه علشان حاجتين: عشان لو في عندنا فجوه، لو عندنا فجوه في السوق، او عندنا شبهه احتكار، او عندنا احنا او السعوديه او اي حته، امتى نعمل رسوم حمائيه او ندي رخص جديده؟ لما يكون عندنا فجوه في السوق، الاستهلاك اكبر من الانتاج، او في شبهه احتكار، حد عنده مصنع واحد او اتنين عندهم مصنعين اتفقوا مع بعض هيحتكروا السلعه، يبقى لازم تعمل ايه؟ تعمل رسوم حمائيه او وقائيه للصناعه بتاعتك، وتدي رخص جديده وتفتح مصانع جديده عشان تنتج جديد، يوم يتوفر في السوق، سعره ما يعلاش، افرض عليه حمايه علشان المستورد ما ياكلوش بالبلد يعني.
معالي الوزير، هو وقتنا انتهى، عندي بعد
أنا
سؤال
عارف والله.
لمعالي الوزير.
بس هو بندر سامح لنا ان احنا نتجاوز شويه.
ناخد بس بعد بدنا ناخد 3 دقائق من وقتكم. بس قبل ما انتقل لك معالي الوزير، في سؤال سريع ولو سمحت بدقيقه، موضوع مهم وهو موضوع الرسوم يلي عم يفرضها الاتحاد الاوروبي عليكم، كيف سوف تتعاملون معها كون اوروبا سوق اساسي للحديد المصري؟ والسؤال الثاني، ابتداء من العام المقبل في رسوم اضافيه على الكربون، على الانبعاثات ايضا، كيف سوف تتعاملون معها؟
اولا
وباختصار لو سمحت.
بالنسبه للكربون، احنا مش علشان الاتحاد الاوروبي هيفرض ضريبه كربون، احنا لازم نروح للصناعات الخضراء علشان البيئه وعشان صحه اهلنا واولادنا وناسنا، وعشان نقدر ننافس بعد كده في كل الاسواق، مش الاسواق الاوروبيه بس، لازم يبقى عندنا صناعه خضراء. السوق الاوروبي هو زي ما انا بقول كده، احنا من حقنا نفرض رسوم حمايه عشان نحمي صناعتنا، فهو من حقه يفرض رسوم حمايه، ولكن المفروض تكون في الحدود المعقوله، وانت زي ما انت بتفرض عليا رسوم حمايه على صناعه معينه عشان تموتها لي او عشان تعطلها لي، فانا هفرض عليك رسوم حمايه ايضا. انت بتاخد مني النهارده الحديد تدخله في منتجات نهائيه، عربيات وغسالات وثلاجات واطبان وغيره. طب ما انت زي ما انت بتفرض عليا رسوم حمائيه في الخامه، الحديد الاصل، الحديد نفسه، البلت او المنتجات الوسيطه، ما انا هفرض عليك رسوم حمايه في سواء او ضريبه كربون في المنتج النهائي، فانا هعامله بالمثل. ولكن عايز اقول للمصنعين المصريين اللي بيتضرروا من الرسوم الحمائيه الزايده عن الحد، احنا بنساعدهم طبعا، ده دور الدوله ان هي تساند الصناعه بتاعتنا، ولكن عايز اقول له انت النهارده بتصدر عشان تجيب عمله. طب السوق المصري محتاج البضاعه بتاعتك، السوق المصري محتاج البضاعه بتاعتك، اديها للسوق المصري، هتوفر ان انا استورد المنتج التام بتاعها من الخارج، يبقى الدوله كدوله استفادت. انا لو وفرت لك، انت بتصدر عشان ايه؟ عشان تجيب مواد خام، تستورد اللي احنا لسه من شويه قلنا ان عندنا نقص فيها، او تحافظ على الاسواق عشان لازم يبقى لنا تواجد في الوسائل العالميه ونصدر اللي هيبقى اكتر من احتياجاتنا. طب يبقى انا كده بدفع ايه؟ بدفع من عندي عمله صعبه في الخام فقط لو انا بستورده. طب لو انا استوردت المنتج التام، فانا بدفع عمله صعبه في المنتج التام اللي تقريبا الخام ممكن فيها يبقى ب 50 60%. فاحنا زي ما بندي لنفسنا الحق فالناس لها الحق، ولكن في إجراءات وفي قوانين دولية بتحكمنا كلنا، سواء مع أمريكا، سواء مع الاتحاد الأوروبي، سواء مع أي حاجة.
شكرا. معالي الوزير، سؤال أخير معالي الوزير فيما يتعلق يعني إنتاج الحديد المنخفض الانبعاثات، لأن المملكة في مراكز متقدمة بهذا الموضوع، الرابعة عالميا، ما هي آفاق النمو بهذا القطاع تحديدا؟
باختصار النمو هو في هذا الاتجاه. أي اليوم استثمارات جديدة ستكون في هذا الاتجاه، وأي مستثمر اليوم هو يستثمر في تقنيات قابلة على التحول وتتعامل مع هذا الموضوع كجزء أساسي من بناء المشروع.
والاستثمارات سوف تكون أجنبية؟ الخبرات والاستثمارات سوف تكون أجنبية؟
البلد مفتوح للاستثمار الأجنبي والاستثمار المحلي. نحن نرحب بكافة المستثمرين، لكل يعني السوق السعودي مفتوح للجميع في هذا القطاع، واليوم لدينا استثمارات أجنبية مهتمة بالقطاع. نعتقد أيضا أنه بعض الاستثمارات الأجنبية قد تكون لها إضافة للمشاريع بانطلاقا من خبرتهم إلى الأسواق التي يغطونها، التقنيات التي يستخدمونها. فنحن منفتحين للمستثمر المحلي والأجنبي، ولكن حاليا لدينا يعني عدد من المشاريع التي ندرسها، وبإذن الله ترى النور قريبا.
وخاصة نحن بانتظار بداية تصنيع من مشروع باوستيل والبي اي اف وارامكو. شكرا جزيلا، للأسف وقتنا انتهى. شكرا لمشاركتكم هذه الرؤى القيمة، وشكرا لحضوركم معنا.
أيها الحضور الكريم، يشار إلى منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا بوصفها مراكز مستقبلية لصناعة الصلب منخفضة الانبعاثات، لكنها ليست بمنأى عن تحديات صناعة الصلب العالمية الراهنة. ففائض الطاقة الإنتاجية والصادرات الصينية المتواصلة يضغطان على الهوامش حول العالم، فيما زادت الرسوم الجمركية المخاوف من تحول مسارات التجارة. أما الآن فمع جلسة نقاش تحت عنوان كيف يهيئ الشرق الأوسط نفسه وسط الاضطرابات العالمية. ونذكركم أن الجلسة القادمة ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية، لذلك يمكنكم استخدام السماعات للترجمة. سيدير جلسة النقاش السيد آدم سميث، المحرر العالمي في كالانيش كوموديتيز. Mr. Smith, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I am Adam Smith, the Global Editor at Kalanish, Program Partner for this conference. We're going now to have the first panel, large panel discussion of the conference, titled How the Middle East is Positioning Itself for Growth Amid Global Turbulence. We've got some of the Middle Eastern steel industry's biggest names here today to discuss the key challenges and opportunities for steel in the region, including, importantly, how industry can be supported by policy. Saudi Arabia and Egypt were just singled out this week by World Steel as growth drivers for global steel demand next year. So there are certainly opportunities ahead. I will introduce each speaker one by one to come and sit on the stage, please. And in the order that I call you out, please sit from me down to the end of the stage. So I'm sure you'll agree these gentlemen need no introduction, but I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Abdul Qadir Al Mubarak, Chief Executive of Hadid. Engineer Ahmed Ez, Chairman Arab Iron and Steel Union and Ez Steel. Mr. Mashari Al Judaimi, Chairman Fulat Holding. Mr. Abdallah Al Tali, Vice President of Industrial Investment Saudi Aramco and Chairman Bab Al Her. And Engineer Turki Abdurrahman Al Babtain, Deputy Minister for Mining Development. So just a few housekeeping rules before we get going. There is an opportunity as members of the audience to ask questions to our esteemed panelists. To do this, simply scan the QR code that appears over there on the screen, and to ask your question using Slido at any time during the session. And we will endeavor to convey it to our panelists during the discussion. We will also aim to run a poll during the session using a different QR code. So please do get involved. We want to hear your voices heard. The poll question will come up during the session when I cue it. You can scan the QR code and you can participate in answering the poll. As a final reminder, this session will be conducted in English, so if you require a headset, please do go and get this now. So, we have about 1 hour in this session. There's a lot to get through, a lot of topics to discuss, as you can imagine. So I'd like to please remind my panelists to keep your answers as concise as possible, so everybody gets a chance to speak, and the rest of the program is also on schedule later. I would like to start with Mr. Abdul Qadir Al Mubarak. Could you tell me, how does Hadid plan to utilize its role in Saudi Arabia's new national steel champion?
Okay. Hadid is, as a national champion leader in this industry, taking in their shoulders this responsibility, and as His Excellency Mr. Bandar Al Khrayef highlight about the steel strategy and how that's important, Hadid focusing was of all the value added products to be added to the industry instead of importing those products. So Hadid study all the opportunity, all the potential products imported today to Saudi Arabia to be produced in Hadid. And alhamdulillah, so far the plan and the study and commitment from Hadid align with the industrial ministry on Asbir the plan and little bit ahead the plan. We are expecting the project, the starting of this expansion on 2026, inshallah, to cover most of the required and potential import material to be produced in Saudi. And what we are today focusing and trying to achieve, that's those products to be a little bit ahead from the demand in some of those products, for example, the automotive and other products, but the rest of the products to cover the need of the kingdom and the import today. And not only that, also Hadid take as a social responsibility to also to be a leader from all perspectives, like for example, to the support the industry by, for example, we have signing an MOU with the Bow Steel to be Hadid like a training center for Bow Steel in the future. When they start all the manpower and workforces, Hadid give the full commitment to be like a training center for Bow Steel as a newcomer to the market. And this is just to give you a quick highlight. And as you highlighted, please make it short. These questions will take a lot if we are talking about the role of Hadid and Blaze as a national champion.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the expansion project you mentioned would start construction in 26, you said, 2026, right?
Inshallah.
Inshallah, is that for the hot strip mill investment? Or?
Yes, it is hot strip mills with a starting capacity 2.
Flat steel demand in the region is expected to increase with new end user sectors that will consume steel, which we will come to later on in more detail. Just before we go to the other steel makers, I would like, if I may, to give Deputy Minister Al-Babtain an opportunity to explain from a policy perspective, to set the policy scene, and to tell us a little bit about how the national programs in Saudi Arabia are stimulating steel demand.
Thank you, Adam, and it's a great pleasure to be in this panel. Maybe I would start by highlighting the strategic context of the steel sector in Saudi Arabia. So steel is a major component of our mining and metal sector under Vision 2030, which has been identified as the third pillar of the Saudi industry after oil and gas and petrochemical. And our goal from the mining and metal sector perspective is to position the steel as the foundation of a fully integrated industrial ecosystem. So if we look at Saudi Arabia's steel consumption, it will grow from 16 million tons in 2024 to around 24 to 26 million tons by 2040, ranking us among the top consumer globally. This growth is going to be driven by Vision 2030 and its national programs, which is creating structurally unprecedented demand super cycle that is expected to last well over a decade. The NIS is driving diversification into 12 priority sectors, including automotive, renewable, machinery, and defense. This will shift demand product mix toward high value added specialized flat steel products, reflecting increased demand from manufacturing relative to traditional construction. Also, the unique design of some of the giga projects like the line in Neom, Al Muka'ab, requires high complexity of steel structure that exceeds standard regional requirements. So these national programs are not just stimulating the demand, they are recalibrating the scale and complexity of local market consumptions, which is creating a strong pipeline of opportunity for steelmakers.
Thank you. I would like to just remind my panelists, I'm going to go through you one by one, and then afterwards, if anybody does want to jump in because they have something to add to a comment which has been made, then please feel free to jump in. This is an interactive discussion. Mr. Ahmedez, I'd like to turn to you and ask you for your view on the prospects for Egyptian economic growth and steel production. How do you view that?
Well, there's a huge potential of growth in general in Egypt. And Egypt is poised for growth, not only in steel, but is poised for very high GDP growth levels that we may not have seen in the last 3 decades. Because there have been massive investments in infrastructure that may lead to major investments both in not only in steel, but in other sectors of the economy. So one would be very optimistic about Egyptian growth prospects in general. Now on steel, I look at all of these huge investment projects that are all very exciting, but I'd always take them with a grain of salt. Let us not forget, gentlemen, that there's a surplus global capacity of 600 million tons of steel. When I started in this steel business, the total global steel capacity was 600 million tons. Today, the surplus steel capacity in the world is 600 million tons. And China is not the only culprit. The Arab world last year produced 40 million tons. It has a capacity of upwards of 75 million tons. And there's surplus capacity almost in every country of the Arab world. So we need to be extremely careful about investments for the future, especially with an export growth-based model no longer valid. The countries that have wrote the rules on free trade in the world, that have wrote that book, have thrown away the book and are now setting barriers day in, day out. It would be impossible for any newcomer or old steel player to today export to the United States, to export to Europe, to export to Brazil, to export to many countries of Southeast Asia. So our growth would be homegrown. And as I mentioned, and I'm excited, as has been mentioned, and I'm excited about that, we're looking into upstream projects, integrating more, looking at higher value-added products that would cater to a growing consumption rather than attempting to export to the world. And Egypt is geared towards that. Egypt, as almost every single major Arab producer, Algeria, Libya, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and I'm without any particular preference, but there are inbuilt global capacities everywhere, and one has to just poise for growth within the growth capabilities of demand of the home country everywhere. So we expect demand to grow at 7-8% a year in steel. This would take about 5-6 years to meet our current capacities, but investments in the upstream, in pelletizing, in direct reduction are welcome, as well as complementing certain products of steel that are still being imported.
So you think the focus should be on upstream investment, on securing raw materials, rather than increasing more steel-making capacity?
It now costs about $1 billion to produce in an integrated form from iron ore to finished product, say 1.5–2 million tons of steel. And one has to be very careful about these investments. again, the whole world is talking about a global surplus capacity, and rather than, I'm talking in general, outside any particular country or any particular region, but in general, I think the main challenges facing the steel industry are a surplus capacity that forces steel producers to look inwardly rather than outwardly, poised for growth in their home economies, help their governments, work closely with their governments because of other reasons, because growth is good in industry, because growth is good in infrastructure and in housing. When these two major users of steel grow in a sustained way, there is a future for Arab steel. And I close by stating that in the last 20 years, Arab steel has grown at almost half the growth rates of the world on average. We're still low per capita consumers of steel, and that is the good news, meaning we still have way to go to meet at least the average global consumption of steel. We have still not seen the phases of steel-intensive growth where in a sustained manner, 10, 15 years, Arab steel grows at, whichever country we're talking about, grows at a sustained 10, 15%, as we've seen in other parts of the world. This should be taken as good news, as a call for optimism rather than the reverse.
Thank you. And you mentioned, yes, I mean, overcapacity is a big issue. 600 million tons, you mentioned. The OECD forecast that to rise to over 700 million tons in 2027. So the issue is forecast to worsen before it gets better. I would like to turn now to Mr. Al-Judaimi. We just spoke about raw material, security of raw material supply, investment into upstream capacities. How can Middle East steelmakers ensure they secure the raw material requirement they need amid forecasted shortages of high-grade iron ore?
Thank you. Thank you. At present, high-grade material is in a balanced supply and demand. Each pelletizer, in this case, a raw material converter or a processor, uses certain strategies to secure supply of high-grade raw material needed for Gulf and Middle Eastern producers. At Bahrain Steel, the pelletizing arm of Fulad, we use strategies of sourcing from various supplies, from various mines. We use blending as a strategy that allows us to reach an optimal product specs and allows us to reduce sourcing risk. But in general, at present, high-grade material is in a balanced supply and demand.
Thank you. And we've been talking about new investments in Saudi Arabia, about flat steel investments. And we have Mr. Al-Tali here, who can tell us a little bit about a very, very significant flat steel investment happening in Saudi Arabia. And it is a product which is not made here, but there is demand for it, so the market is there. How did Aramco, as an energy company, what's the rationale behind pursuing this steel plate manufacturing plant in the kingdom? Can you elaborate on the strategic rationale?
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. Thank you very much to His Excellency the Minister for pointing out the value the kingdom is creating in specialty steel industry. Aramco initiated the heavy steel plate investment, not as a coincidence, but actually was a very careful strategy that emerged from the high spend of this material in the kingdom, and almost 100% of it is imported. It came as an initiative from Aramco because it was very essential for the local content score. It will increase the overall local content of the company by more than 6% from one project, simply because this strategic material feeds into the nerves of the industrial system in the kingdom, primarily for Aramco supply chain. So most of our suppliers and most of our projects are buying heavy plates from out of the kingdom, and therefore we created the idea to attract this investment. Luckily, after careful selection by browsing through the global leaders, we were lucky to partner with the world leader Bao Steel of China, and also supported by the big investment fund, public investment fund. This investment was very fortunate to get the attention of His Excellency the Minister and his great team in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, supported by other ministries. And also, we were lucky to be in the attention of the National Steel strategy as a pillar to this strategy. The project will increase the supply chain resilience for Aramco, will make this product local, will also increase the local content like I mentioned. It has a great impact to the GDP. It will create a lot of jobs, and it serves overall the Vision 2030 objectives. That's all.
Thank you. Can you tell us what type of government support is being provided to the project? And since we have the Deputy Minister next to you, I will also like to ask you, following, what support you are providing for these kind of projects. So, Mr. Atali.
The project has received the full support of the Ministry of Energy through gas allocation, and energy cost to this project as an energy-intensive project is very crucial for profitability and cost of production. So that was already approved by the Ministry of Energy. The project also received land allocation from the Royal Commission, a prime land that's well developed and close to the sea. The project also received approval from Mawani for berth land. Also, the project was supported by the National Incentive Committee through the Ministry of Investment and the Sharik program with a huge incentive package, fiscal, financial, and regulatory incentive. The project is also located in the Special Economic Zone of Ras Al Khair, and therefore the government is actually putting its well-coordinated efforts between all government stakeholders to make this a true national champion of steel production in the kingdom, which will serve the region and serve the kingdom market. The project will also produce 1.5 million ton of heavy plates. It will produce excess DRI for the local market. It will replace all the imports of steel plates. The size of the plant will satisfy the entire local market demand, and will also export some of its products to the region and beyond.
Thank you. And now a similar question to the Deputy Minister. What are Saudi authorities doing to support steel makers to position themselves for demand from new end-use sectors, such as similar to this one?
Thank you. So I think steel makers now are strategically aligning with the localization targets of the NIS and the Giga projects into, especially in high value added steel products. The new sectors, as I mentioned, like the automotive, the renewable, as well as the packaging, are reshaping the demand in Saudi Arabia, with almost 25% of the steel consumption in 2045 is expected to come from these industries. So we see a trend of backward integration. For example, packaging companies are moving upstream, while also steel makers themselves are backward integrated into raw materials such as iron ore pellet to enhance competitiveness and also ensure supply chain security. Producers are also leveraging, to your questions, Adam, they are leveraging Saudi Arabia's competitive ecosystem, including SIDF financing and competitive utility cost, as well as infrastructure to serve local demand and compete globally. We're also seeing a focus on application-specific product development. So in working or having strong relation with end users, steelmakers in the kingdom are able to create competitive solutions tailored to their specific needs. For example, Hadid, flat steel to serve the automotive sector while continuing to serve the construction industry. Also, Al Wataniya focus on template to support the growing packaging industry in the kingdom. Sustainability is also another key area where Saudi Arabia steel players are ahead. So KSA steel producers are already at the low end of the global carbon curve because of the use of natural gas and DRI, as well as the low carbon grid relatively. And this advantage will help steel makers to produce products with low carbon footprint that aligns also with the global shift towards cleaner supply chain.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll come in a minute to speak a little bit more about low emission steel production. But since we're on the topic of Saudi demand, both present and future, I'd like to ask Mr. Al-Mubarak, how does Hadid view? I mean, there's been obviously a global economic slowdown in the last few years, which has affected all regions, including the GCC, including Saudi Arabia. It's impacted steel demand. How do you view the steel demand growth prospects in Saudi Arabia going forward, including for new sectors of the economy which are developing?
Okay. This is a very important point to be highlighted. If we take the demand in Saudi Arabia, alhamdulillah, the demand in Saudi Arabia in a growth. If we are talking about this year, for example, we are expecting the growth in demand in the steel sectors from 8 to 7%, from 7 to 8%. We are expecting the demand for next year, 25 and 26. The growth of demand expected from also 9 to 10 will be better from this year. That's led by two main factors. The first, what's behind the growth in the demand, the focus in the strategic projects and the sustainability in those projects of having a stable demands for coming years. The second thing, if we talk about the Saudi from population perspective, it is classified as a young generation, and the percentage of the growth in Saudi is around 4%. So all those supporting the demand in Saudi Arabia, and we expect, inshallah, that will be sustainable. Also, if we take it from the GDP perspective, the growth of the GDP expected this year is from 3.6 to 3.9. All those factors are supporting the demand in Saudi Arabia. And as His Excellency highlighted about the gap between the demand and supply, which is about steel, Hadid, and expected coming new project, covering those gaps, bi'idhnillah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'd just like to remind the audience, you can ask questions if you wish using the QR code is gone now, but it was So it's behind me there, the QR code. Please feel free to ask questions. We have one already from the audience. We've already discussed this in a little bit of detail, but maybe I can pose it. I'm sure there'll be some takers. To what extent is the Middle Eastern steel industry going to benefit from the development of downstream industries, such as construction, automotive? We can add shipbuilding there, we can add defense there, possibly also white goods. Anybody would like to take this question? Yes, please, Mr. Al-Tali.
There is a huge industry created downstream in the kingdom, primarily in maritime industry and shipbuilding. This industry is going to benefit a lot from the upstream production of steel, like flat steel I mentioned. There is a backward integration with the steel production that will benefit all of these industries. They will be relying entirely on this local source of upstream steel production for them to be able to manufacture in the kingdom.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please.
In our steel making arm in Fulad, our steel making arm is Sulb. We produce various sizes of sections that cater to steel structure buildings, which we see evolving and growing in the Middle East. So we're ready to cater to that sector of construction, and of course in our palletizing arm, we're a producer and supplier of most major steel producers in the Middle East. So we're ready from that angle.
Thank you. I'll take this opportunity to run the poll. If the team could bring up the poll quickly. If we could run that just to sort of interject into the discussion slightly and get your opinions in the audience. There is another QR code for participating in the poll, which should come up at some point. I'm not sure where, but you'll need this QR code in order to actually vote in the poll. So you'll see the question very shortly. Now, there you go. So the QR code is here. So please scan it. And the question is, what will be the most important factor impacting the Middle East steel market in 2026? You're all invited to vote in this, the entire audience. Will it be Chinese exports, raw material supply, US tariffs, energy prices, or other? There should be an other there as well somewhere. There may be other legitimate factors which are not mentioned, which will have a major impact next year. So if you'd just like to scan and vote, it takes 2 seconds. I will give you just a few seconds to do this so we have enough numbers in the room voting, and then I'm going to we're going to see the results of the question and see if our panelists agree or strongly disagree and have something to say about this. So we're just waiting a few more seconds. We've got the votes are increasing. We'll just wait until we have a little bit more. It only takes a few seconds for you to do this, and it will give us an idea of what your view is in the room, which is also important. So here we go. Let's see. Okay, so I mean we can do a live result, so to speak, a live analysis. We've got over 50 of you have voted so far, so it's a nice number. It looks like Chinese exports is top of the list. Most of you think this will have the main impact. It's followed by raw material supply, energy prices, US tariffs, which leads me on to my next question very nicely, actually. Thank you, audience, for that. Mr. Ez, you spoke about an oversupply, a supply glut of steel globally. 700 million tons in a couple of years, it's forecast to be. And China has increased exports significantly in the last couple of years. Asian exports in general have grown, but the number of markets that you can supply steel to is shrinking because they are closing their doors. US tariffs, the EU last week announced a new trade measure proposal. Various countries around the world are filing anti-dumping investigations. Do you think what do you think the scope is for the or how, let's put it this way, how has the MENA, the Middle East and North Africa steel industry, dealt with the fallout of this excess supply, increased exports from China, and what is the scope for MENA to use more trade defense measures against overcapacity?
I need to give some context and background. In 1980, a basic Mercedes-Benz car would have been sold for $10,000. It has half a ton of steel. Today, that same Mercedes-Benz car, fast forward 40 plus years, would be sold at $65,000. That's a 650% increase. If you take shipbuilding, which is a major consumer of steel, your bread and butter of bulk trade, a Panamax size cargo vessel, would have cost about $15 million to build. It has a 6,000 tons lightweight of steel. Today it would cost you about $45 to $50 million. Now, just to provide context, I have contracts where I bought steel at $350 and $360 per ton in 1979, 1980. I was the buyer. Today, one importer in Saudi Arabia or in Egypt or in some other MENA country can import that same ton of steel at $470 as per fast markets or $480. That's a 30% increase. So the effect of that global surplus of steel is clear and evident. And I would call on all Arab governments to discuss, especially trade ministers, to talk together about not a common Arab trade policy, but some direction of a trade policy that looks at what is happening in the world. We cannot be the only region in the world that is not protecting its steel industry. And it is not about setting policies against a consumer or with that sector or against that sector. Trade remedies are not a form of protectionism. They are a tool to bring back trade to fair trade. If a trade minister sets an anti-dumping duty on an imported ton of steel, he's basically telling that exporter to his country, you have to sell steel to us at the same prices that you sell in your local market. Do not export your problem to us, export your product. And let your efficiency appear. If a country is subsidizing a ton of steel to the extent of $100 in direct, indirect, highly opaque subsidies, as is evident with, for example, China, a country like Egypt and its steel industry that doesn't take a cent of subsidy whatsoever, as it should be, because that is the way it will be sustainable, cannot compete with that exporter from China. When you look at WTO measures, there are, Excellencies, 630 trade measures on steel alone taken in different parts of the world. The vast majority of that, almost 20% of that, is in the United States. And that is besides President Trump's 50% tariffs. So there are anti-dumping investigations, safeguards investigations, countervailing, meaning anti-subsidy investigations in the United States. And I have a message here. One of the major sources of these investigations is being allied with China or linked to China. Let me give an example. We are, as Steel, being investigated with the US Department of Commerce on a vague fact of China having provided G2G loan, and therefore we would be indirectly beneficiaries of some subsidy one way or the other. And one has to be wary of being accused as being an accomplice to trade deviation, meaning what are we accused of when an investigation is set against us in the EU or in the United States or in Brazil or in Thailand, and the list goes on. These are very real cases. We're being accused of being a dumping ground of the world, and therefore we are forced, because of trade deviation, to force our products onto the world, because we are not protecting our markets the way the whole world is protecting theirs. My conclusion is, trade protection has little to do with inefficiency. Arab steel is efficient. Saudi steel is very efficient. Saudi has a great company in Hadid. It has always had excellent management. By using direct reduction as our stream of production, we are already, in terms of clean steel, at 60% of where the rest of the world would want to start at to produce green steel. So it has little to do with inefficiency, but it has to do with dealing with the world the way it deals with us. Not because we're inefficient, not because we are unable to compete, but because we want fair trade. This is the message I would give to every single Arab government, and maybe Egypt has taken the lead on that by imposing anti-dumping and safeguards measures of late. It has an experience in that it should share with other Arab governments.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm sure steel makers in many other regions have feel the same way. Would anyone else like to jump in on that? Mr. Al-Judaimi, what do you think is the scope for increased trade defense measures in the region? Do you think we'll see more of them? Is it going to happen?
Well, I second Mr. Izz's point, and I appreciate His Excellency's Mr. Al-Khrayif point. We don't want protection that make industries grow fat and lazy, yet we want protection from unfair dumping that we face every now and then when markets elsewhere become slower. So we do need a protection, but only from dumping in this case.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. So we have a lot of audience questions coming in. Let's see. We had one about actually there seems to be a lot of interest in raw materials, which is fair enough. You know, we need to ensure raw material security, supply security, to feed the steel-making capacity expansions in the region, and also as we have a growing, or the scarcity of raw materials becomes more apparent, with scrap becoming a scarce commodity going forward amid decarbonization investments, and high-grade iron ore grade quality depleting around the world. So that's going to be an issue. So to our steelmakers, on the panel, how can we ensure, and what are we doing to ensure that we have this raw material supply security? What are we agreeing partnerships with suppliers? Are we making investments into upstream capacity? I'll put that to all of the producers on the panel.
I would like to start on this concern or questions. But I would like just first to give a highlight about my brother, Mr. Ahmed, what he highlight about the efficiency in Saudi Arabia. Alhamdulillah, the steel industry in Saudi Arabia reached a great level of efficiency, but I would like also to highlight a lesson I got it from His Excellency 4 years ago or 5 years ago when we were even asking about the government support, and he was standing and saying, listen, improve your efficiency, focus in your processes, focus in your check your level comparing with the benchmark, then come ask about anything else. And we take his words at that time, and also they add to that, they made initiative of the automation and the transformation as an initiative from the industrial ministry, and was a great program, was educating the industry how to improve from efficiency perspective. So why I'm focusing here, because in a state of complaining from China, putting the others' problem, let's solve our problems first, then starting to get the other subject. Addition to that, the important subject, the raw material supply, securing the raw material. This is one of the very important things, and this is what Hadid today as a national champion focusing on it, to focus in the upstream, securing the raw material, focusing in the full supply chain. So this is only the way how you can compete in the future in the difficult time coming for the steel industry. Focusing raw material, efficiency, value-added products. Those the foundation of any success or for any steel company. I don't want to take long.
Thank you, that's perfect. That's a very good guidance to end on, because I've just been informed we have to finish the session, unfortunately, slightly early. So I would like to thank my speakers, Mr. Abdul Qadir Al Mubarak, Mr. Ahmed Ez, Mr. Mashari Al Judaimi, Mr. Abdullah Al Tali, and Turki Abdul Rahman Al Babtain for a fascinating discussion. Please show your appreciation, everybody. Thank you.
أيها الحضور الكريم، يتفضل معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية الأستاذ بندر بن إبراهيم الخريف ومعالي نائب رئيس الوزراء للتنمية الصناعية وزير الصناعة والنقل لجمهورية مصر العربية الفريق كامل الوزير بافتتاح المعرض المصاحب للمؤتمر، مع فترة استراحة وغداء لمدة ساعة، ثم نواصل معكم الجلسات. لذلك نرجو منكم التكرم بالتواجد في أماكنكم قبل بدء الجلسة في تمام الساعة 1:30. شكرا لكم.
industry's performance. If you would like to start making your way into the room now, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to start making your way into the plenary theatre, we have an MOU signing between Quaker Horton and Petrolube, as well as an address from Petrolube Chief Executive Officer Salman Sadat, exploring the strategic alliance to elevate the steel industry performance. Thank you very much.
أيها الحضور الكريم، أما الآن فمع كلمة بعنوان تحالف استراتيجي للارتقاء بأداء صناعة الحديد والصلب مع السيد سلمان سعادات الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة بترولوب، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guests, industry colleagues, and partners. It's an honor to be here before you at the Saudi International Iron and Steel Conference. It's a gathering that reflects the ambition, the strength, and innovation driving the steel and metal sector across the kingdom and beyond. Saudi Arabia is not building infrastructure alone, it's also building a future. One which is forged in steel, powered by technology, and guided by sustainability. And today, I'm proud to share a major step forward in that journey. What we are announcing today is a strategic alliance between Petrolube, which is a trusted name through our Petromin brands in the industrial lubrication across GCC and beyond, and Quaker Houghton, which is a global leader in metalworking fluid technology. And this partnership is more than a handshake. It is a transformation which is focused on providing solutions and technology to the market here. Petrolube brings a decade of regional experience and expertise, a reach to the market, a robust route to market, and deep relationship with the manufacturing sector in the kingdom. Quaker Houghton, on the other hand, contributes unmatched global experience, cutting-edge R&D, and portfolio of high-performance fluids which are used world over. Together, we are redefining how the steel and metal industries are being served in the kingdom, not just fluids, but with fluid management and solutions. The traditional way of fluid supply is outdated. It's reactive and it's fragmented, and often disconnected with the operational goals of the manufacturers, especially the steel producers. Our alliance will shift that paradigm. When we move towards the future, we are moving the product delivery to performance delivery. What does this mean? What this means is there are higher yields, better service quality, longer tool life, reduced maintenance downtimes, and of course, low energy and consumption and lower waste, which are also tied to the kingdom's goals of sustainability. Quaker Houghton's technology leadership is built over 150 years of innovation. Their fluids are trusted in 25 countries, from automotive stamping in Germany to hot rolling mills in Korea. Petrolube, with our Petromin brand, meanwhile, is deeply embedded in the kingdom and in the region. We understand the operational realities of steel plants. In the kingdom, we know the climate, the workforce, the regulatory environment, and the pace of industrial growth. By combining both these teams, we have strong confidence that we have a solution that's not just best in class, but also best fit for the kingdom, the Middle East, and Africa. Quaker Houghton's technology leadership is built in innovation. And the fluids that are being manufactured in specialized plants are building towards a concept which we believe will define the next decade. And that concept is around fluid management as a service. So this is not a product, it's a partnership. It's a partnership where there is monitoring, optimization, and maintenance of fluid system in real time, where Data analytics are being used to predict performance, prevent failures, and fine-tune the operational excellence goals. The result of all of this for the industry is reduced total cost of ownership, minimized downtime, improved manufacturing efficiency, and measurable gains in product quality. This proven approach will be made available here in the Kingdom. As for sustainability, it's no longer optional. It's a mandate for the Kingdom, for Petrolube, and I know it's part of the ethos of Quaker Houghton. Our alliance therefore supports Vision 2030 by helping steel producers reduce their environmental footprint through less fluid waste, longer tool life, and better thermal control. As we bring the partnerships to execution, we are aiming to achieve efficiency and resilience. And therefore, we invite you to partner with us so that we can better understand your challenges. We can co-engineer solutions that deliver real and measurable value. And for the policies and regulators, we will continue to seek your support in innovation, in fluid management, and encouragement in partnerships that are focused on sustainability and operational efficiency goals as defined in the vision for 2030. So let's raise the bar and let's move from supply to partnership. This alliance between Petrolube and Quaker Houghton is not a business decision only. It is a commitment to the future of regional steel and metal industry that both companies are making today. So a future that is smarter, it is cleaner, and it is more productive. Thank you for your time and your trust and your partnership. Thank you very much.
أعزائنا الحضور، والآن مع توقيع التحالف الاستراتيجي بين شركة بترولوب وشركة كويكر هوتن، وليتفضل ممثل هذه الشركة السيد جي وات بيجلاني نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للقطاعات المتخصصة عالمياً.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The afternoon plenary session is about to begin. We will be kicking off with a fireside chat between Engineer Matar Al-Harthi, the Executive Vice President for Minerals and Metals at the National Industrial Development Centre, or NIDC, and Mr. Mohammed Al-Jaber, the Economic Advisor for the National Committee for the Steel Industry. They're going to be discussing a Steel Beyond Strength, unlocking value and building the kingdom's industrial future. If you would like to start making your way into the room, we are ready to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon plenary session at the 3rd Saudi International Iron and Steel Conference is about to begin. We will be beginning with a fireside chat between Engineer Matar Al-Harthi, the Executive Vice President for the Minerals and Metals at the National Industrial Development Centre, and his moderator will be Mohammed Al-Jaber, the Economic Advisor for the National Committee for the Steel Industry. They are going to be discussing Steel Beyond Strength, unlocking value and building the kingdom's industrial future. If you'd like to start making your way into the plenary theatre, we are ready to begin. Thank you.
أيها الحضور الكريم، نرحب بكم من جديد ونسعد بتشريفكم. والآن مع جلسة تستعرض كيف توحد المملكة التعدين والطاقة واللوجستيات وتنمية الطلب التحويلي لربط سلسلة قيمة الصلب كاملة وفق استراتيجية المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية من الشراكات والاستثمار إلى تنمية المهارات وتوسيع الطاقات الإنتاجية. أما الآن فمع هذه الجلسة والتي هي بعنوان فولاذ يتجاوز القوة، إطلاق القيمة وبناء مستقبل الصناعة في المملكة. ولكن قبل بدء الجلسة لنشاهد هذا العرض المرئي الذي يحكي مسيرة تطور ونجاح.
منذ فجر الحضارات كانت الأرض السعودية مهد العزم، حيث الرمال تروي قصة البناء والتعمير، والأحلام تمتزج بواقع رحلة تشييد مستمرة. الحديد رابع العناصر الأكثر شيوعاً في قشرة الأرض، وبلا شك هو المعدن الأكثر استخداماً في العالم. 5 عقود وأكثر ومملكتنا بصناعة الحديد تعتز وتفخر، ومصانع تذيب الحديد وتصهر. الحديد عنصر يتم إعادة تدويره بصورة لا نهائية وبنسبة تصل إلى حوالي 100% دون أن يفقد أي من خصائصه. و45 مصنعاً تشكل الطاقة الإنتاجية لصناعة الحديد بالمملكة، تنتج أكثر من 16 مليون طن بالسنة. إذ يمثل الحديد عصب الإعمار في الأرض، اعتباراً من وضعه كركيزة لمرافق الطاقة التي تضيء شوارعنا، وقلب المعدات والآلات التي تحرك عجلة الإنتاج في اقتصادنا. وينطلق الحديد بقوة في صناعة السيارات، ويعانق الأمواج بصلابة في بناء السفن الشامخة، ويقف شامخاً كدرع صلد للصناعات العسكرية، حامياً وحارساً لأرضنا براً وجواً وبحراً. وهنا في السعودية تمثل صناعة الحديد رؤية تعانق السماء، تتحول التحديات إلى دوافع للابتكار والتميز. نواصل مسيرة البناء وفق رؤية السعودية 2030، وتستمر رحلة النمو الصناعي بدعم حكومي سخي يرسخ لهدف الاستدامة والتطور. رحلة إنجازات لعبت فيها وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية ممثلة في المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية دور الداعم والممكن، بدراسات شاملة لهذا القطاع التنموي وتطوير سياساته وتنظيماته. فتم بناء الخطة الوطنية لهيكلة قطاع الحديد والصلب بالمملكة وتحديد فرص إنتاج جديدة، إضافة إلى وضع خطة النهوض بالمصانع القائمة لرفع كفاءة التشغيل والاستغلال للموارد المتاحة وتلبية الحاجات المستقبلية. وتتواصل الجهود دعماً لهذا القطاع لضمان الاستمرارية والتنافسية على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، بناءً على 41 ممكناً كجسور داعمة يعبر بها القطاع لتحقيق أثر اقتصادي جلي في التنمية الوطنية. وعلى خطى التكامل وتعزيز القدرات الوطنية، شهد العام 2021 فصول رؤية متقدة باندماج شركة أرسيلور ميتال مع شركة جيسكو اللتان تنتجان أنابيب الصلب غير الملحومة. وتبرز الاستدامة في مبادرة تطوير المصانع التي تستخدم تقنية أفران الحث الكهربائي لرسم معالم عصر جديد يتفق مع المعايير البيئية والسلامة الصناعية وجودة المنتجات. في عام 2023 وجهت بوصلة التحالفات نحو مستقبل مزدهر بتوقيع اتفاقية شراكة تجمع باو ستيل الصينية بصندوق الاستثمارات العامة وأرامكو السعودية لمشروع طموح برأس الخير ينتج 1.5 مليون طن سنوياً من صفائح الصلب الثقيلة. وفي سبتمبر 2023 شهدت الساحة الصناعية خطوة تاريخية قام بها صندوق الاستثمارات العامة بالاستحواذ على شركة حديد، لتتوهج الشركة السعودية الرائدة كنجم ساطع في سماء صناعة الحديد. وباستراتيجيتنا الصناعية ننقل العالم لأرض الفرص الاستثمارية. وتستمر المسيرة لإزاحة الستار عن مشاريع أخرى جديدة قيد التطوير لتعكس تميز الصناعة السعودية بحلة جديدة من الكفاءة والتقدم. ندعم الصناعة ونجذب الاستثمار.
أعزائنا الحضور، بعد قليل سوف تبدأ الجلسة إلى حين تجهيز المسرح بعد قليل. نعود لكم من جديد ونذكركم بعنوان الجلسة: فولاذ يتجاوز القوة، إطلاق القيمة وبناء مستقبل الصناعة في المملكة. يدير الجلسة سعادة الأستاذ محمد بن صالح الجبر، وهو مستشار اقتصادي مستقل لعدد من الشركات والجهات الصناعية، خبرة لأكثر من 30 عاماً في مجال صناعة الحديد والصلب، وكان رئيساً لشركة حديد ونائب لرئيس شركة سابك لقطاع المعادن، ثم نائب لرئيس الشرق الأوسط لشركة أرسيلور ميتل أكبر منتج للحديد في العالم، ثم الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة صلب في السعودية والبحرين. كان الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة جيسكو. السيد الجبر كان رئيس الاتحاد العربي للحديد والصلب، وكان عضو مجلس إدارة ألبا وجرمكو في البحرين، وهو حالياً مستشار لعدد من المنظمات والشركات الصناعية، وكان النائب السابق لرئيس اللجنة الوطنية للحديد المنبثقة من مجلس الغرف السعودية. فليتفضل سعادة الأستاذ محمد الجبر في إدارة جلسة الحوار مشكوراً، وأيضاً فليتفضل الضيف الأستاذ مطر بن عواض الحارثي نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لقطاع التعدين والمعادن، المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. أولا نرحب بكم الضيوف الأعزاء في هذه الجلسة الافتتاحية لوقت بعد الظهر. نتمنى أن تكون إن شاء الله الجلسة حوارية ذات قيمة مضافة للجميع بإذن الله تعالى. نذكر أن الجلسة ستكون باللغة العربية، فنأمل من المنظمين توفير الهيدفونز للترجمة حتى يتمكنوا الزملاء من سماع الترجمة من العربي إلى الإنجليزي. باسمكم جميعا نرحب بضيف هذا اللقاء الأستاذ مطر الحارثي، أستاذنا وحبيبنا وزميلنا وصديقنا من أيام حديد، والحمد لله نحن سعداء أنه تولى منصب جميل في المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية، وواثق جدا أن استراتيجيات الحديد التي انبثقت من المركز نابعة من فعلا وضع استراتيجي مهم. لا نريد أن نطيل عليكم، لكن تسمح لي أستاذ مطر، سوف يكون الحوار أسئلة وأجوبة، فسأطرح السؤال وبعدها إذا تفضلتم بالجواب عليه، وبعدها نحاور إن شاء الله في المواضيع هذه. الأسئلة اللي أمامي من الجهة المنظمة ومني شخصيا ومن بعض المختصين في صناعة الحديد والصلب، فحاولنا أن نلخصها. وصلني أكثر من 20 سؤال، لكن اتفقت أنا مع مطر أن احنا نختصرها إلى 10 أو 11 سؤال، وتكون إن شاء الله فيها فائدة للجميع، ومحاور النقاش حتكون حول الموضوع اللي تفضل والأخ عبد العزيز الجامع مشكورا من شركة حديد أشار إليه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السؤال أستاذ مطر، حدثنا عن دور المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية بصورة عامة، ومتى بدأ التفكير في إعداد خطة وطنية لهيكلة قطاع الحديد والصلب في المملكة العربية السعودية، وما هي الأهداف الرئيسية وما مستوى التقدم في إنجازات تلك الأهداف؟
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا أستاذ محمد أبو صالح، أشكر لكم حسن الاستضافة، وإن شاء الله نقدم ما يفيد أصحاب السعادة والحضور الكرام. الحديد زي ما يعرف الأغلب هو من أحد المنتجات الاستراتيجية، تدخل في كثير من التطبيقات الصناعية اللي موجودة في البلد. في وقت كانت الرؤية ترسم ليكون عندنا قطاعات كثيرة جدا زي قطاعات الغاز والنفط، زي مثلا صناعات السفن، مثل صناعات السيارات ومصانع الأجهزة الكهربائية. كان لابد يكون عندنا قطاع حيوي ومستدام قادر على أن يتعامل مع الصناعات الجديدة والتطبيقات الجديدة بحيوية. القطاع في ذاك الوقت أبو صالح، يعني خلينا نتكلم عن 2019، كان القطاع يعاني من أزمة مالية يعني خانقة مرت في أغلب الشركات. في شركات تقريبا أفلست، في شركات يعني قاربت على الإفلاس، يعني وبلغت الخسائر الموجودة في القطاع في ذاك الوقت تقريبا أكثر من 6 مليار ريال.
نعم صحيح.
يعني استطلاعا للأمر هذا كان لابد أن يكون عندنا خطة وطنية قادرة على التعامل مع التحديات اللي موجودة، وتكون الخطة هذه فيها مرونة بحيث أن نحقق مستهدفات قصيرة المدى، لأن عندنا شركات تعاني ما راح تنتظر 4 ولا 5 ولا 10 سنوات لحين تحسن ظروف السوق. وفي خطط لابد أنها تكون خطط طويلة ويكون فيها طموح بحيث أن احنا نلبي جميع احتياجات السوق والطلب المحلي. فبدينا الخطة تقريبا في عام 2019. أنا برجع على التحديات اللي كانت موجودة في ذاك الوقت واللي تفضلت وسألت عنه، وأعتقد أنه مهم جدا. يعني في ذاك الوقت كان عندنا تحديات كبيرة جدا، يمكن أغلب تحدي كان موجود اللي هو زيادة التوسع في السبلاي أو العرض أكثر من الطلب. يعني احنا لاحظنا في ذاك الفترة كان التوسع في العرض تقريبا 3 أضعاف أو 2.5 الطلب في نفس الفترة. فهذا يدلك أن كان في توسع كبير جدا، وخصوصا من المنتجات اللي كان ما لها يعني ذات قيمة عالية. هذا اللي بعد فترة صار عندنا تشوه في القطاع. صار عندنا الآن يعني في 2019 يعني 79% من حجم الطاقات الإنتاجية اللي موجودة في البلد كلها مخصصة للربار أو حديد التسليح، بينما أنك تجد في أغلب الدول العالمية النسبة هذه تقريبا تكون هي النسبة حقت الفلات برودكت أو مسطحات الصلب. فأنا عشان أكون دولة متقدمة ودولة صناعية لابد أن يكون عندي إنتاج المسطحات الصلب أعلى بكثير من إنتاجي للربار. طبعا في وقت من الأوقات كنا نحتاج أن يكون عندنا ربار وما زلنا ونحتاجه بكميات كبيرة، لكن التسارع اللي صار في السوق في ذاك الفترة هو اللي جعل الشركات تعاني وبعضها يعني تعرض للتوقف عن العمل، ما هو بسبب ضعف السوق، لأن احنا لاحظنا أن ضعف السوق تقريبا من عام 2014 إلى عام 2019 كان تقريبا 8% نزول، لكن كان تزايد المصانع وخصوصا المصانع الصغيرة والمتوسطة كان أكبر بكثير، وهذا هو اللي ضغط على السوق، ونزلت هوامش أرباح الشركات ونزلت حصصهم السوقية، وهذا دعا كثير من الشركات أنهم يعزون الإشكالية للسوق، بينما هي السوق كان تقريبا يعني النزول حقه بسيط، ولا أعتقد أنه هو كان السبب الرئيسي وراء المشكلة. فالفترة هذه مع التركيز على حديد التسليح، قلة المسطحات الصلب، نتج عنه زيادة كبيرة جدا في الواردات. يعني الواردات في عام 2014 كانت تقريبا 6 مليون طن، وأغلب الواردات في ذاك الوقت كانت تقريبا للمسطحات الصلب في عام 2014. ف6 مليون في عام 2014 كانت تعادل إنتاج يعني حديد مدة تقريبا 3 سنوات، حديد من ناحية المسطحات، لأن أغلب الاستيراد في ذاك الوقت كان مسطحات، مع تقريبا كان نسبة بسيطة من حديد التسليح. فكان هذه التحديات اللي موجودة نتج عنها ضعف إنتاجية المصانع، التحدي في إيجاد الكوادر السعودية المدربة والمؤهلة، ما كان عندنا وضوح جدا في رؤية السوق، ما كان في أحد يقدم دراسات متعمقة في السوق. فهذه كلها على بعض أدت إلى أن يكون عندي خلل هيكلي، أني لابد أن احنا يكون عندنا خطة وطنية لمعالجة هذا الخلل. طبعا بعد الاتفاق مع معالي الوزير في ذاك الوقت، أن بدلاً من تلبية المطالب اللي تقدموا فيها الشركات في ذاك الوقت، كانت أعتقد 17 مطلب، 17 مطلب اللي تقدموا فيها بعد التحليل اللي قمنا فيه، وجدنا أن القيمة الاقتصادية المحققة لو تم تحقيق هذه الطلبات أقل بكثير من الفائدة المرجوة، لا على مستوى الوطني ولا حتى على مستوى الشركات. فكان بتكون تقريباً يعني خسارة لو حنا لبينا هذه المطالب 17، والفائدة بتكون إما أنها فائدة يعني المدة قصيرة، أو أنها تكون غير ذات جدوى. والتحليل اللي طلعنا فيه أن التكلفة الاقتصادية أعلى بكثير، فكان لزام علينا أن نطلع بشيء مختلف تماماً، واللي طلعنا بأن يكون فيه هيكلة للقطاع. فأخذنا الإذن من معاليه أن ما راح نلبي فقط 17 مطلب، لكن احنا راح نقدم حل أشمل، وحل يخدم الشورت تيرم ويخدم اللونج تيرم، لأن احنا نبغى أن يكون الخطة خطة يعني مدروسة بعناية، بحيث أن التوصيات اللي موجودة فيها توصيات ينتفع فيها القطاع، سواء يعني خلال الفترة القصيرة ويخرج من المعاناة اللي هو فيها، أو في الفترة الطويلة. والحمد لله أني شرفت أيضا بقيادة الفريق، وكونا فريق الحمد لله كلهم كانوا يعني شباب سعوديين من الشركات المحلية، كان أغلبهم طبعا من شركة حديد، وباشرنا العمل في الخطة وأنجزنا الحمد لله خطة يعني كانت جميلة جدا، يعني من أكثر الخطط يعني دقة وعمق وتفصيل في القطاع. يمكن ما فيه حسب علمي قطاع درس بالعمق هذا وبالتفاصيل اللي موجودة فيه وخرجت توصيات مثل قطاع الحديد.
ممتاز.
والحمد لله أن يعني خرجنا تقريبا ب 41 توصية، يمكن كثير منها يعني لاحظتوه، كثير منها أنجز ولله الحمد منه، وكان لنا محددات في تحديد الخطة هذه. احنا ما نبغى أي خطة، نبغى خطة يعني بالفعل يعني تشمل الجميع، خطة يكون التأثير حقها سريع، ما ننتظر 10 سنوات الحين نحصل على الأثر، وأيضا أنها تشمل إعادة التوازن اللي موجود في السوق، الخلل الهيكلي الموجود في السوق والاعتماد بشكل كبير جدا على حديد التسليح إلى المنتجات ذات الهوامش الربحية العالية، والمنتجات اللي بالفعل احنا نحتاجها في البلد واللي نستوردها بكميات عالية. فكان هذه واحدة من الأهداف، إعادة التوازن في المنتجات، إضافة منتجات نوعية جديدة وأيضا تحقيق عدالة المنافسة. كان فيه تقريبا من 41 16 توصية كانت مخصصة لضمان عدالة المنافسة في السوق. ويعني كثير منها يمكن لاحظتوه وتغير، يمكن ما أقدر أني أتكلم عنها اليوم بشكل مفصل، بس أي واحد في قطاع الحديد راح يشوف التوصيات هذه وأثرها. طبعا الشيء اللي وجدناه بعد ما انتهينا من الخطة، يعني لاحظنا عدة أمور، لأن لأول مرة يدرس القطاع بالدراسة المتعمقة. يعني يمكن أخذت منا تقريبا 6 شهور، هي صادفت طبعا أزمة كورونا، فتأخرنا يمكن يعني 2 أو 3 شهور بعدها لحين انتهاء الأزمة. لكن الحمد لله نعتقد أن طلعنا بدراسة يعني شملت جميع المصنعين وشملت جميع التحديات الموجودة في السوق. ناقشناها أيضا في ورش عمل مع نفس القطاع الخاص، يعني جلسنا تقريبا في 3 ورش مع جميع المصنعين وناقشنا معهم التوصيات، أو على الأقل الفايندينج اللي حصلنا عليه، وكان في توافق عالي جدا من القطاع، وهذا الحمد لله يعني شيء مطمئن أن في توافق على الرؤية، وعدنا صياغة التوصيات هذه ورفعنا فيها.
ممتاز.
الأشياء اللي لاحظناها طبعا في الفترة الماضية في نمو كثير في المصانع الصغيرة والمتوسطة.
نعم.
يعني نمت بشكل كبير، تقريبا كانت تنمو. إذا أخذنا تقريبا من عام 2009 كان عندنا 7 شركات وتنتج تقريبا 600,000. اليوم تقريبا عندنا 38 شركة وتنتج 4,700,000 طن.
طيب
إنتاج 4,700,000 يعني تقريبا ضعف إنتاج حديد من الربار، وخصوصا أن أكثرهم متوجه للربار. فهذه يعطيك أن السوق الآن أصبح فيه اوفر سبلاي من شركات ما كانت أصلا أول تذكر في أي تقرير. يعني لو ترجع كل التقارير اللي كانت تشير
طيب.
للسوق كان تقريبا يشيرون إلى 6 أو 7 شركات: حديد، الاتفاق، صلب ستيل، الراجحي. لكن لما تجي على الشركات الصغيرة ما أحد يشير لها. احنا الحمد لله رصدنا جميع المنتجين الموجودين في السوق، لاحظنا الأثر، سواء الأثر من ناحية العرض والتأثير على الماركت شير للشركات الكبيرة، ورصدنا الشيء هذا. وهذا الشيء طبعا محفز، احنا نبغى شركات، لكن أن تكون كلها متجهة في الربار قد يكون خلل هيكلي، ويضغط ايضا على الاكسبكتيشن، او خلينا نقول توقعات المستثمرين.
ممتاز.
لان المستثمر
ممتاز.
دائما يكون مركز على شيء معين ويبغى يحققه، لكن لما يدخل في صناعه مثل هذه مع الضغوط اللي موجوده في السوق ما راح يحقق. يمكن وشاهدنا كثير منهم طبعا واجه
واضح.
تحديات كبيره.
شكرا مطر على الاسهاب في التوضيح عن الخطه والاجراءات والتحديات التي واجهتوها. أنا باقي عندي أسئلة كثيرة والوقت يدعمنا، لكن خلني أطرح السؤال ويا ليت نحاول قدر الإمكان نختصر الجواب قدر الإمكان. منتجات الحديد والصلب نراها في كل مكان من حولنا. هل لديكم إحصائيات عن الاستهلاك لكل المنتجات، إما بالتفصيل أو يعني بالجملة، سواء لونج برودكتس أو فلات برودكتس، مع العلم أنه في حيكون سيشن إن شاء الله بكرة حول الموضوع، فلو سمحت تعليق سريع إذا المعلومة موجودة ولا ممكن.
طيب أنا يمكن أذكر عدة معلومات مهمة جدا بالنسبة لنا. معلومات السوق إن شاء الله بكرة راح يكون فيه سيشن متخصصة، وراح نتطرق لجميع بيانات السوق والدراسة اللي انتهينا منها. لكن أنا عندي بعض الأرقام وبعض المحددات يمكن جيد بخصوص حضور قادة القطاع أن نناقشها.
تفضل.
اليوم في عام 2024 الطلب المحلي تقريبا تجاوز 16 مليون. في الخطة الوطنية لقطاع الحديد والصلب كنا متوقعين في 2024 أنه يكون 12 مليون. فتخيل لما أنت تتوقع 12 مليون خلال عدة سنوات، تتفاجأ أن الطلب زاد بشكل كبير جدا عن اللي كان متوقع. وهذا يدل دلالة أن السوق قاعد ينمو برتم أعلى بكثير من الأشياء اللي موجودة حتى في الدراسات. وهذه يمكن النقطة الأولى اللي أحب أشير لها. كل الدراسات اللي سويناها السوق تجاوز الدراسات هذه.
وصل إلى كم؟
اليوم السوق 16 مليون.
16 مليون.
وكنا متوقعين 12 مليون.
نعم. وهذا
فتخيل انك عندك 4 مليون الان، اغلبها جاي من مسطحات الصلب.
ممتاز.
الامر الثاني يمكن اللي نشير له ان اصبح الان فيه انفصال في العلاقه بين الطلب وبين اسعار النفط. يعني سابقا ابو صالح كان دائما لما نسوي اي فوركاست دائما نستحضر اسعار النفط لانها مهمه جدا في عمليه
صحيح.
التنبؤات المستقبليه. اللي لاحظنا ان من عام 2020 او 21 بالضبط بدات عمليه الانفصال، يعني صار الطلب على المسطحات الصلب يزيد بشكل كبير جدا، وحنا كلنا شاهدنا اسعار النفط كانت تنزل.
نتمنى ان شاء
وهذا
الله.
يدلك على ان البلد اصبح متوجه الى انه يكون بلد صناعي.
صحيح.
وان القطاع الخاص والصناعات التحويليه بدات تنمو بشكل كبير جدا، وهذا المفترض احنا ننظر له. يعني اذا شفنا الان ان والله الطلب قاعد يزيد اكثر من التوقعات اللي احنا نتوقعها، وان شو اسمه الطلب خصوصا في مسطحات الصلب
صحيح.
اصبح الان لا يتماشى مع اسعار النفط، واصبح يعني ينمو بشكل كبير جدا. هذا يعطينا يعني مؤشر ان القطاع خصوصا السوق في مسطحات الصلب سوق صحي بامتياز.
طيب، شهدت الطاقات لمنتجات الصلب الطويلة خلال العقد الماضي توسعا يفوق حجم الطلب مثل ما ذكرت في مقدمة حديثك، الأمر الذي انعكس سلبا على ربحية القطاع. هل هناك إجراءات سياسية متخذة لمعالجة مثل هذه الإشكالية بصورة عامة؟ باختصار لو سمحت.
أنا خلني أتطرق لأهم التوصيات اللي طلعنا احنا فيها.
نعم.
لأن جزء منها كانت اللي هو ضبط التوازن اللي موجود في السوق. يعني الخلل الهيكلي كان لابد ان نتدخل بطريقه معينه بحيث نضبط الخلل لمصلحه المستثمر ومصلحه البلد، لان اي توسع في طاقات انتاجيه لا تواكب نمو الطلب هنا بتسوي ضغط على المستثمرين.
صحيح.
وبالتالي على اي واحد يعني في السوق، لان انت الان المستثمر اكيد اخذ قروض سواء من القروض الصناعيه او حتى من قروض البنوك. هذا الضغط هذا احنا لابد ان يكون عندنا يعني حل مبكر قبل ما نصل مرحله ان والله المنتجات طبعا سواء في المنتجات الطويله الربار او غيره من المنتجات، لان رصدنا حتى في بعض المنتجات فيه تزايد في الطلب اكثر من حجم السوق.
طيب استاذ مطر، تتمثل احدى ركائز الخطه في تقليص الفجوه بين الطاقات الانتاجيه للمنتجات النصف المصنعه والمنتجات النهائيه داخل المملكه، ومع ذلك فقد اثرت واردات الصلب نصف المصنعه خصوصا من الاسواق الاسيويه على السوق المحلي في هذا العام. فما هي الادوات التي يمكن للجهات المختصه توظيفها لدعم المصانع الوطنيه في هذا المجال؟
اعتقد اليوم في النقاش طبعا اللي تم مع اصحاب المعالي وبعد السيشن اللي صارت مع اصحاب السعاده يمكن تطرقوا لهذا بشكل كبير جدا. بس انا خلني اشوف التحدي من شيء ثاني. يعني اليوم ما زال عندنا تحديات في السوق نفس التحديات تقريبا اللي رصدناها قبل 5 و6 سنوات. معناه ان السوق الان ما زال يستحضر نفس التحديات. عندنا تحدي في المواد الخام بالتحديد الخردة، عندنا عدم كفاءة في كثير من المصانع، عندنا فجوات تقنية، ما زال الاستيراد يعني اليوم استيراد الفلات برودكت فقط يعني وصل إلى 3.9. يعني يمكن عندنا حنا وضعنا يعني بالنسبة للمنتجات الطويلة جيد جدا، لكن أيضا أنا أدعو صراحة الشركات اللي موجودة في مجال المنتجات الطويلة أنها تبدأ تنوع من المنتجات هذه. يعني التركيز فقط على حديد التسليح قد لا يكون هو الحل. احنا عندنا اليوم استيراد بكميات كبيرة جدا من المقاطع الثقيلة والمقاطع المتوسطة. يعني بلغ الاستيراد العام الماضي أكثر من 400 ألف طن. عندنا اليوم حديد القاطرات وهذا شيء جديد وبدينا نستورد بكميات كبيرة. عندنا اليوم الحديد المخصوص اللي يدخل في الصناعات المعدات والأجهزة الكهربائية
صحيح.
وحتى السيارات الكهربائية، وهذا بدأ يتزايد بشكل كبير جدا. لابد ان احنا الناس اللي داخلين في المجال هذا وهم شايفين الان فيه اوفر سبلاي في الماركت انهم يتوجهون للصناعات الثانيه، واعتقد الوزاره والمركز عنده القدره انه يدعم التوجه هذا نحو المنتجات المتخصصه.
والوقت انتهى، لكن عندي سؤالين لازم نذكرهم مع احترامي للجنه المنظمه. سؤال يتكرر دائما: لماذا لم يندرج تحت الخطه الاستراتيجيه بناء مصانع للسكك الحديديه ومستلزماتها مثل عجلات الصلب وخلافه؟ جواب سريع لو سمحت.
الجواب السريع طبعا في الخطه الاولى كان التركيز صراحه على وضع الشركات والتحديات اللي كانت تواجهها، فكان حتى الفرص الاستثماريه اللي طلعت من الخطه الاولى كانت تقريبا تصب في المجال هذا.
ممتاز.
لكن اليوم احنا عندنا دراسه انتهينا منها طبعا مؤخرا، وعندنا تقريبا مثل ما تفضل معالي الوزير اليوم واعلن، عندنا الان فرص استثماريه 7 في مجال الحديد، واحده منها طبعا حديد القاطرات، يعني حجم استثمارات نتكلم عن 60 مليار. فهذه اليوم احنا ان شاء الله نبدا نتواصل مع المستثمرين، سواء اللي موجودين المحليين والقائمين اللي ناوي ان شاء الله يدخل في الصناعه هذه، او حتى المستثمر الاجنبي.
وهذا جزء من الجواب للسؤال الاخير ان شاء الله، اللي يقول: هل هناك خطه لاندماجات اخرى في هذا القطاع او الاعلان عن كيانات عملاقه او شركات اجنبيه جديده لتعزيز الانتاجيه في قطاع الحديد والصلب؟
والله اعتقد ترى احنا اللي سويناه كله يمكن حاجه بسيطه. زي ما ذكرت لك راح يكون ان شاء الله فيه مجمع لمسطحات الصلب بطاقه انتاجيه 4 مليون طن، هذا ان شاء الله راح يعلن عنه قريبا. راح يكون عندنا مجمع للحديد المخصوص بطاقه انتاجيه 2 مليون طن. راح يكون عندنا ان شاء الله مجمع لانتاج السبائك اللي تدخل في صناعه القاطرات، خصوصا عجلات القاطرات والاشياء هذه. فتقريبا عندنا الان وشغالين مع مستثمرين، لكن الاعلان يتم ان شاء الله لما يعني يصير عندنا شيء. بكره ان شاء الله راح نعلن عن اتفاقيه في هذا المجال باذن الله. راح نعلن ايضا عن تاسيس البرنامج الوطني لتنميه الكوادر الوطنيه، هو راح ان شاء الله يكون مظله للاكاديميه الحديد، هذه ان شاء الله راح تعلن غدا. فان شاء الله القطاع مقبل على خير. انا اشوف صراحه المشاريع اللي تمت، يمكن اكبر مشروع صار هو باو ستيل واستقلال شركه حديد، لكن انا اعتقد ان عندنا فرص كبيره جدا. إن اليوم قاعد نتكلم مع مستثمرين فيها، وعندنا فرص استثماريه ما بعد طرحناها للمستثمرين، وان شاء الله نطرحها قريبا باذن الله.
ان شاء الله تعالى. باسمكم جميعا نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للمهندس مطر الحارثي على هالشفافيه، ونكرر الشكر ورحبوا به.
أعزائنا الحضور، نشكر مدير الجلسة والضيف على هذه الجلسة، ولكن بعد قليل نذكركم أنه سوف تبدأ الجلسة التالية، لذلك ابقوا في أماكنكم إلى حين تجهيز المسرح بعد قليل. أيها الحضور الكريم، جلسة ترسم انتقال قطاع الصلب الخليجي من جزر وطنية متفرقة إلى تكامل إقليمي فعال بتوحيد المعايير واللوجستيات وموائمة الطاقات عبر الحدود، وصولا إلى رؤية الخليج للصلب كمركز أخضر متنافس عالميا. أما الآن فمع جلسة نقاش تحت عنوان التكامل الإقليمي والتجارة الخليجية، بناء منظومة أقوى لصناعة الصلب في الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا. يدير جلسة النقاش السيد بوراك أودابشي، مراسل أسواق الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا في كالينش. Mr. Borak, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I'm the MENA reporter for Kalanish Commodities. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session titled Regional Integration and Intra-Gulf Trade, Building a Stronger MENA Steel Ecosystem. The GCC steel sector today stands at an important crossroads. While we've seen remarkable growth and investment across the region, much of this progress has taken place within national boundaries. As a result, we operate in what can be described as fragmented silos, each country developing its own capacity, standards, and supply chains. At the same time, the industry faces rising raw material costs, global market volatility, and increasing pressure to localize production under national transformation programs such as Vision 2030. These challenges also bring opportunity, the opportunity to think regionally. Today's discussion will explore how collaboration among GCC nations can help us build a more self-sufficient and competitive steel ecosystem. We'll look at ways to reduce import dependency, harmonize standards, and create shared logistics and quality frameworks. Just as importantly, we'll discuss how upstream and downstream alignment can support localization in key sectors such as construction, automotive, and defense, and how, together, we can shape a Gulf Steel vision that positions this region as a globally integrated and sustainable steel hub. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists. Joining me today are leaders who represent some of the region's most influential steel producers. Having said that, Mr. Sharjil Asar, due to an emergency in the last minute, will not be able to join us on time, but if he can, he will join in the later stage. I would like to invite Mr. Miswar Al-Hajiri, Chief Executive Officer of Salt Steel, Mr. Dilip George, Fulat Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Ahmed Sab Khalifa, Chief Operations Officer of Qatar Steel. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for your precious time. As we have a limited time, I would like to start directly from Mr. Ahmed Sab Khalifa. Qatar Steel, we know that it operates throughout the GCC with its sister companies in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, and through Fulat Holding as well. So this might be the ideal question to be addressed by you. How GCC nations can collaborate to reduce import dependency and create a self-sufficient steel supply ecosystem?
Thank you for that question. It's a privilege to be here in Riyadh. There are three ways of area we should focus on it. First of all, we should stop competing and start helping. What I mean by that, most of the GCC countries, they work, as we mentioned just during introducing this session, they are working alone. Everybody tries to create everything by himself, starting from pelletization, steel making, rolling mill, and all that. We need to be more specialized. Like, you know, there is an advantage with one country. They can produce, for example, the electricity is cheap in that country. They can be specialized on producing molten steel. And that molten steel can go to the other countries where they need to add value. They can produce like a section, or they can produce, you know, other products where there is added value. Today morning we were talking with ministers about adding value products. This is what we need to create in the GCC countries. Going back to the second point, you know, we can have also, you know, I mean, purchase power as a one unit. We can work together to procure the materials as a one unit. That will give us strong position in terms of bargaining. When we import the material from outside, not GCC, we have a setup. We are going to have a setup for the GCC. But when we are importing from outside, we have to work together as a one unit. That will give us a strong position. It will help us to reduce our cost, and it will help us to be able to compete. The third one is create, you know, local customer. What I mean by create a local customer now today, most of the major projects, you know, under government organization, you know, either, you know, hosting by government organization or through private sector. When it comes to the government and private sector also, they have to guarantee for the manufacturer that they are going to use their steel, or to promise them they are going to use their steel. By giving them this privilege, they will invest more in the steel business, and they will be able, because they, you know, I mean, by investing without guarantee the customer, nobody will move. Mr. Ahmed Izz today morning, he mentioned clearly, to have one integrated steel plant, 1 million ton, you need 2 billion investment. It's a huge amount of money, plus the challenge for the green sector. So all these challenge, you know, we need to return that money. To return that money, we need a guarantee. We need a promise from the government sector, from the private sector, that they are going to consume our steels which is being produced. That will give a privilege and confidence to those companies to produce and to continue invest, because the customer nearby. It is close to the door. That's all about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dilip George, Fulat Holding is probably the best example of how the GCC nations can come together and build up a huge plant in Bahrain. If I'm not mistaken, the year before, 12.8 million tons of iron ore pellet production. That was a record production. Again, this would be probably an ideal question to be addressed by you. What strategies could GCC nations adopt to attract international investment into low-carbon steel projects while maintaining regional control over industrial growth?
Thank you, Burak. First of all, thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very relevant question. As you know, that Fulat is actually a holding company which has been promoted by the Fulat shareholders to invest into the metal and mining business, or specifically steel business in the region. So we've had some experience on, you know, wanting to do projects in different countries. So what I'm saying here is based on the experience that we've had when we go and try to invest into countries which are part of the GCC but outside Bahrain. Yeah? So one of the first things we notice is that it is very difficult to have a one window where we can go and speak to get all kind of resources that we need for doing a project. For example, you need land, you need gas, you need energy, you need finance, you need environment approvals, you need to do certain tests before you can start the project. You need financing. So you have to approach different kind of authorities to get all this. You know? So it would be good to have a one window clearance for a foreign investor when he's coming into the GCC to invest. Now GCC is an ideal place to do a green project. Definitely a lot of people are interested in coming here. GCC has an experience of producing steel from DRI, which is one of the cleanest form of steel. So we should capitalize on that to attract investors into the region. We need to educate people that how green the steel is compared to what you produce from a blast furnace. So you need a decarbonization roadmap or a strategy which people can see that how green steel can be produced here. that is, many people are not aware that this region is ideally suited for renewable energy. It's one of the lowest cost producers for renewable energy, which is ideal for producing hydrogen. And from hydrogen, of course, you make the greenest form of steel. But even if you do something which is a more cost-effective way, because hydrogen may be an expensive way of producing green steel currently, because the technology is still not evolved. But there is an intermediate step of using gas and DRI to produce green steel. But the people need to be educated about how greener it is compared to the blast furnace route. So that education should be there. There should be a roadmap for green steel, how it can be produced. Then there is also a requirement for how do you measure emissions in the region. You know, we don't have clear standards on measuring emissions. It is very fragmented. There is no authority which certifies where you can go and get a certificate saying that this is the emission which can be used for convincing customers that how green the steel is. So those needs to be put up also. There is a need for having a clear process for certifying steel as green steel. That doesn't exist now currently. That needs to be set up. There is also a need for having proper infrastructure. For example, we went to certain countries where it's in the GCC, where the port facilities are not adequate for putting up large steel projects, you know, because it's still not fully developed, or they don't understand the unique requirements which is there for doing a large steel project. So that needs to be, that gap needs to be fulfilled. The government needs to step in and for example, set up the jetties required or the berths required for bringing in raw materials and exporting steel. As you know, the Gulf has a very shallow sea around it, so you can't bring in large vessels into this region. So the government needs to spend money in dredging to create deep water ports. You know, the current ports which are available are not deep enough. If we put up a large steel project here, we would be incurring a lot of cost on logistics. So that needs to be, of course, addressed. The GCC governments need to understand that a large project requires a bigger port than what currently is there in the region. There is also, of course, a need for setting up more renewable energy, which needs to be, probably the government has to invest in it. Only then you can really go for greener steel making. There are certain regions which cannot do that because, you know, the land is limited. So the way out is for GCC countries to collaborate and to create hubs for green energy, which can then be transferred to other countries which require that green energy. That infrastructure has to be there. There is, of course, financing, which is very critical. Most of the projects in the region, they depend on bank financing, which is not suited for doing large, long gestation projects. You need government backed development funding, which can be used for financing these unique requirements of long gestation projects. Also, the government needs to have some arrangements to do long-term offtakes so that the government can support these kind of industries, especially if it is to make special steel. There should be some visibility on how that will be sold. Yeah. The government can probably step in and do some long-term offtake agreements. The government has to invest more into industrial clusters, because that is something which, you know, there are certain countries which have it, and the countries which have it are not big enough, because it's, you know, the demand is much more than what is there available. So that is another area which requires investment, which is required for attracting foreign investments.
Yeah. In some extent, I do agree with you. Looking at the European countries, Tata Steel in the UK as well, the government gives them support, financial support, in order to transform their blast furnaces into electric arc furnaces. So the same could be considered in the GCC, in a highly likely in a different form. For instance, for the green hydrogen, for the research and development, for instance, there could be support should be taken into consideration by the countries. Thank you. Mr. Miswar, Salt Steel southwest of Saudi Arabia, an important asset and one of the 4 electric arc furnaces in Saudi Arabia, as far as I know. Enhancing regional trade through harmonized standards, shared logistics infrastructure, and common quality assurance frameworks. What would you say about this?
Thank you first, Mr. Burak, for inviting me here today for this panel discussion. Although you invite me in heavyweight champions, I mean, Fulad and Qatar Steel, they are the leading company here, so it's difficult for Solb to come back. I'd like to announce that based on His Excellency announcement that Solb Steel has been backed by our strategic partners, Qatar Steel. So we are continuing of Qatar Steel qualities and professionalism of work in Saudi Arabia. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Qatar and Saudi Arabia to be qualified in the World Cup. And we need to see all of them, clapping hands because they really reach a difficult moment. Back to your questions, I think the GGC, they understand the challenging and they try to develop their countries individual. If you see in the recently, there is in terms of logistic and supply chain, they announced about the new project about the railways, which is almost around more than 2,000 kilometers with a capital investment more than 15 billion USD. That indicates there is the GCC country, they understanding the challenging, and they want to collaborate between each other to reduce any difficulty of the logistic and supply chains. Having said that, even in terms of the equality assurance, although each country they have different criteria, like Kuwait, for example, they follow the ISO standard, Bahrain and UAE follow the PS standard, and Saudi Arabia, for example, ASTM, they really focus on more quality, more sustainable product to enhance the quality of the finished products here in this region. I think, yes, as a producer, we always looking for even more than that, but I think the GGC country and the leader in this region, they understanding these challenging, they try to help and diversify from investing or rely income from oil sector to non-oil sector. And if you go through all of their visions, although the timeline different between 2030 or 2035 or even 2040 for Oman, for example, the 3 main pillars is actually diversify their economy, not rely on oil, looking for their citizens and more quality of the life, looking for sustainability. To get all of that, you need infrastructure. The main pillar for infrastructure is the steel. So I think they are fully understanding these challenging and they are working. But again, as a steel producer, always looking more and more support from the government. Actually, the discussion even before this panel was, we look to ourselves first. We need to be more cost effective and even be more agile to compete even with others main producer in the region, not just looking always from the government and to protect us. This is also, I will say it, sometimes is a lazy from the producer. They have also to have to cost optimization, looking for the digitalizations and try to be strong enough with the production recently that we get it from the government. But again, we have to be, as an oil producer, be more cost effective, more agile, go to more digitalizations, so we can compete internationally, not always reacting to the government support.
Yeah. When we're talking about the quality assurances frameworks, for instance, it comes to my mind about the scrap. You go to UAE, they call HMS 8020 in a different category, but when you come back to Saudi Arabia in a different category, I think that has to be also, there has to be a framework, and they have to underline this. They have to start at some point from the raw material, because we know that one of the best HPI and DRI is produced in this region.
Yeah.
As the big producers, Qatar Steel and the other DRI, HBI producers are exporting not only within the GCC to the Far East, to the Mediterranean as well, but coming to the other raw material for the scrap, I believe that there is a necessity to put a framework for the scrap.
Absolutely.
Mr. Ahmed Khalifa, how can GCC nations collaborate to strengthen supply security, reduce import dependency, and manage overcapacity challenges? Having said that, we all know that there is an oversupply, particularly for the longs. Please, the floor is yours.
As you said, there is an overcapacity, and this subject is being debated for the last 10 years in the GCC. Nobody knows what we have to do. We have to direct that overcapacity to produce the steel which is being imported now. And for the time being, there are many steels being imported, different type. We have our additional capacity or overcapacity is there, not being utilized. It can be diverted, but we can work together in a 3 areas. Those 3 areas, the first one, we have to plan our production together and stop overproduce. What I mean by plan together, there should be a platform under Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Industries. They have to force each company to share their production plan and their maintenance schedule. That will help everybody to know what is the level of the production. We will not overproduce. That will help us from also protect the price from falling down, and everybody, we will have end of the day healthy environmental for the steel. Then also the second point, we have to invest in our weakness. What I mean by our weakness, we noticed today morning there are huge quantities being imported from China, from other, place of the world, because this place of the world more lucrative for those suppliers to supply all the type of the steel, even the steel which is being produced, because they can supply it in a cheaper price compared to our cost. So here we have to invest in our weakness. I mean by that, we have to select the type of the steel mostly which is being imported, like the flat today morning. There was, it was announced at the beginning of the year, the project for Hadid, but they are moving ahead and they confirmed that by 26, they will award the contract for the flat products, 2.5 million, and they will increase it because there is a demand in the local market. So here is an example. Hadid, they produce the sheet, hot rolled coil, whatever thickness of that sheet required by the local market in Hadid. But Hadid, they cannot develop the downstream which is required. For example, there is a company in Saudi, they need colored sheet. There is another company, they need a galvanized sheet. There is a third company, they need, corrugated sheet, different type of sheet. So here the downstream, the value added to be given to other countries. Like, 2.5 million, 1.5 it will be consumed locally, 1 million for GCC. That will, 1 million can be diverted to United Arab Emirates, for example. They can put a galvanizing unit, they galvanize it, and they start painting or whatever. They have to, to cater the requirement of the GCC countries, end of the day. The third point, we have to protect our teams, our investment as a one team. What I mean by that, today morning we discussed the, imposing some tariff. But there were different opinions to be mature when we utilize that tool. Yes, it is our right with the World Trade Center. We are following the norms. It is our right. But we have to be careful when anybody notice that, or any company, any country, they start sell a material or dump a material in GCC, okay, below the price, or with unfair price, or with a cheaper price. Here we have to step on as a group under Ministry of Trade and put here common defense system by imposing legal tariff or to protect our internal products. That will help local company to continue. But we don't want a tariff to be imposed on everybody without being considered in a proper manner. We don't want a lazy tariff. So it will make the local manufacturer more lazy. We need a competition. If anybody dumping a material below the cost, his production cost in his country, yes. But we have to unite in order to do that, because one country by themselves, they cannot do anything. So we have to unite under one organization, under one group, we will come to that later stage, that it will help us to impose the tariff as a group in GCC. That's all from my side.
Getting united I think should be the easiest one in the GCC because everybody speaks the same language. You go to Europe, but you are using different languages. But after the Second World War, in order not to fight, they made their economies integrated to each other, and today they form the European Union, an economical power. I totally agree, getting united is the key thing. Mr. Dilip George, how can the GCC steel industry enhance resilience to global market volatility through coordinated strategies and risk-sharing mechanisms?
So it's there are various means we can do that. First of all, of course, the best way to do it, of course, is to have the full value chain within the GCC region. But we don't have that because iron ore is not available here. We have pelletizing capacity, we have DRI capacity, we have downstream steel capacity. But the volatility comes from the iron ore side, and which, we are depending on supplies coming in from the large iron ore producers, which are very few and which control most of the pricing of iron ore. So the main issue we have when it comes to volatility is going to be from the iron ore side. And although it might be a radical idea, I think one of the things which the government should consider is to take stakes in large iron ore projects like what China is doing now with Simandou. That is a 120 million ton project which is coming up. And a lot of that is going to go towards Chinese steel mills' high-grade iron ore requirements. So China has taken control of the one significant part of the value chain which creates volatility. Similarly, if there is an interest to protect the steel industry from volatility, it is through these kind of measures where the government takes investments into the upstream part, because that is where the volatility generally happens. Other thing they can do is that, the GCC can do is to have a hedging mechanism which can be a common hedging mechanism. It's possible to hedge the volatility, but it requires, if it is possible to have a common hedging platform, then it will be easier to get the right products which is required by the GCC. The governments can enter into long-term agreements for energy purchase. The energy pricing in different countries are different. The government has the capacity to enter into long-term stable pricing energy contracts and supply energy at a reasonable price, which protects the steel producers from volatility. There is, of course, a trade tool what we say protection is generally not preferred in the region. We have seen that the government doesn't like to have too much of anti-dumping or trade measures to protect the local industry, but there would be times when that is required, because like today morning we were discussing that some of the countries are selling products at a price which is much lower than what they sell in the domestic market. When there are clear signs of such instances happening, then it is better to protect the local industry from that volatility which comes from unfair pricing, I call it. I wouldn't say cheap imports, but unfair pricing. It is required that the government should recognize that the steel producers are suffering. As you know, the steel projects are very long gestation, heavy investment projects. And then suddenly you are buffeted by these unfair prices which come into the market. It results in complete chaos in the market, because then there is undercutting. People are trying to match the import parity prices, which is not fair. So I think it is important that there should be some mechanism by which local industry is protected from these kind of unfair pricing which comes in from imports. There should be long-term offtakes by the government at a fixed price formula, which is indexed to local indexes, not import parity pricing, because sometimes the government insists on import parity, which is not fair. It should be based on local indexes so that the The producers get to know what margins they can make. They can plan their purchases. The government can give some indication of what is going to be the demand in the future. That gives some visibility of what needs to be produced, what raw materials needs to be sourced, what products to produce, when to expand. Sometimes there is no clarity on what the demand is going to come. I think these measures should protect. One of the things which is not related to the industry is financing. When there is volatility in the market, suddenly financing dries up. What happens is when everything's going fine, everybody's making money, there is a lot of financing available. But when there is volatility in the market and there are some losses in the market in the steel producers, financing dries up. So there should be a backstop by the government to support financing, that if there is challenges in the market, structural challenges or cyclical challenges in the market for the steel producers, there should be some financing mechanism which supports the industry till they come out of this down cycle. That is very important, I think.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Misfer, how prepared is the GCC steel sector to withstand global market turbulence, and is there scope for active protectionist mechanisms against imports? I'm just looking at a question from the audiences we received. That's a very similar question. How will MENA establish an effective, balanced anti-dumping and safeguard mechanism to protect local producers while promoting intra-regional trade? Almost the same question in a different form. What is your say, sir?
That's really a difficult thing. See, I think the economics in the globe is suffering, not only the steel. If you dig into the steel, there is a surplus stated in one of the technical paper I read 2 weeks ago. There is almost like 600 million overcapacity in the globe in 2024, and they expect it even to go up to 700 by 2027. So that's really a challenging to all the oil producers. The other challenging, we talk overcapacity, security of the raw material that we needed. Also, we need also to look for the digitalizations and talent development of your workforce. So, as a GGC, they have to look to this one. There is a global overcapacity, but having said that, we as a GGC, we don't want to rely always on the government protections. Yes, it's an important. Yes, I agree with my colleagues regarding anti-dumping things. But again, what we done as a producer, and they always, I say it in a different angle of the thoughts, we have to secure our raw material by investing on the mining and to be controlling these prices. Also, as I mentioned even in my first part, there is a GCC looking for the supply chain and secure the supply chain. One of the main challenging in a couple of months ago, we're talking about the challenging or risk mitigation of logistics, for example. Also, we need to risk mitigating that one to assure there is an interconnection between all the GGC to improve all of these logistics. Plus, digitalizations. And this is one of the things. Although the steel has a prime industrial businesses, but it's been, I noticed between, especially I came from the oil, there is digitalization, there is a talent in oil sectors. But when you go to the prime industrial, which is the steel, there is a big gap. And we have to admit that one, and we need to work on that one. Retain the talent. I think there is, in Arab leagues, they also looking for how to do training, development, to bring these talent back to this steel. Also, we're talking about digitalizations, how to involve. So when you have all the data as a decision maker, you have all the data in your screen. You can make the decision quickly, agile, and you can make cost comparison to compete not only among the GGC, it's over globally. We in this region, we have a competitive advantage. The utilities is cheap compared to the other. The development in this region, if you look to in the coming 10 years, the development will be in this region. Not in the Asia, not in the Europe, it will be here. So we should have take this advantage. In the upcoming years, we have to develop ourselves in terms of quality of manpower, digitalization, competing the other. We have the competitive advantage. The market is here. Even the other producer, they targeting this region. So why we keep just complaining about them, not looking for our inside and try to improve it? That's my things. Yes, production is important, but it will not, government will not use it. It's not like, sorry, you are not still not a baby, government should take care of you. You should take care of yourself, working in that one. I have a different opinion on this one. This is my opinion, but again, this is an important digitalization. I think this is try to bring the talent to help you to compete the others. And this is what we done in Seoul. We try to be more cost effective, more agile, and even competing outside. We are not looking only to the Saudi market. Also, we're looking to the regional markets, also to the Europe. And we will success in that one in the near future, inshallah.
Thank you. We don't have enough time. I'm not going to be able to ask you another set of questions, but having a conversation with a Chinese trader, he made an expression. He said that the GCC is like a dumping ground. The prices that they give for on an FOB basis for the European countries or for the other destinations, but the prices they set for the GCC is almost $40, $50 lower, he said. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I hope that you enjoyed it as well. A big applause for our delegates.
أعزائنا الحضور، شكرا جزيلا لمدير الجلسة على إدارته لهذه الجلسة، ونرجو منكم البقاء إلى حين تجهيز المسرح لبدء الجلسة التالية. شكرا لكم. أيها الحضور الكريم، جلسة تستعرض تسارع نهضة الصلب السعودي تحت مظلة رؤية 2030 من كفاءة وتقنيات واستدامة إلى تحديث صناعي وتكامل لوجستي يلبي الطلب المتزايد على منتجات عالية الجودة وقيمة مضافة. أما الآن فمع جلسة حوار تحت عنوان تقييم التقدم في صناعة الحديد والصلب في السعودية، تدير الجلسة السيدة يوليا فيلالي أنصاري محررة في ميتال إكسبرت. Ms. Yulia Filali Ansari, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big honor and pleasure for me to support this event and the efforts of the big team dedicated working on sharing the knowledge about Saudi steel industry and the latest advancement we have in this sector. Today, local steel sector really experiencing pivotal moment, being driven by Vision 2030, by infrastructure projects, by commitment of the kingdom to the localization in diversification. So today we'll explore how local producers, processors, investors, traders are pushing their efforts to reshape the industry, to give it a new impetus for the development. This session will be focused mostly on some practical aspects, some real steps, challenges and solutions shaping the future of steel industry, and we are sure that all strategic view already shared during the previous sessions by our distinguished speakers. And now it's a big pleasure for me to introduce my panelists. First of all, I want to invite Khalid Al-Jahrish, the head of Sector Development Department within the National Development Division in the Public Investment Fund. Since joining the Public Investment Fund in 2020, he has played a pivotal role in advancing of the Kingdom's vision. He is responsible for diversification of the several sectors, including gaming, aviation, and tourism. Our second panelist is Mr. Faisal Al-Muhaidib, the CEO of Masdar company. It's a very well-known Saudi Arabian building materials company, which is one of the leaders in the market. He took this role since 2019 and has big experience in distribution, trading, industrial roles, and portfolio management. Our next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Roy-Chudhary, the CEO of Unicoil, a leading manufacturer of flat steel products. He has more than 32 years of experience in metallurgical business as an engineer, and for more than 20 years he is steering his company through the regional and global shifts. I also want to welcome Dr. Faisal Dosari, CEO of BAS International Industrial Company, and a civil engineer with more than 17 years of leadership in factory operations and executive management. And we also have to welcome Hamid Sabzikari. It's Chief Operational Officer of Abdullah Hashim Industrial Gases and Equipment. He has more than 30 years of experience in oil, gas, petrochemical, and industrial gases, and held a leadership role across Europe and Middle East in this area. And our speaker, the last speaker, Mohamed Sami, a board member of Steel Network and a commodity expert with more than 15 years of experience in commercial trading across the European trading houses and GCC. So I want to welcome all the speakers, and now we can start our discussion. So, guided by Vision 2030, we see that Saudi steel sector is undergoing really very significant transformation. And of course, the most important thing that the big guidance and big role is played by government. That is why I want to start our discussion with Mr. Khalid Al-Jihrish and ask him that Saudi vision calls for steel sector that is both globally competitive and at the same time have a serious localization of supply chain. How the public investment fund is enabling developing and strengthening end-to-end supply chain in Saudi Arabia in frame of industrial ecosystems.
Thank you, Yulia, for having me, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be on this significant panel. And good evening to everyone. As you know, PIF's remit in the local economy is to develop new sectors. Metals and mining is one of those sectors. There are 13 sectors we focus on, and the way we develop these sectors is primarily through two main ways. The first way is directly by investing as PIF in companies that act as anchor companies or champions in the sectors that they develop. An example of that in the steel sector is our partnership with Aramco and Bao Steel to produce steel plate, to set up a steel plate complex in the country, producing 1.5 million tons a year. Another example is our investment with Masdar, which is a little bit downstream of that, to also catalyze the sector. So that's the first way, is through directly investing in the sectors that we develop. The second way is the primary remit of the division that I represent in PIF, which is the National Development Division. Our role there is to try to catalyze or incentivize other investors besides PIF, private sector partners, international and local, to magnify the impact of our investments in the sector. And I'll give you a couple of examples of how we do that as a fund. The first one is through rolling out our local content program, which is called the Musahama program. The primary role of that program is to incentivize and encourage our portfolio companies to prioritize local spend in the local economy. So procure goods and services locally, invest in R&D locally, and hire and upskill local talent. The second example is we work closely with our portfolio companies to try to identify bankable opportunities for the private sector in our sectors. For example, in the metals and mining sector, we have currently 20 vetted and bankable opportunities that are listed on the private sector hub of PIF, publicly available portal for our private sector partners to explore and to pursue. And that gives visibility to the private sector to see what are the things that can partner with us in the local economy. So those are just two examples that of the many things that we do, with the hope that we eventually develop deep and resilient sectors with deep and resilient supply chains.
Thank you for your reply. And as we understand that this support is really very big, it's very interesting to see how the private sector is contributing. And my question is to Mr. Faiz Al-Dosari. How the kingdom aims to to stimulate the support of private sector of all these initiatives. How do you see the contribution of your company in this process of diversification, localization, and integration of supply chain?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this exciting session. First of all, it's our pleasure to have such a distinguished audience with us today. I would like to extend also our welcome to Ms. Yulia. Also, I would like to extend also my welcoming to my team here. Really, it's a very insightful question when we talk about Vision 2030. it's not just government blueprint. We consider the vision of 2030 as a plan for any kind of industrial field. We are working as per and inspiring our vision from the government blueprint. As a private industry leader, we view ourselves as a strategic partner to achieving Saudi ambitious goal and sustainable growth. Our contribution, we can summarize it into some point. First of all, we can say that local value chain integration is the core of our strategy. And second thing, we can say that sustainability and innovation is one of the main core vision and goals for our company. And finally, this is what we are also forcing on it, the workforce development is priority. We are committed to train and employing Saudi talent, contribution the Saudi goal of increasing local employment in the industrial sector. By investing in our employee, we can ensure that we are not only meet the vision, but we can exceed the expectation of the vision of 2030.
And as we see that all the key ideas of the localization of supply chain, of creation additional value, it's ecosystem approach. And we understand that such approach is changing not only the shape of industry, but consuming patterns. So it means that new requirements are needed for the sector, for different sectors, and new technology should be applied. That is why I want to discuss this aspect during our panel, because we have the entire supply chain here, producers, traders, fabricators who are engaged in different part of the chain. My question is to Mr. Sanjay. Could you share how you're meeting the evolving market demand, and because you're a producer and for you maybe it's a bit more challenging to adapt the new requirements?
Yeah, good afternoon. I will start with the constraints first before I move to the initiatives. So all the regional manufacturers, and it's not a secret that all the regional manufacturers are facing intense competition from the imports, especially on the commodity segment. And this is putting a lot of pressure on the pricing as well as profitability. On the other hand, if we look at the engineering or the industrial application, the growth is fragmented, it's not consistent. And then there is also the issue of raw material volatility if you look at the special grades that we look for. So the best option is to diversify into value-added products that may enhance the innovation, or it can go into the special applications like the renewable energy, the high corrosion resistance product for special projects, as well as exploring market overseas. So to this effect, Unicoil has, my company is Unicoil, so Unicoil, what has Unicoil done? We have gone into production with very tight specifications, special zinc coatings, and then explored niche markets for the overseas segment. That's not all again, so we have to go one step further, because these days the process improvements that we make have a direct impact on the acceptance of the product, especially in the international markets. So we had to invest in a lot of environment-friendly technologies that we have done. Our partners, who are our customers as well as our suppliers, have supported us in this. So all taken together, if you look at the contracts that are being approved, say this year it's 20% more than what was done in 2024. The only option to have a sustained business model is to invest on customized value-added product. So that is how we are doing.
And I'm sure that Mr. Faisal can continue this discussion, because your business is an example of distribution, yes, of different products, not only steel. So you know about integration of supply chains as much as nobody in this audience. How do you see the future of steel consumption? How strategies and models can you employ to meet this demand efficiently and sustainably with the biggest contribution of local content?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Today, when you look at the steel consumption in the kingdom, I think today one thing that we need to do is that we need to break down the steel consumption into brackets. So first of all, we should look at long products, flat products, special steel, and maybe non-ferrous items. So if we look today at the long products, the expectations that the growth would be modest are not very aggressive growth. First of all, we have here enough capacities in the kingdom for the long products, and over and above, today we have new technologies into building. When you look at the flat products, where they go more into industrial activities or industrial consumption, we see a very big opportunity today for the flat products in the kingdom, and we expect the growth will exceed 8% annually. And this because there are a lot of businesses that wants to localize parts of their supply chain within the kingdom. If you look then into the special steel, where they are used in a very special applications, like let's say, for example, turbines, aerospace consumption. And also today, there is a lot of investment done by the PIF, especially in Dusur, which is based in Ras Al Khair, where they want to have a lot of industrial bases there to do very special complex applications. So we see here also a good demand. At the end, when we look also into the items, non-ferrous items like brass, tin, magnesium, and others, we see a lot of demand, especially into special equipment and machinery. Definitely, the kingdom has a growth. Today, we are blessed to have a very wise leadership, very clear vision, a supportive government, and also very balanced, managed monetary policy.
As Mr. Sanjay mentioned, that solar energy sector is developing very rapidly in Saudi Arabia, and I know that bus industry has a big experience of working with this sector as a new kind of application for steel. So my question is to Mr. Faiz. Your company actively work in this segment. This segment is fast growing, so how do you contribute into localization, because this sector is mostly consuming flat steel product, and how you see the development in supply chain in this segment?
Frankly speaking, let us talk about how we can inject or support the renewable energy by steel industrial manufacturer. We reach to see that there is a demand came from the Ministry of Energy that they want to transfer 50% of the energy to be renewable energy. And this opportunity, we study it well and we research how we can implement our steel manufacturer in this kind of field. And we figure it out that we can be in the market to produce and manufacture let us say, the tracking system of steel structure of the panel itself by steel, which is manufactured by special steel called ZAM. And we already succeed to penetrate this market and to do kind of, or to increase our local content of Saudi Arabia in this kind of field. We are very happy to achieve or to collaborate with any kind of goal came from the Vision 2030. We already succeed. We already start to manufacture this type of steel which is belong to the solar energy, and we already now in the stage to encouraging more quantity to achieve more target with a collaboration with Saudi government.
And what we see from our discussion that the main idea of development of supply chain is cooperation, as Mr. Ahmed Khalifa told during one of the sessions, that we should stop compete, we should cooperate. And we see that for development of supply chain, it's really very important. And because the system is functioning as a live organism. And I want to join to our discussion Mr. Mohamed Sami, because he has a big experience in international trading. So how do you see the integration between producers, traders, processors, logistic providers, and the possibility of synergy to create more added value for the segment?
Thank you, Yulia. And thanks to the organizers for having us here together for such insightful discussions with industry leaders. And actually, it's a very important question. Today, if you notice in most of the presentation and the speakers, we are talking about the supply chain. So it's the right time to talk also about integration. And I believe also it's exactly the right country. We are at the right place to talk about integration across the steel value chain, because here in Saudi Arabia it's one of the real success stories. We are witnessing stronger integration and cooperation between the producers, the processors, the traders, the very important the logistics providers here in the kingdom. And all of them go together in collaboration to enhance the efficiency, which is developing a lot in the markets, and which will lead us, and this is the reality today, to deliver higher value products, which we are all looking for in the region. Also, many of the kingdom's already industrial zones and port-based facilities are already encouraging this cooperation. They are not behind. They are already there. They are very involved to create the seamless links between the production, the finishing, the processing, and again, the logistics providers. Their role cannot be forgotten in this development. Also, digital platforms and smarter logistics systems are helping to synchronize all that system together on the supply and demand. This is what I mean. And this will reduce, of course, it's already reducing the delivery time, ensuring consistent quality for both domestic and also for export markets from the kingdom. Maybe the last point also in this topic of integration I would like to mention is the integrated approach, which transforms steel into a connected ecosystem, which was something that we missed in the past. But it's happening already here in the kingdom on a wide range. It's spreading fast. And again, the integration is a motivation for it with all parties that we have mentioned. And I see when we reach to such kind of ecosystem, it's very supportive for Vision 2030 of the kingdom. So you feel that all parties, cooperation, integration, all in the same direction. Logistics providers, all going into the same direction with Vision 2030 goals. We are talking about goals of what? Goals of localization, industrial diversification, which is very clear now, sustainable economic growth. And it's a very strong example, actually, of how partnership and innovation are driving the next stage of the industrial kingdom in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you for such detailed reply. And now I want to move to another aspect of integration of supply chain, which is localization. And we understand that it's important not only to localize production and supply, but also to do it in an efficient way. not at all costs, I would say. So my question is to Mr. Sanjay. How do you see the main resources for operation efficiency in Saudi Arabia, for improvements of this operation in efficiency, and what constraints and opportunities you have in this aspect?
Well, if you look at it in terms of automation, whatever plants have come up or manufacturing facilities in the last 10, 20 years, they have a high level of automation. Like they are aligned with ERP, they have their own process management system, production management system. So the only way to enhance operational efficiency is in today's date to use that data, whatever has been generated by the automation systems, for artificial intelligence tools. Where, like, I will just give you an example. In Unicoil, we are working on a project where the mechanical property of the product can be predicted based on the source of the raw material with the data we have. So this is one part of it, which is the improvement with the resources and increasing the efficiency. The other side of it is, again, investing on environment-friendly technologies. And it's hard investment, not only words. That is a very important factor. In terms of constraints, yes, we are under pressure to upgrade our equipments, mechanical equipment, automation upgradation. And with this uncertain demand or fluctuating demand, it puts pressure on our EBITDA margins. So this is one constraint that I can say. The other constraint is about logistics, because logistics has become a key competitive differentiator these days. And companies have, if you look at the data, general data, 7 to 9% of the cost is the logistics cost. Whereas the industry leaders, the proven industry leaders, their cost is 5%. So this 5 and 7 makes a big difference, though not in numbers, but if you look at the absolute value. And those who do at 5%, they do an on-time delivery of 90%. So this is one thing which we can discuss and think more about, because Saudi Arabia as a country is in a very favorable geographical location where we can enhance the multimodal way of transportation. Railway is coming up. So use the opportunity for that geopolitical trade to do. And of course, in terms of other constraints, we have these tariffs which comes up day in and day out. These things, they put pressure on, especially the conversion units like Unicoil. We are just conversion units. And small changes make a big effect. So this is what I can say about operational efficiency and the constraints we face.
And one more important aspect for efficiency, it's energy efficiency, which is a fundamental aspect for industrial competitiveness. Of course, Saudi Arabia is blessed both with fossil fuels and renewable energy, and it's a unique position of this country. But of course, we should work on this aspect as well. And thanks God, we have one of the experts in this area, Mr. Hamid Sabzikari. And I want to ask you, could you outline how your company, which is specialized on industrial gases and technologies for industry, supports energy optimization, capex optimization for traditional steelmaking operations?
Thank you, Julia. Thanks for having me here. Some may say that industrial gas is, I think, utility or infrastructure for the steel, but I believe that, as you mentioned about the integration, yes, I think that's a common journey and integrated journey that I think we all need to play. With the 72 years legacy of this company, and with the full-fledged application machinery and industrial gases, I believe at my group, AG Group, served the purpose in so far. We had, I think, evolved during the last 15 years, particularly by investing more than $100 million on steel-specific industries for the steel works. So how it works, our core business is industrial gas. And you can see that industrial gas is the inherent part of any production facilities like, I think, steel. So we design, we build, we fund, we operate our on-site facilities at the site of the steelworks or adjacent to the steelworks. But what we focus is, and that was so far, actually, our what I call the strategic development pillar. So to improve the safety, I think that's the key matter for us, safety of us, our partners and customers and employees. Improve the reliability, because these are coming at the cost. Enhance the efficiency, and of course, I think that every interruption in the supply chain of this infrastructure can cause, I think, the significant margin loss that I think the reliability and availability can be, I think, key factor. On the top of that, minimize the cost and make it very predictable for a long time. So that's the model that we developed in the GCC region. I'm glad that now we have, I think, fleet of the 6 air separation unit across the GCC, 3 of which in Saudi and supplying for the time being 4 in steelworks on a continuous basis for 15 years. I believe we have, I think, managed to showcase the efficiency, and of course it's not enough, right? We have to actually continue. We have to showcase the efficiency, productivity enhancement, and predictability to steelworks to reduce the hassle. We know that they have lots of hassle.
Thank you. Another important advancement in the steel sector, which we should discuss, Saudi Arabia focused on localization for many years, and such approach led to the situation when, from import-oriented country, Saudi Arabia become more self-sufficient in steel and even express some interest in exports. So my question is to Mohammed Sami: how can the kingdom strengthen this trade position in the global market, because we see increasing supply, at least in region. So do the country have a potential to strengthen position globally as a way of diversification of supply chains?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Yulia. I'll take it from what just Mr. Sanjay talked about, the location of the kingdom. Saudi Arabia is already positioned at the most strategic crossroads in the global trade, as we know. Connecting what? Connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe all together. And the kingdom is taking full advantage of that geography till today, and is still developing by building world-class infrastructure and logistics capabilities, and still growing. In the morning sessions, we hear a lot about the developments of the ports. I'll take it from there. Major developments, for example, by Mawani, and the expansion of key ports such as Jeddah, Dammam, and creating highly efficient, smart gateways for regional and international trade. These are complemented by new rail links, industrial corridors, and digital supply chain solutions. Enabling what? Enabling just-in-time delivery, which we really needed for industrial development, and full visibility from mill to the market. And we talk about the market here, either it's the local market or the export market. Developments are really interrelated, and we mentioned that in the first, when we talked about the integration. Together, all those initiatives are turning Saudi Arabia into a true logistics powerhouse, that we can describe it this way. Not only meeting the domestic demand, which is growing, but also serving as a regional hub and also a re-export location. So I think the kingdom is doing the best to take advantage of the location and relate the advantage of the location with developments and expansions in the ports, and this is why I believe we are seeing fast growth in this respect.
As we are not having too much time, I want to move one of the most important issues for supply chain. It's sustainability. So I hope that we will be brief in discussing this aspect. And my question is to Mr. Khalid. Sustainability is a major pillar of Vision 2030. How is PIF leveraging its portfolio of sustainable projects to accelerate adoption of low carbon technologies and to move in this way?
So I'll try to be brief, and I'll talk about our commitment as PIF to sustainability from two different angles. The first one is PIF is responsible for generating 70% of the renewable generation capacity that the country aims to achieve, of the 50% that the country wants to achieve by 2030. So that's a significant commitment, and we see it as actually as an additional value proposition for the country, an attractive value proposition for businesses and manufacturers that are looking for cleaner sources of energy, especially in industries that are energy intensive, like the steel industry. So that's one aspect of our commitment. The other aspect is that we also practice what we preach. So in a lot of our projects, and we're a bit lucky in this regard because a lot of our projects are new and from scratch. We're building it from scratch, so we don't need to retrofit existing technologies. So we try to embed sustainability and sustainable practices in a lot of our projects, and here I'll talk about, I'll mention two examples. The first one is Red Sea Global Project, which eventually will become one of the largest global tourism destinations that are fully powered by renewable energy. And the second example is Ma'aden, a recent example from Ma'aden, our portfolio company, where they're retrofitting production of ammonia, and the result of that will mean 450,000 tons of CO2 that's not making it to the atmosphere, which is a significant outcome, a positive outcome in this regard by all benchmarks. So in summary, we see sustainability as actually, it's not a trade-off with our objective to develop deep and sustainable local supply chains, but actually as another value proposition for us that will help us attract additional players into the sectors that we want to develop.
Thank you for your response, and I also want to discuss such aspect of sustainability that focus on eco-friendly building materials. It's a very interesting trend in the industry, and I want to ask Mr. Faisal, because he is really engaged in supply chain of many products, not only steel. How do you see is sustainability practices can be more challenge for steel industry or an opportunity in terms of substitutes in the construction sector?
Definitely, the supply chain of steel itself is not that much friendly to the environment. So is there a challenge? So for us in Masdar, what we have done is that we have at the moment signed an MOU where we will go into a study to find an alternative for rebars. We found a proven technology, which is fiber glass reinforced steel, and we are planning to study this well. And there's also part from the Ministry of Energy. They have a program called Oil Sustainability Initiative, where instead of like taking the oil and exporting it, we can do a value add engineering locally and create an alternative product for rebar. And this has been proven technology outside of the kingdom. We want to try it here and see what happens into it. So instead of going outside and bringing the iron ore from mines all over the world and shipping it into the kingdom, we have here energy to do it and produce it locally in the kingdom.
Thank you very much for your replies. It was really very interesting to discuss all these matters with you. Just to sum up, I can say that Saudi steel industry is not only developing, it's changing its shape and re-identify its face. So I'm sure that Saudi Arabia has a very big potential for becoming very successful in the steel sector, in steel industry, and I'm sure that all of you contribute into this. One more time, thank you to all the distinguished speakers, and I'm sure that we will have more room for discussions in the sidelines of the conference. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا لإدارة الجلسة وسوف ننتقل للجلسة التالية بعد قليل. نرجو منكم البقاء في أماكنكم إلى حين تجهيز المسرح. شكرا جزيلا. أيها الحضور الكريم، تنتقل صناعة الصلب العالمية كثيفة الانبعاثات الكربونية إلى نظام طاقة يعتمد على المصادر المتجددة لكن بوتيرة متفاوتة بين المناطق. وقد خف بريق مشاريع الاختزال المباشر بالهيدروجين مع أفران القوس الكهربائي بسبب تبعات التكلفة، فيما يدور جدل واسع حول التقاط الكربون واستخدامه وتخزينه في إدارة الكربون مع الصلب. وفي المقابل يزداد بروز تقنيات جديدة مثل الأفران الكهربائية الصاهرة، ومع ذلك لا تزال هناك مخاوف بشأن تطوير أسواق رائدة للصلب الأخضر ووضع معيار عالمي موحد يحدد ما يعد صلبا أخضر. أما الآن فمع جلسة نقاش تحت عنوان تفعيل إمكانات إنتاج الصلب منخفض الانبعاثات الأخضر، يدير جلسة النقاش السيد سيري واتسا، شريك في شركة استشارية ADL. Mr. Siri Watsa, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for showing up for today's evening. I must admit, I thoroughly enjoyed my friend Abdulaziz say my name. Sri Ziri WhatsApp. So that's not my name, it's Sri Vatsa. But I'll put you out of misery. You can call me Sri, you can address me Sri. I'm going to bring on stage our panelists for today. First on stage would be Mr. Harsha Shetty, who's the CEO of Jindal Steel Oman. Mr. Harsha. Harsha here. Next in line is Mr. Andrea Diasporo. Andrea, Group Sales Director for Danieli. Welcome, Andrea, on stage. Next on stage, this gentleman makes my name sound a lot simpler. I'm going to try my best and pull an Abdulaziz on him. This is Mr. Predrag Kaljevic. Predrag, welcome on stage. Last but not the least, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce Mr. Adam from Boston Metal. Adam. Am I audible? All right. Once again, thank you everyone for joining today. So I'm told there is Riyadh Comedy Festival going on. There is Celine Dion's concert going on. And despite that, you made time for this. I'm truly thankful for you. Give a big round of applause to yourself. So today's discussion is about unlocking potential for green steel production in the region. So I'll be asking questions as difficult as possible. And maybe I'll start with you, Predrag and Andrea. All right. So the world is moving away from blast furnaces, hopefully, unless nothing crazy happens. So we are building more and more of EAF. But tell us what comes next. What are some of the new technologies that you are working on that's going to make the steel world greener?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues. Thank you, Sri, for the question. See, well, I think blast furnace will last at least for another 10 years. The steel will be produced, we expect, at least 45% using blast furnace route, BOF route. And in fact, we are not, let's say, abandon this technology. We have a division working hard to improve and to make even the blast furnace a little bit more environmental friendly. But of course, we have done a lot of steps in the direction of DRI technology and steel making with electrical furnace. Our technology has been proven with a few pilot plants utilizing different type of gases. So this gives the feeling and the comfort to the steel producer that they can move into this direction, even they don't have a clue about the fuel available in the near future. So going for the DRI is not preventing them to go for coal gasifiers in gas, natural gas, of course, which is the usual route, or hydrogen. They don't have to change anything in the technology, so they can easily decide to initiate an investment with this technology, and then later on they can adapt the process based on the available fuel. Steel making is also something that, I mean, just to cut the long story short, whenever we have a new client coming to Danieli asking to put up an electrical furnace, he's asking for two things: flexibility in the raw material and low energy consumption. Right. Let's say low consumption, because energy, okay, chemical energy, electrical energy, electrodes, anything, refractory, so low OPEX and flexibility. We have developed our Q1 system, which is capable to use renewable energy thanks to the DC bus, is environmental friendly with less energy consumption and electro consumption, and gives the flexibility to adapt with the artificial intelligence different melting profile according to different charging mix. This is basically what is happening, and I think these innovations are, let's say, the base of the new establishment, new plans for the next 5 years. And then today, with such a dynamic world and dynamic steel industry, to make a forecast more than 5 years is really challenging.
Thank you, Andrea. Predrag?
Okay, I also disagree that the blast furnace route is dead. If we consider certain geographies, just to mention one, is India, we expect that in next 2 decades, about 250 million tons of steel, additional steel, will be produced with blast furnace and BOF route. And this it was also for us stimulating development in order to make blast furnace route more green. And we did quite some achievements there with the so-called blue blast furnace, or even going in further reduction, as we cannot ignore that all India will grow by BF and BOF route, while in Southeast Asia it will remain more or less stable on BF and BOF route. And coming to what was your original question, if we consider that we solve on upstream the emissions, so if we add hydrogen instead of natural gas in whatever DRI process is applied, I would say the job is almost done. But having said that, we continue the development in making all processes more efficient, reducing energy consumption. Right. As much as you reduce energy, as much you reduce emissions. So, and also on all downstream, there are a number of technologies which go in that direction to further reduce, provided that at source you reduce the emissions.
Sounds good. Thank you, Predrag. Adam, maybe it's time I pull you in. So what does future hold for us in terms of green steel technologies? You have surprise for us?
So I'll speak from the slightly different perspective, the perspective of a novel technology producer. So we are Boston Metal, as the name suggests, based in Boston, and we make metals. Those are made with a novel new approach called molten oxide electrolysis. And as the name suggests, this is a high temperature approach. So this is not electrolysis with aqueous solutions and large amounts of water. This is not electrolysis with hydrogen. This is direct electrification of primary steel production. So this is not melting scrap. This is what will ultimately, we believe, be a solution to replace the blast furnace, go from iron ore to crude steel using only electricity. And it's a platform technology. So in terms of a question, where are we at today in deploying this technology? I'd invite you to come down to Brazil, to the state of Minas Gerais, and you can tour and see our first plant, see us pouring ferroalloys using this technology. And that is how we are first bringing the technology to market, using, in the case of Brazil, very, very low-grade raw materials where the oxides are less than 10%, the wastes from incumbent processes, using those, using our technology to produce ferroniobium, tantalum, other high-value ferroalloys as we introduce the technology to the market. And I'd invite you to come down, like many of your colleagues have, to see that plant in operation. But where we are moving with the technology, and relevant to this discussion, is as we scale the technology, bringing it to bear on steel and bringing it to market with some quite differentiated capabilities compared with DRI or any of the other solutions that have been put in place, in the case of DRI, for many decades. And that difference is that if you look at steel production today, we're talking about the blast furnace, which I agree will be here for decades to come because there's 1.4 billion tons of steel made last year with the blast furnace technology. The life is decades. You're going to need to do everything we can to improve the efficiency during the useful life of those technologies. But if you look at what are the alternatives for ore-based metallics, DRI's been here for 50 or 60 years, 100 million tons, 140 million tons. The limit has always been high-grade ore, low-cost gas. But if you're going to ultimately believe in a green steel future, you need a technology that can replace the blast furnace. You need a technology that can reach billion-ton per year scale. And to do that, you need to use the more abundant ores. And that's the technology that we're developing, using low-grade ore from the Pilbara and making very high purity, fully metallized iron products that can go downstream into any of the established routes. But it's starting right now in Brazil using that same core technology to make extremely cost-effective ferroalloys and with extremely low emissions.
Got it. So you got more flexible, cost-efficient, energy-efficient, and fundamentally new technology. So maybe the question for you, Harsha. So what do you see as the potential for green steel with all this technology growth and whatnot, particularly in the GCC region?
So GCC has a very unique advantage when we speak about the green steel. First of all, when you look at the steel industry in terms of the various levers available to reduce your carbon intensity, first is the energy efficiency which is available. I mean, first is the efficiency factors which is available for every steel producer. And then it's the scrap usage. And then it would be the technology switch, which is from the BF to EAF. And then you have the fuel switch, that's from EAF, DRI NG to DRI hydrogen. And then, of course, you have the CCUS. So when you look at this pyramid, GCC has a very unique advantage. That is, it is already at the advanced level, highly efficient DRI production using clean natural gas, or most of the plants higher ranking on the efficiency factors, and they don't need to shift from BF to EF. They are already switched, which Europe is grappling with currently. We don't have that problem. And most important advantage what we have is most of the regions in the GCC have more than 3,500 hours of sunshine. And there are a lot of pockets where your wind speed is very close to the wind speed in Netherlands, for example. So this combination has a very unique advantage in terms of the potential to generate renewable power. So Middle East offers a low energy cost now to get into the DRI NG technology right away. And then it gives you a very clear transition pathway, a progressive transition pathway. That is, first you start using renewable power, and then you can start injecting hydrogen because the technologies are readily available. So you can choose your pathways. So that is not available in most of the other regions, And so I think Middle East is the world's best chance for green steel. And then you may have questions on where is the market and so on, but I guess that's a separate question which I would love to answer later. But I guess when it comes to green steel, there is no competition, and it's all collaboration. And the world is the market. Wherever there is a regulatory push to start with, is an immediate market. For example, CBAM in Europe. And I guess within a decade or so, there would be a lot of pull from the consumer side, because the propensity of a consumer to choose green over gray has significantly increased in the past decade.
I think I'll remember the word green steel, the world's best chance is GCC. That should be the headline, right?
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
What you're telling me is that the stars are aligned for GCC to lead the world in terms of green steel production. So I'm just curious to understand your take on scrap, because scrap means something to the rest of the world and means something else to this region. What is your perspectives, and how do you see this trend or the scrap play evolving in the future?
You see, in GCC, what I've seen in terms of the production costs, definitely if we have our own DRI production, it's cheaper than using scrap, right? But actually your question has larger dimensions than that. And that is, see, in the past 3 years, the difference between FOB Black Sea billet index and the scrap index has reduced from $140 to today less than $100. In fact, we would be lucky as a steel producer if it's more than 100. So what was 140 given, 140, 150 given, billet minus scrap, is today 90, 85, 90, 95. So what does it say? In my view, that means the demand for scrap is increasing not only because the EAF production is increasing, but also because the demand for scrap as a lever, as a most common lever for decarbonization is increasing. Today, if anyone wants to decarbonize, scrap is a very easy lever available, but that's not going to be for long because the price curve is upward sloping in my view for scrap. So, and moreover, it's going to be increasingly protected as a national resource. So scrap export will be now subject to a lot of barriers. So hence, for Middle East, for sure, I don't see scrap as the biggest lever for decarbonation. We have much better levers. But yes, in the interest of being green, the domestic scrap available in GCC would be the first priority for usage for the hygiene factor.
You want to add something to it, Andrea?
No, I mean, absolutely, the GCC stands in a very good position considering the environmental friendly and green approach. And there is no blast furnace in the whole GCC, as a matter of fact. So, and then they are already, let's say, most of the plants, even they have DRI with natural gas, they capture the CO2. So at the end, if you see that the carbon footprint is much lower compared to Europe. Sometimes I feel that the green steel is an excuse to renew the old European steel industry. So, regarding the scrap, the world is changing completely. Life cycle of the scrap is normally 30, 40 years. So you get today what has been produced 30, 35 years ago. There is also a high demand because we have new electrical furnace. There is already a transition program going on. So, and more important, there are flat producer or producer of alloy steel, specialty steel, which are moving now to the scrap route. This is basically creating a big effect in terms of scrap demand, quality scrap demand, and then the steel producer, they have two options. Either they have to pay more, but again, there is a problem of availability, or they need to transform the scrap, to treat the scrap. And then we see many steel producers, I can mention also a few of them, who are now investing in scrap treatment. Shredder machine, shear, so on, cleaning line. And then we have the complaint coming from the rebar producer, particularly in Europe, because the scrap that they used to buy in the past, today the flat producer, they are buying at the same price or even slightly higher. They transform in quality scrap by cleaning, by getting rid of Trump elements, waste, and they use for the production of flat, HR coil, whatever. So on the top of it, they can recover the waste coming from the scrap treatment, and then they can produce a polymer with the waste, and they inject the polymer instead of carbon in the electrical furnace. Today, you can replace a huge quantity of carbon with a polymer, and the polymer has hydrogen inside. So then it gives contribution to the green transition in order to move and to reduce the carbon footprint.
Thanks, Andrea. Adam, I have a question for you. So you heard that the cost structure still favors DRA-based production, right? And you are building a challenger technology, right? I'm always a big fan of challenges in the market. So when do you expect to be your molten electrolysis technology to be mainstream and be cost competitive as well?
So I think it continues to play. Energy has been king in terms of where the steel has been deployed, and it will remain king. If you look historically, you know, where you had coal mines and demand for steel, you had the growth of steel. As you transition, you know, if you want to cut your emissions in half right away and move to DRI with natural gas, you've seen that grow in regions abundant in low-cost gas, the US, the GCC region. As you continue that evolution to, you know, debate what green steel is, but to electrified green steel with any technology, even if you are just as efficient as the blast furnace on an energy basis or even more, the volumes are so immense that power, access to clean power, access to stable clean power will drive where these technologies can compete in the early realm. So the GCC region, parts of Canada, parts of Brazil, our project in Brazil is on a grid 100% with hydro. Those will be the drivers. Those will be the primary drivers of cost in terms of those applications, but that's going to be key.
Thank you. I want to switch gears slightly and go into digital and AI. Maybe my question's for you, Predrag. So you do quite a bit of digital work, AI work in steel inclusive. It all looks cool, right? So everything looks cool on PowerPoint presentations. Everything looks cool on video. It's amazing. Tell us, teach us, guide us how to make them amazing in real life. How does it work? How to make it really work in real life? What did you do? What is your magic sauce to make it work?
Well, if we look into any segment or every day of our life, how much electronics and digitalization entered in our life, even before we started to talk about AI. So, and it was clear message, and that message came 15, 20 years back. I looked at this more looking that from owners, from a user perspective, not from ours. If we do this for ourselves, we keep ourselves busy, we are happy with what we do, but then what is the result? And looking from the plant users, I would say that transforming data in statistics is certainly important to create the base to take proper decisions, to avoid panic decisions. It is certainly an excellent tool to assure that this turnover in personnel will not affect plant operation. And this somehow was inspiration for SMS Group to develop all those tools. We could talk about for hours. I can mention just few like carbon footprint certification, energy management and optimization, and so on and so forth. But those three pillars were somehow polar star for us once we were thinking about this development.
Thank you, Predrag. I want to take a moment and engage the audience as well. So moving back to the green steel topic, I want to run a poll. If you can, organizers can pull up the poll on the screen. I have a question for you. Do you think the customers will be willing to pay green premium? It's a simple yes or no question. I just want to understand the sentiment in the room. So we are supposed to get a QR code on the wall. Do you see a QR code? This is the one. I'll move. It came straight on my face. So please scan this and register your questions. Sorry, register your answer. I'm really curious what you think. Let them say and then you can add. Okay, so we have a lot of hope on technology. We have a lot of expectations from government subsidies. We don't have a lot of expectations from end users, do we? Any thoughts on this, Harsha? Or anyone jump in?
Yeah.
Mike, you know you got
yeah,
it.
it's,
Sorry.
actually, you know, the question, it depends, 47%. If you define, that depends is very, very critical. Nonetheless, I'll just explain. It depends on, of course, geography, and depends on, if I ask a specific question, if you're buying a $500 washing machine, and if you are told to pay $15 more, a $500 washing machine, not $15, actually it's $9. So if you are asked to pay $9 more for this $500 washing machine, the question is, would you be willing to pay or no? If you get the bragging rights to show it to your children that you are choosing green over gray, I think that would have been a better question. Another question would be, if you're buying a $50,000 car and if you're asked to pay $150 or say around $300 premium for a $50,000 car, yes, that would be not very easy. But the question is, would you pay that? You know, when you go specific, I guess the answer may change.
Fair enough.
Because the whole idea for green steel, of course, it's not today, but going ahead, when we start looking at, you know, a few of the island nations drowning because of global warming, you know, Fiji, for example, or in a few decades, a few of the island nations may drown because of the global warming. And when we see extreme weather events, you know, then I guess the consciousness about choosing green slightly increases, and also the push by the governments. Europe is the leader in policy, a few pushed by the government, and these things definitely, I believe, this 7% can become 51%. Not a day is not very far for that.
Excellent. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask one last question, and I'm going to keep it controversial. So, when it comes to scope 1 emissions, on a scale of 0 tons per ton to 1 ton per ton, what do you think is green steel? Harsha?
I would say scope 3 for green steel. Whenever we talk of green steel, it should always be scope 3. And that should be less than 0.8 plus. It should be made from renewable energy sources, not just using scrap, which is a tool available for everyone. It should be made using renewable power, and scope 3 of less than 0.8. For me, that is green steel.
For you, Andrea?
I think we can be a little bit more brave and challenge, and I would say 0.6. Because technology is there, it's just a matter of mentality and, of course, some investment. But most of the time, the investment we do to reduce the emission are translated into efficiency. So, I mean, even whoever doesn't care about the environmental impact emission, he may get some benefit in terms of higher margin and more efficiency in the plant, just moving into this direction.
Okay. Predra?
Yeah, this is strictly connected with this small survey you did, you know. And somehow this will depend on a corporate policy of a big industry, of automotive. In many companies already announced net zero policy, like Volvo, BMW, Amazon, Microsoft, whoever in this basket. So they will set the trend. And I would say also to be a little bit more aggressive. 0.8 or 0.9, it's still, let's say, something which is more than available and less challenging. I would go to anything in range of 0.4 or less.
0.4. Adam?
I'll go a little more aggressive and talk to what our technology can do at scope 1, which is 0. So we have, as an example of that, we're emitting oxygen. You can come and visit our plant in Massachusetts. Our bag house and exhaust is in a parking lot with a daycare center in Massachusetts, in Greater Boston, and that's the extreme example of it. Yes, for scope 2 reasons, please use clean power, and we can all debate where we draw the line on scope 3, but the new technologies that are coming can deliver scope 1 fully at 0.
0.8, 0.6, 0.40. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our time. Thank you very much for your attendance, and thanks to all the panelists.
أيها الحضور الكريم، تقدم رابطة الصلب العالمية نظرة مستقبلية لأداء القطاع تشمل آفاق الطلب في قطاعات التشييد والسيارات والآلات، وتأثير الاتجاهات الكبرى كالتوسع الحضري والتقدم التقني وتغير المناخ، كما تتناول دورة حياة الصلب كاملة من توافر الخردة إلى دور إعادة التدوير. أما الآن مع العنوان نظرة مستقبلية لرابطة الصلب العالمية وصناعة الصلب السعودية، مع كل من السيد تيرينيس بوزوتيل المدير لبرنامج كونستراكت ستيل في رابطة الصلب العالمية وورد ستيل، والمهندس أسامة حمدان نائب رئيس قطاع المعادن في المركز الوطني للتنمية الصناعية. Mr. Terenis Bosotil, the stage is yours. ويليه بعد ذلك المهندس أسامة حمدان.
Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you very much, our friends from the Saudi Steel Association, for inviting us to be here. My name is Terence Bozotil, and I'm the director of Construct Steel. Construct Steel is the steel construction market development program of the World Steel Association. So in this particular session, I'm going to give you a bit of an update on the global demand outlook for steel, okay? So what is the World Steel Association? The World Steel Association is a non-profit organization established in 1967. We represent 85% of the world's steel production, which are located all across the world. We operate along many areas, and our job basically is to position the use of steel as a product and as an industry. And we do this basically via all these different programs that we have. We position the use of steel in the automotive market. We do it through climate change and the environment. We do it through communications. We do it through construction, the program which I am responsible for, through education and training, and so on and so forth. So particularly my job is to increase the use of steel in construction. I have another presentation later, and I'll show you through ways we do that. As you know, the world is in a rapidly changing situation, and the steel industry is in the middle of all of this. Geopolitical and economic shifts are taking place. Trade barriers are going up. Walls are going up. What does this mean for the steel industry, for our customers? Climate change is also, we are at the center of that, and we are working very hard to address that. Demographic and social changes. You look at the population in Germany, South Korea, Japan, the population there is going down or is about to start going down. At the same time, in Africa, it is booming. A lot of changes taking place at the same time. Urbanization is also going up. Construction is one of these industries which is expected to continue growing. So I want to give you a little bit of an outlook for steel demand across the world. This year, demand is expected to be very much flat. It declined last year at about 1.749 billion tons. Demand is expected to pick up in 26. Actually, the demand this year didn't decline because there was a lot of front loading of activity in many economies to avoid the tariffs. So if you look at the demand, if you look at the economies developed and developing, we can see basically in 2025 there has been no change despite all of the news about chaos ensuing. The reason for that, as I said before, is that prior to the tariffs there has been a lot of activity, a lot of stockpiling, a lot of increase in stocks, a lot of increase in activity to try and avoid these tariffs. But the situation on the ground is a little bit different than what the news is saying, and this chart explains that. And even next year, the economy is expected to, the global economy is expected to slow, but I think we don't expect anything dramatic in terms of demand. If we look at the end-using sectors for steel, I think here it's very important to mention that the residential market is under difficult conditions. If you look at Europe, if you look at United States, Japan, and particularly in China, high interest rates, oversupply, costs of doing business, inflation has given a big hit to residential. And I think we start to see positive signs that there will be a pickup in residential demand for construction in beginning of next year. If you look at non-residential, it's a very much different situation. The office market is in oversupply, generally globally, but we have markets such as data centers and warehouses, which are doing very well. Civil engineering is very strong across the world. Here we see basically developing markets growing their infrastructure very strongly, and this is helping to support overall steel demand in the construction segment. So the pace of construction will pick up from 2026. Same with automotive. Automotive, we saw generally a global slowdown in this year, and I think we're expected to see a bit of a small pickup next year as well in global light vehicle sales. Markets such as China, India, and Southeast Asia are doing very well. Surprisingly, even in the US, demand is doing also very well. So the regional overview of steel demand in European Union, we saw, of course, a slowdown this year. High interest rates, inflation, war perspectives, and all of this have slowed down demand. But we expect a pickup next year in 2026. Russia, SIIS, and Ukraine, of course, declining demand there, and the pickup expected next year. In Africa and Middle East, we expect to see a pickup there as well. Developing Asia, excluding China, this is a bright spot in the world for us. Okay, when we look at India, when we look at Southeast Asia, when we look at Africa, these are all markets which are expected to see continuous demand growth for steel. China, as you can see, we are in a structural decline now for many years in China. The problem we have there is an oversupplied residential market that will it's expected to continue next year and beyond. As you know, they build too much. They are unwinding from that. And because construction steel is such an important contributor to overall demand in China, demand is expected to continue going down. Okay? Africa and Middle East, the prospects here are of course very strong from the information that we have, especially in KSA with all of the projects that are taking place. The same in UAE, and the same also in North Africa. Very bright spot for demand. And that's basically it from my side. Basically it. The point I want to make is very important, that despite all the news that we see about things collapsing around us, the numbers do not simply show that. What we've seen is that a lot of demand has been brought forward, a lot of production capacity has increased in the first half of this year, but I think all in all, demand is expected to pick up for steel in 2026. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will discuss with you this afternoon the steel market and its projection. And at the National Industrial Development Center, we oversee a lot of metals, steel sector being one of the most important one for us. In 2020, we have completed our strategic development. In 2025, we revisited the market to redo the strategy and build upon it. There was 5 main revelations that we saw once we completed our study. The first thing was demand has exceeded or surpassed our forecast by 30%, reflecting unprecedented growth. There was a shift in demand drivers. The GDP now correlates the more with the oil demand, which overtaken oil revenues. Actually, the steel demand is more closely aligned with the broader economic activity, not just oil. Emerging sectors such as aerospace, automotive machinery have been growing and have fueled the growth in the steel demand. The rapid pace of our expansion had outstripped our local capacity, and now we have a big supply gap in the kingdom. Now, when we look at the historical demand, in 2018, our demand was 12 million tons. It has surged to 24, about 5% year-on-year increase. Basically, we had a drop in 2021 due to COVID, but between 2022 and to 2024, it was 12% or so annual growth. In 2021 and 2024, our forecasts in 2020 have forecasted a growth of about 1.5 to 2% annual. Since then, we have beat our forecast quite a bit. In 2024, we beat our forecast by 4 million ton or 33%. But year on year, we have beat the forecast, underscoring sustained market momentum. Now, this is an important slide because it shows that the growth has been met by the rise of imports. But the most important fact that we've seen is the imports share on flat has been taken, considering the most, indicating the more of the shift towards industrialization demand more than construction. Now, up to 2018, the steel demand in Saudi Arabia was more correlated to the oil prices or oil revenues. Since 2018, we've seen a shift. It's more linked to the overall or the overall GDP activities. And this is basically a structural change, because while oil prices have declined or remained constant, the steel demand has been moving upwards, which confirms the GDP-linked investments that we have in the kingdom are becoming the key drivers for the demand. Now, when we look towards the future and see where will we take the demand, there are three basically elements that we look at. The first one was the organic growth. We looked at the structural demand coming from industrial developments and the giga project demand that is induced from, the Qiddiya, NEOM, and such projects. The organic demand basically was assumed based on Saudi population, which we expect to reach 45 million by 2045. This will add about 1.5 CAGR to the demand from 2024 moving forward. On the structural development, there are several investments or several sectors being developed. There is the MRO, the food and beverage, automotive, special equipment, and so forth. Those will play a major part in the demand moving forward. And of course, there are the giga projects that will contribute the demand. Now, we'll just go a little bit on how we estimated the demand. Basically, the structural demand was based on 8 growing steel sectors, among which is energy, automotive, maritime, and so forth. Within each sector, we looked at the segments with it. So for in renewables, we looked at wind, we looked at photovoltaic, and so forth. We estimated the demand based on the project that would be developed, but here we took a very conservative view. We only considered projects that will require steel. We discounted the projects that would develop in 2025 or 2026, because already the acquisition of steel has been taking place. We went into the bill of materials. We looked at the bill of materials and what elements could be determined that would be needed. In here, we looked at the direct purchases. We did not look at basically a shaft in a motor, because we looked at a frame, we looked at a plate that goes in a wind turbine because of the direct buy. So with that, we were very conservative in our view. Then we estimated the flat and the steels that is needed by capacity, by quantity, by everything else, and we came that. We have done that for every sector that we have looked at, and then we got that together, and we have seen that our market will grow at 2.3% CAGR from 25 moving forward, with the structural demand from the industrial playing a major role in it. Now, when we look where the demand would come from in the structural or the new industries, mainly it will come from machinery and renewable. Infrastructure projects such as airports, bridges, and everything will account of 14% of that demand. And the demand will be 70% consists of flat steel. Long products such as SPQ and specialty will constitute 27% of the future demand. Now, ultimately, this is what we were trying to find, is where and how do we position as a kingdom in our supply demand balance, shortage, or surplus. And when we look at our future demand in 2035 or 2045, we already have the rebar and wire rod in oversupply in the kingdom. It'll be an oversupply for a few years to come. However, big supply gaps are evident in flat products. In plate, we will see about 2.6 million supply gap, which 1.5 million will be supplied by the ongoing project with Bow Steel. However, for the remaining flat products, excluding plate, we see a gap of close to 3.5 million ton in 2035, reaching up to 5.6 million tons in 2045. There are also opportunities in readily opportunities, MBQ, SBQ, and specialty longs. So for us, we see a good opportunity and a good gap in our future demand. In order just to shed light on what do we see in conclusion, we see basically a strong market positioned for growth. The market that we see in here was based on a very conservative growth estimate. The kingdom demand continues to outperform expectation, driven by diversification and industrial expansion. Our structural demand from emerging sector and giga project will reshape the market, especially in flat and long steels. Here, I think I would like to note that when we started, we thought the giga project would constitute the biggest of the demand. But on contrary to this, it was the emerging sector, the industrial development, what constituted the biggest of the future demand. We have, of course, as we've seen, local supply gap, which present clear opportunities for investment, localization, capacity additions. We are actually currently working on this with few projects on the line and discussions ongoing. And at the end, with Vision 2030, accelerating industrialization infrastructure development, Saudi is set to become the steel hub in the Middle East, powering regional growth for decades to come. This is the time I have. I thank you very much.
أعزائنا الحضور، بعد قليل سوف تبدأ الجلسة التالية، لذلك نرجو منكم البقاء في أماكنكم إلى حين تجهيز المسرح. شكرا لكم. أيها الحضور الكريم، أسعار خام الحديد في 2025 جاءت أدنى متوسطاً منذ 2019 مع توقع زيادات في المعروض هذا العام وسط فتور الطلب الصيني. ورغم استمرار صادرات الصين، يزداد طلبها على خامات أقل جودة بسبب ضعف الهوامش. أما الآن فإلى جلسة حوارية بعنوان ملامح سوق الحديد والمنتجات المعدنية الوسيطة. تدير جلسة الحوار السيدة مارينا شولغا، قائدة فريق في فاست ماركتس. Ms. Marina Scholge, the stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. So we are almost at the end of the day, but I appreciate that you are here and you will listen to my great panelists. So we are now in the very interesting moment in iron ore and metallics market when prices are at lowest over several years, while industry is going through the most massive transformation over the history. Supply is up, demand patterns changing, and the pressure from the sustainability and decarbonization is increasing. And on the back of this brief speech, I would like to invite my great panelists to the stage. So please welcome Mohamed Telmidi, CEO at SNIM. Carol Elliott, the senior partner at McKinsey & Company. Dr. John Atherton, the Secretary General at AAMA. And Richard Karstenock, the head of Green Metals Technology at Fortescue. Thank you a lot for joining us today. And before we start our discussion, I would like to welcome Mohamed and give you the stage for your brief presentation.
Okay, thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello, everybody. I will give a quick presentation about SNIM perspective to growth and transformation ambitions. SNIM is an iron ore producer since early 60s and also early 80s we start beneficiation of iron ore, magnetite iron ore, and as a company our shareholders are the government of Mauritania 78% and some Arab institutions, and SNIM is an example of successful collaboration between Arab institutions. We are an integrated company, operator, producing iron ore, but also energy, and we own our railway connecting the mine to the port on 700 kilometers. We have also mine beneficiation plants and railway and ports. Our products are between high grade 60% Fe to some low grade product, but the common things between all these products, they are free of contaminants. Very low alumina, phosphorus, and all contaminants. And it is the strength of products which have high value product. Our market is almost everywhere, North Africa, mainly Algeria and Egypt, Western Europe, and also Asia, China, and it can be strange for everybody, Australia. We have a foundation to support people in the corridor, and we have a lot of certificates for environment, quality, and CSR. Just a few words about the potential of iron ore in the area. In the north of Mauritania, close to our operation, there is a huge amount of iron ore resources. A big quantity of these resources are magnetite, which is very suitable for beneficiation for the DRI pellet and DRI steel route. There is also some hematite, but there is in global billions of resources in the area. We have
a growth program, which is some of internal project, like Fderic and Tizrqaf, and also some of a partnership, like Al-Ouj and Takamul with Saudi Hadid. There is a good energy perspective in Mauritania, like gas production and green energy, because Mauritania is a world-class potential for wind and solar power. We developed recently a business plan, and our vision is to make SNIM position as a regional mining hub in the region. And this strategy, industrial strategy, is divided in 3 horizons, and the first one will bring the production from 14 million to 45 million, and also to 80 million later. And we will also develop some transformation for local valorization, because now the only valorization is the beneficiation of low-grade to high-grade product. But we will add pellets and HBI in this strategy. I think this strategy has some strengths. Strengths of SNIM and of Mauritania and the market. In SNIM we have a lot of reserves, good quality reserves. We have existing infrastructure like railway and port. And for Mauritania there is a world-class potential of wind and solar power, and also starting this year to produce some gas. And as you know, the strength of market is the decarbonization that is very important for SNIM to its downstream integration. And also our geographical proximity from a growing market like MENA and European Union for green steel. In conclusion, because we don't have enough time, SNIM is a significant iron ore reserve, have significant iron ore reserves suitable for downstream and DRI HBI. There is an experienced integrated producer that is open to partnership. Infrastructure and logistics is already there, and that can support project and strategic geographical position and new energy perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. That is important to open the session where we talk about iron ore with words about iron ore. And to start the conversation, I have the opening question to all of you, if you don't mind. So what do you see as a single most critical factor that will define sustainability and success in iron ore metallics market in the next 5 years? Maybe we can start from you.
Excuse me? Ada?
So what do you see as a single factor that will define the development and sustainability and future of iron ore and metallics in next 5 years?
I think the very important thing for the iron ore in the future is the overcapacity of the steel will be a big problem for iron ore producer, and also the development of a lot of projects in the same time, in the parallel. It will be a challenge, and when we combine this to the fact that in a lot of areas the infrastructure are saturated, and we need some rising economies to develop, but also the carbonization will be a big challenge for everybody.
And Carol, can you say something about positive future? So decarbonization over supply, that is like the threat, but where do you see the development of the market and of this industry?
I think I was thinking volatility, right? And volatility has, you know, of course, risks to it, but also opportunity. So if you look at the next 5 years, there's a lot of uncertainty around timing of multiple things. There is uncertainty around, I think, the timing of the energy transition. We see a slowdown. There is uncertainty around how new development of steel demand in India, in Southeast Asia, in other parts of the world are going to offset some of the demand reduction that we're seeing in China. So there is uncertainty about how all these things come out. I think there is also, the panels before have been talking about the technology is there, but there's uncertainty about how much of the technology is in the money when. And so to give it a positive twist is like, can we see more innovation? Can we see more breakthroughs? You talked about higher quality ore that is needed, higher quality scrap. So can we do faster innovation to get technologies faster in the money? Right? That is, but there is a big thing around uncertainty with opportunity.
Thank you, Lord John. Could you please add something on your side? So where is the future for the development?
I think, as Carl has said, technology is the key. You know, at this moment in time, there is a good foundation of technology that the industry is basing its decarbonisation trajectory on. But of course, that technology takes us down a very focused, narrow path, perhaps. And there are a number of players out there who are developing alternative technologies that will see a broadening of that. We'll see more diversity in the decarbonisation field, both for green iron making as well as obviously green steel. And so with an optimistic view that you're requesting, I would say that what is needed is that there needs to be that technology transformation in the next 5 years, particularly the technologies that are able to cope with low-grade iron ore. That's the sort of the transformation that needs to happen. But of course, across the piece, unfortunately, there is a more, there is a need, shall we say, ultimately, and what we hear from our members, there's a need for more integrated policy from governments and more investment from governments. That's the missing ingredient at this stage that really will accelerate the process. See that momentum that we saw back in the early 2020s sort of vitalized and moving us over the next 5 years.
Thank you, Lord Richard, and I will appreciate your point of view.
The key to sustainability of the industry is to find an economic and technically viable pathway to decarbonization of the entire industry in a reasonable time frame. And when the steel industry talks about decarbonization and making green steel, most people think about accessing ultra high grade iron ores and being able to produce a high quality DRI that they could then use in electric steel making. But that type of iron ore is really only a very small part of the iron ore that the world produces. So in our view, the key to sustainable future would be finding these pathways that will work on the majority of the iron ores that the world currently produces, which is probably 95% of the product, which is not DRI grade iron ore.
That is interesting that you mentioned actually everything what I was supposed to ask in the next question, like DRI and decarbonization. So, and here my next question comes. So how do you see the role of metallics evolving in global decarbonization push, and do you expect any changes, massive shifts in supply and demand?
Yeah, I think there is clearly going to be, or we are envisaging quite a significant change happening over the next 5-10 years. That significance will relate to what is really seen as a more diversified steel sector, less integrated, more independent production of iron, and then obviously merchant shipping to steel plants. The independence typically created by the perspective that is held within the MENA region, that the iron making will go where the sources of energy and the sources of the technology are best placed, not just now, but in the future, in terms of renewable energy, in terms of production of hydrogen-based DRI and HBI. So I think there's going to be quite an exponential rise in the amount of merchant HBI. We'll see companies like SIIS, who will be iron ore companies who will be producing ore-based metallics and then shipping them, as I say, to the customer, to the steel mills elsewhere. So I really think that is one of those expected trajectories from our perspective. But again, I come back to the advancements of technology. We see that technology is going to support the more diverse production of green iron, utilizing medium and low-grade ores, and also reducing the energy requirements in that production by making more low-temperature opportunities. So I think that's one of the other areas. The other area that I think is important for sustainable progress is a lower cost production of hydrogen. We see, obviously many of the prospective hydrogen-based DRI productions being based on electrolysis. And there are new technologies that are out there, pyrolysis of methane, for instance, that could quite easily push forward in terms of a potential more lower cost, lower energy, lower temperature sort of production processes. So those we see and expect. So in terms of supply and demand, yes, clearly there is going to be a focus around different areas like MENA, like Brazil, hopefully around Australia, as I say, if that technology to incorporate or to exploit the Pilbara ores, for instance, comes to fruition. And then we're going to see movement across. We, in our organization, have seen a significant number of Japanese companies join our organization, because as we know, Japan is very much looking at offshoring their iron-making capacity, both in MENA but also elsewhere. But they're also looking to not only offshore, but also to obviously then trade in Asia with that material.
Thank you a lot. And you have mentioned Australia, so maybe you can add on your side, Richard, something to the question.
So that's relating to iron ore supply and demand. I just missed the exact. I'd actually rather just move on to the next one, if you don't mind. Right. No particular comment on that one.
Sorry, for some reason I do not properly hear like the panelists, and that is the problem. So the question was, do you expect like massive impact of metallics in the global decarbonization strategy? And do you expect any massive shifts of supply and demand in the midterm?
Okay, sorry. Yes, I think the steel industry can't rely on scrap as the answer to all of its sustainability and decarbonization in the future. It will need to rely on a continued supply of ore-based metallics. And as the industry also moves to improve the qualities of steel so that the amount of steel required per unit of product that they make from it is reduced by using higher strength, lighter steels in the future, that will require the industry to source higher grade metallics for use in the steel making process. So there will be an interesting balance in the future about sourcing very high grade scrap to keep the scrap flow going, and finding ways to get high purity iron metallics to combine with that scrap so that you can make the high grade steels for that process. So we kind of laugh a little bit or joke a bit about scrap becoming the precious metal of the future. You know, it is something that countries are starting to treat almost as a critical mineral for their steel industries and not wanting to export it in the future. So when you look at the metallics market going into the future, absolutely there will be a place for DRI and HBI, but that would probably could be considered to be one of the lower grade ore-based metallics, and then the industry will need to get high purity iron metal as well as high grade scrap to be able to continue to make the high quality steels needed.
Yeah, and I would like to continue with the question that addressed to you. So from slide for Richard, should major producer be engaging in more greenfield exploration for iron ore? Are you looking for partnering with juniors?
Well, I mean, certainly I think every iron ore major will continue to explore, and they will continue to explore further afield as time goes by. I mean, that's just part of being responsible in your industry. The one thing that is important, though, when you think about the overall sustainability and environmental aspects of mining, is you want to continue to utilize as much of the resource that you have as a reserve and not have to continually move into new mining areas and clear more land and open it up. So there is a drive over time to be able to extract the maximum amount of iron from any particular ore body that you have, and that means that the industry will start to migrate probably to lower quality ore bodies, but be much more efficient in the processing of those ore bodies and extracting the iron to then make the steel with it. In terms of partnering with juniors, you know, juniors do a fantastic job in identifying opportunities that are maybe overlooked by some of the majors, and for sure any major would be looking for the opportunities to partner or pick up those assets where appropriate, but it would have to be appropriate.
Thank you for the comments. And before I will address, Carol, to you the question from the audience, I will start with my question. So we used to say that iron ore supply is increasing while demand is not doing that good. Can you give any specific numbers about supply and demand, and what is your midterm outlook?
Well, I think if you look longer term to the supply-demand balance for iron ore, it's clear that today things are, of course, are balanced, and there is, of course, a high popularity of the lower quality ore because the strong pressure in the Chinese steel market. Chinese are preferring to use discounted low quality grades, and so that is what we currently see now. If you look and things are balanced, and that's why we have seen over the last years the prices come slowly down. Now, if you look forward, it's very difficult to see a reversing of the trend, so to see a lot of upside. Why is that? Of course, because there are structural developments, right? The fact that China has peaked in demand, that is a structural reality, right? It's not going to collapse. We see it slowly going down. It's actually a sliding plateau for quite some time. If you look at it, China is also not like one area where steel is used. It's different parts of the country with different maturity in this. So it's going to be a slow decrease of a plateau. So that is China. On the other hand, the reduction in demand in China actually has also led to a reduction in the expectation of scrap coming available, right? Because the reason why there is less demand is also because there is such a shrinkage of the real estate sector, of the construction sector, and so this means also less scrap. So this is a buffering effect for iron ore demand. So there is pluses and minuses. The reality is that, especially for the seaborne iron ore market, there will be more pressure, of course, because China is a big buyer from seaborne, But when India is growing, India is not going to be a big buyer in seaborne. Southeast Asia, yes. So there's also these things to be considered. So overall, one thing is the seaborne market is expected to gradually shrink a bit. And then we talked about the other element is like once you go into the qualities, the higher quality, because of direct reduction, because of metallics to complement the use of scrap in EFs. I think that is something that is obviously going to shift the demand in the iron ore market towards the higher qualities. And so what we're expecting is, of course, that the premiums for higher quality will hold because of the demand for these products.
So from what you said, I understand that like this low price environment, there is more the temporary situation rather than the structural shift of the market, right? You expect that demand improve and prices will come back to...
No, I think it's a structure. All the different trends are structural trends, and the demand reduction in China, the fact that China is a big buyer in the seaborne market, I think that is structural. I think the fact that also new capacity comes up on stream. You also highlighted in your presentation Simandou, right? It is, of course, it's one development. It's not right like the whole world, but it is significant. So I think if you look at it, it is structurally, less positive than it was maybe some years ago, right? That is your question. Is it like, are we going to go back to 2020, 2021 in terms of prices? Probably not.
I see. Thanks a lot, and I will come to the question from the slider to you. So, if we are prioritizing efficient allocation of capital, where would you be advising producers to invest resources to bolster the iron ore supply chain?
Well, I think it was said before, right? We want higher quality because of the decarbonization and the energy transition. I think we want also for this cheaper energy, right? So what I would advise for the allocation of capital is that you go, of course, where the business cases are the best, right? And this will be places where there is cheaper energy and where the whole business case comes together, right? But it's I think the different elements of where I would prioritize have already been mentioned.
Thank you. And Mohammed, can I ask you, where do you expect the next spot that will generate demand for the iron ore?
I think the demand of iron ore is linked of the development of economy, and we know in some area there is a saturation of growth, and it is coming to China now, where the situation is slowing, as raised before. I think that the strong candidate in the future must be maybe India, where there is a strong population growth. I know that there is internal iron ore production, but I think it will not be sufficient in the future. But also the East Asia is also an area, and the Middle East. In the Middle East there is a rising economy, Middle East, and also Africa. There is a lot of infrastructure to build in Africa.
And how do you see African producers are contributing to the global trend for decarbonization?
How?
How do you see African producers contributing to the future decarbonized steel industry?
The African producer, I think there is Simandou, which is coming, which had a strong momentum last 2-3 years, and it will come by end of this year or next year. I think after 2-3 years, Mondo will come to more than 100 million tons as a ramp-up schedule. But also there is a lot of opportunities in Africa for iron ore. In Mauritania, there is a huge potential. It needs only investment to develop project. There is some possibilities in Gabon and also in South Algeria, even if in Algeria there is a problem of phosphor, which is difficult to solve technically.
Thank you. And the last my prepared question will be about high-grade and low-grade ores. And Richard, if you don't mind, I will address it to you. What role do you see high-grade and low-grade ores playing in the green steel transition?
High-grade ores are likely to lead the transition because making green metallics from high-grade ore is ultimately a simpler process. There's less impurities to remove from it. You can generally convert high-grade iron ore into a sponge iron or DRI in a single step using hydrogen. And that product is then suitable to some extent in an electric arc furnace. But as I touched on at the beginning, there's very little of that material around in the world. I mean, depending on the sources, anything between 3 and 5% of the seaborne supply is of the grade of iron ore that can do that. So what do you do with the rest of the 95% of the iron ore? You need to create a process that works for that. So I believe that the world has no choice but to come up with a viable solution in terms of the energy solution and the technology solution to convert average iron ore grades, so somewhere in the mid-50s to the mid-60%, into metallics that then can be converted into high-grade steels. That is a slightly more complex process, but the technologies currently exist, and actually Fortescue is in the process of building a demonstration plant as we speak today that will be making metal next year, and that is demonstrating that technical pathway of taking a mid-grade iron ore, turning it into sponge iron with hydrogen, and then smelting it into a high-purity iron product. So we will be demonstrating to the world that it is a viable technology pathway, and then the challenge, of course, is to make sure that all of the energy solutions are such that it can be done at a competitive price point to the higher grade ores and then even grey iron and steel making. So, but absolutely over time the world has no choice but to adopt solutions that will utilize the bulk of the iron ores around the world.
Interesting, thanks a lot. And actually we got one more question. What is the best process for iron ore valorization between hydrogen and natural gas? Who would like to take the question? Richard, maybe can you comment on this?
Sorry, I've struggled
what
to
is
hear.
What is the best? The question is disappeared from the screen.
Well, actually, I think there was a comment there about natural gas, and we kind of have a saying in Fortescue that you need to start the way you plan to end, and so for us, absolutely, we recognize that much of the industry wants to start the journey with natural gas DRI, using natural gas to make pellets and heating and all that type of stuff, because it is potentially cheaper than using hydrogen. But it's a controversial thing to say. I mean, you know, it's not a position that we support. We think that we should just jump into it and start now the way we want it to go, which is with hydrogen and electrochemical processes. Absolutely, they have a role in the future. But the challenge will be to ensure that you have access to energy solutions that will allow you to utilize these processes in a cost-effective way and not delay the whole decarbonization of the industry because it's kind of too expensive and too hard.
I think I agree fully with what you're saying, Richard. In the end, I think for most processes, they're largely interexchangeable, natural gas and hydrogen. So it's all a question of like, what is your priority? Yeah, and then if it's about economics, of course the economics are not the same today. But I think the question of like, do I choose this process or another process, because otherwise I'm locking myself in the long term, they're largely interchangeable.
That is a great point to end our conversation. Thank you a lot for your comments. Thank you a lot for your answers. I'm sure that was useful for the audience. Thank you one more time.
Thank you.
أعزائنا الحضور، نشكر مديرة الجلسة مارينا شولغا على إدارتها لهذه الجلسة. بعد قليل سوف تبدأ الجلسة التالية. ابقوا في أماكنكم إلى حين تجهيز المسرح. الحضور الكريم، المشروعات العملاقة تجسد تحول اقتصاد السعودية واستراتيجيتها الصناعية، وتستلزم كميات هائلة من الصلب، ما يعزز الطلب المحلي والإقليمي ويخلق فرصاً للاعبين العالميين. أما الآن فإلى جلسة نقاش بعنوان نظرة مستقبلية لاستهلاك الصلب في المشروعات الضخمة. يدير جلسة النقاش السيد تيرينيس بوسوتيل، المدير لبرنامج كونستراكت ستيل في رابطة الصلب العالمية وورلد ستيل. Mr. Tyrannus Bosotil, the stage is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to this infrastructure panel. My name is Terence Bosotil. I'm the director of Construct Steel at the World Steel Association. So I think this is a very, very important topic. This massive growth in construction that we see actually all across the world, but in particular in KSA. Of course, such growth in construction and projects creates a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of challenges. And this is what we will try to discuss today with our friends, the panelists. So I will proceed to introduce them in one by one. Then I will give a very, very small presentation about what I do in Construct Steel, in promotion of steel and construction. And then we will start having a bit of a debate on all of these issues governing the KSA construction market. So, without further ado, I would like to kindly invite my good friend, Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Gaban, President of Saudi Arabia Bechtel Company and Regional Manager for Bechtel in the Middle East region. Good luck. Prior to joining Bechtel, Mr. Al-Rahman worked for several government agencies, including the King Abdullah City for Atomic and Renewable Energy, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the Saudi Arabian General Investment Authority. Abdul Rahman is a registered professional engineer. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. Completed the Emerging Leaders Program from London Business School. He is also the chairman of Saudi Arabia's Building Smart chapter. Welcome, Mr. Al-Rahman. Our second speaker, Mr. Nawaf Al-Zamil, President of Zamil Steel Holding, has been heading the company since 2010. He began his journey with Zamil Steel in 1996 and over the years has taken on numerous roles of responsibility within the organization. He has been instrumental in steering Zamil Steel Holding towards consistent growth and expanding its global footprint. Under his leadership, the company supplies more than 500,000 metric tons of steel annually to markets ranging from Fiji in the east to Mexico in the west, with manufacturing facilities located in Vietnam, India, KSA, and Egypt. Mr. Al Zamil has firmly established Zamil Steel as a global enterprise originating from the KSA. Our third speaker, Hamid Tabet, is head of commercial at the Raya company, leading contracts, procurement, and commercial operations for one of Saudi Arabia's most iconic Vision 2030 giga projects. With over 20 years experience in the real estate development and contract management across the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, he oversees a $60 billion multi-master plan portfolio spanning luxury, hospital, residential, retail, and cultural assets. An expert in construction law and arbitration, he holds an LLM from the UK and memberships in risk and CARB. Welcome. Finally, our friend Hamid Al-Sabah is a mechanical engineer with over 3 decades experience. He has been actively involved in the major industrial and steel projects since 1990. As the founder and CEO of MCAN, headquartered in Dubai and Ulm, Germany, he leads industrial ventures across the MENA region in partnership with leading European suppliers, bridging engineering, industrial development, and global collaboration. Welcome to all of you, panelists. Okay, there we are. So, colleagues, I would just, just to anticipate the panel a little bit, I want to give you a bit of an overview of what we do in Construct Steel. Construct Steel is a division within the World Steel Association whose job it is to promote the use of steel in construction. Okay, so we have steel producing members who are members of World Steel. Members of World Steel who want to focus on promotion of construction pay extra for what we call an opt-in program. And as you can see, this is, I think, a key slide. We sell and consume and produce in construction half of everything that we produce globally. But if you look at the chart to the right, our market share in steel is really very low, about 25% globally. Of course, in countries such as the UK, US, Japan, it's a different story. But if you look at India, if you look at KSA and MENA, if you look at South America and Southeast Asia, it is predominantly a concrete market. So my job is, together with my board, is to try and find activities through which we increase the market share of steel in construction. And to tell you something else, given the trade barriers and the walls that are coming up all across the world, traditional exporters of steel that we have will really have to rethink their model, because I think there's going to be more and more pressure now for traditional exporters to focus on their domestic market. And construction is one way through which we can do it, because the market share is very low. My friends, this is something which is coming for the foreseeable future. Okay? These are some of our members that we have. They are global. I don't only have steel producers, I also have manufacturers, fabricators, bridge builders. I have the world's largest steel fabricator, the Chinese corporation. They are in it. I have a bridge builder in Australia. I have Saint-Gobain, which is a very big glass producer. So we work together to promote initiatives. So just to summarize, our activities are based by ecosystem growth. So we do activities which grow the ecosystem for steel construction. And we also work on technical projects by market segment. So one of the things which I think is very important, and the reason that members join Construct Steel, is for us to open the doors for them. Inquick is a small, medium-sized bridge builder based in Australia. They joined me with the request that I open doors for them with our steel-producing members, which are $50 to $60 billion enterprises. So with our friends there, as you can see in the pictures, with Tata Steel, they wanted to work with Tata Steel, for Tata Steel to accelerate the adoption of steel bridges in India. Okay, we do not have time in India to develop our own steel bridge solutions. So we bring them from where they are established already. And this is one such example through which Construct Steel gives value to its members. We accelerate the process of steel adoption. Something else which I am doing now on the request of the Turkish government. As you know, we had this very unfortunate scenario in 2023
of this big earthquake between Syria and Turkey, where 50,000 souls were lost, unfortunately. The government now has approached me to try and help them retrofit buildings which are very susceptible to earthquake and seismic. So they have approached us as a consortium to try and help them retrofit these building solutions. They have gotten a lot of money from the World Bank. They lack the expertise, the professionals, and the steel solutions to retrofit these types of buildings. So this is an opportunity for us to go in as a consortium and transform a market which has traditionally been a concrete market into a steel market. So it's a very, very big piece of work which is coming. And I was in Washington to speak to my CEOs only last week, and there was unanimous approval that we should go ahead and do this. So these are very, very practical projects that we are doing here in Construct Steel. We do not simply write reports, but we do real business case studies through which we can help our members do more tonnages. Okay? We also do a lot of communications work to promote steel as an industry and as a product. A lot of technical reports, the benefits of using steel in bridges, the benefit of working with steel and timber, the benefit of working with concrete. We do a lot of technical reports, but we turn those technical reports into animation videos for the young generation, and we put them on YouTube. And as you can see, the views are very, very good for this type of activity. So this is another example through which we build an ecosystem for steel construction, which does not exist. We also have started recently, as you know, disasters, natural disasters have increased in frequency, unfortunately, due to climate change. What we try to do is we try to promote, so let's say, for example, there's a flood. In my country, currently, there is a big flood in Europe. What we do is we make an announcement on our social media channels, and we link my members' products and solutions, and we say, look, we have these sheet pile solutions which can help you with the flooding. We have these seismic solutions which can help you in seismic activity. And we try to generate activity and business towards our members. We also started very, very strongly on promotion in very, very big events. I was in Toronto a couple of weeks ago where we set up a stand, a dedicated Construct Steel stand at the Council of Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat, which is the authority when it comes to tall buildings. They bring together all the big guys when it comes to EPCs, architects, designers, so on and so forth. So again, we go as a consortium, and our job is to promote our members' solutions. As you can see here, we have 3D models from some of our members. We prepared them for them, and members come, they take their phone, they click, they saw what the solution is, they made inquiries, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is not one individual member, not Arcelor or Tata or Nippon is doing this. We are doing this collectively as a consortium. Okay. One last example of creating business opportunities. As you know, the issue of urbanization and population is very important. We see increases going into the future in both urbanization and population. And on the chart on the left, we see the big pressure to decarbonize buildings. So we have taken these two megatrends. We engaged a very, very big design agency called Gensler to see how we can promote steel solutions in terms of a prototype building. Demountable, reusable, recyclable, remanufactured, the 4 R's of circularity, which we push inside the prototype building. We are currently now working with Tata Steel India, where they are building this prototype model for them to be able to showcase this model, incorporating the benefits of steel. Okay, as I said, the ability to be reused, demountable, changed, and so on and so forth, to reduce the amount of embodied and operational carbon. So this is another practical example through which we help our members position themselves in the market and do business. So colleagues, without further ado, this is a little bit of an overview of what we do. So now what we can do is start a little bit on the panel. And begin with our good friend, Mr. Tabet from Diraya. And I'll ask you the first question, Mr. Tabet. What distinguishes Diraya as a special project among projects in KSA?
Assalamu alaikum. It's a privilege to be here. For a change, you have a buyer. I mean, since morning we're having a lot of manufacturers, suppliers, and I think it's important to have this aspect of what is the demand is like, what are the challenges which we face as buyers of steel. So Diriyah, for those who don't know, is the first capital of Saudi. It was built 300 years ago. We have a project which is a PIF project, one of the PIF projects of Vision 2030. It's a 14 square kilometer master plan where people, they can live, shop, play and stay. What distinguishes us as a project is we are maintaining the heritage of the Najdi architecture. So we're building a city that celebrates the first capital of Saudi, but at the same time it has to stand the test of time. So it has to be sustainable, it has to be durable, and for us the relevancy of steel and is very important, because that's what, it's not only for us a commodity, it's an enabler that enable us to fulfill the vision of the project.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Colleagues, I would like to jump into this whole ecosystem of steel construction, because I think what we've seen in your country, in KSA, is this big growth in projects, big growth in demand. Now, from my little bit of experience in the West, when we look at the United States, when we look at UK, when we look at Japan, for steel to be competitive, it's very, very important that there is an ecosystem. What do I mean by this ecosystem? I mean that there has to be established fabricators, there has to be established erectors, there has to be established installers, a whole education system that focuses on the whole structural design community. So it's a very, very complicated process. So I think to compete, for steel to compete, I think it's essential. So for this reason, I want to ask my friend Mr. Al-Gaban, the construction industry is a fragmented business everywhere, with silos prevalent. What role can both governments and the private sector play to facilitate collaboration or partnership in our construction industry?
Thank you very much for having me. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, as-salatu was-salamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen. It's an excellent question. Historically, the engineering and construction sector being fragmented. So it's rarely to find a dialogue between the owners, the designer, the construction company, the steel provider, and this is not sustainable for the future. For many reasons. I think in the last few years we have experienced some supply chain shocks in Europe due to the Ukraine war and the Red Sea crisis that happened not long time ago. For the resilience of the industry and the supply chain and the security of supply chain, this model is not sustainable.
Correct.
So the role that the government or the private sector or the supplier can play here is more dialogue, more integration, and government could play a major role in pushing for digital integration mandates. So meaning the designer should engage with the developer, should engage with the contractor very early on.
Correct.
So this will help prevent any surprises in the future, and making sure the suppliers are aware of what's coming, and for the contractor to deliver on time and in a very efficient and effective way. In our case, for example, 30, 40 years ago, we invested in a steel facility in Turkey called Shemtas, and this helped us to overcome some of the sudden growth in LNG plants, for example, in 2010, between 2010 and 15. And here in the Gulf, we recently made another JV with a steel manufacturer in Ras Al Khaimah, Unger Steel. That's also helped us to secure some of the supply that we used to take from Ukraine and elsewhere. So the sector needs more dialogue, more integration, and more transparency.
Correct. I agree 100%. Mr. Nawaf, the question is very, very similar to you, for you, my friend, but from a fabricator perspective, what is being done to develop a steel construction ecosystem in the UK, in KSA?
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would talk from the fabricator point of view. As he was just saying about the dialogue, knowing at the early stage
it gives us an advantage sometimes to prepare ourselves for what's coming next, either from production capabilities or a know-how bringing in. And if I would recall, I think the first one we worked on was a few years back, the Riyadh Metro. And Riyadh Metro, while we're talking early, we had a joint venture with a French company which has the engineering part. And that's part of what made it smooth. And so an early talking to this makes the fabricator much more, prepared for what's coming next. Because as you know, the complexity of projects is not anymore as what it used to be. So I think that's one of the main reasons to have.
Very important, Mr. Nawaf. I think of something else. I have, as I said, a very big steel fabricator. They do a million tons a year. They ask me on many occasions for these kind of partnerships. Can you help us with other steel fabricators to talk to them? Do you think this is important for KSA, that we also bring in some experience here? You talk to a UK fabricator or you talk to a Chinese fabricator to share experience. Do you think this is also important?
Definitely, it is very important.
Very important.
First of all, I would not say just to share, but for me, it's more of a bringing a know-how.
Yes.
And a transfer of something that I could, have locally for the future. And that's what the whole idea about, having joint ventures or understanding technologies. And that's today exactly what we're doing, to understand who are the experts in a certain field that could give me the expertise in the future.
Correct.
And build the know-how for me.
Correct. I'll talk to you later because I have an idea after the panel. Hamad Al-Sabah, my friend, it's the same kind of question to you, but in a different format. What challenges in the development of steel products do we see in KSA and other Middle Eastern markets?
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, it's a very tough market now, since we have 1.9 billion ton of steel over the world now. So the strategic now, the directions, we have to think smarter, think faster, and we focus for high-end products and also capacities to avoid some commodities like rebars and also flat products. We focus on the infrastructure steel needed, like kingdom of opportunities, actually, Saudi Arabia. It's a lot of actually opportunity in the infrastructure projects, railways, monorails, and many for the port as well, even in Egypt the same. So I think the direction now to filling the gaps for the steel capacities to avoid repeating the same production like steel rebars, flat products. So there is a very high-end product now. Most of the steel makers, we focus on Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Egypt, the MENA region now, so to avoid actually repeating the same capacities with the same commodities, actually.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Tabet, back to you. What are the current trends in the market from a supply chain perspective and the Saudi Vision 2030 is implemented?
Well, the panel that was just before us, I think there was a very good view of the increasing demand on the steel. Whether the supply is catching up, there's a lag. I think the lag is closing down. How fast it will be, it's still a question for us. But also in the previous panels, there's a gentleman from McKinsey who mentioned or talked about uncertainty and volatility. And I think this is the whole issue which we'll have to cooperate to deal with it. For us, it's about the uncertainty of whether the supply is going to meet our demand, and for the manufacturer is whether the demand is going to be sustainable. And both of us will have to deal with the volatility. I mean, it was a difficult 3-4 years for everyone, coming from the COVID to the supply chain bottlenecks to the geopolitical tensions, the volatile energy prices. All of this is putting a pressure on the manufacturer and the buyers as well. But I think the key is how we can find the balance of fair mechanism of giving some sort of certainty to both sides, so we can navigate our way forward. And I think this is what we have been discussing with the supply chain. In Diriyah, we have a more dynamic procurement approach. We don't deal with main contractors only. We go to the SMEs, manufacturers, suppliers, and we understand that sharing risk is important for us to be able to move forward.
Very good. I agree. Let's talk a little bit about fabrication now, steel fabrication. Mr. Zamil, I'll start with you. How has the steel fabrication industry changed over the last 20 years in KSA? What are the opportunities and challenges for steel construction in KSA?
Well, it has changed dramatically, and I think probably in the past 10 years we have looked at totally different kind of steel products coming in because of the projects happening. Today when you talk about a Diriyah or Giddiya, these are not the same engineering complex structures, very precise like production. That's one of the things we start moving to, you know, the automation, robotics,
Yes.
so being very precise. So I think it has changed a lot, and the capabilities I think inside within the steel fabricators has changed from a know-how point of view, from a people perspective, to reach that level. So I think I don't want to seem old. I've been in steel for the past 30 years, but the past 10 years it has nothing to do with the whole history that I've seen. So it's a great jump and opportunity, I think.
We see the same. We see the same everywhere. Mr. Al-Gaban, maybe not on steel fabrication per se, but in general in construction. How do you see AI being used to increase productivity in EPC? Now, as you know, productivity in manufacturing has exploded for the last 50 years. When we look at the same productivity, that is output per person in construction, it hasn't changed. Actually went down. So how do you think this, a lot of talked about AI can contribute to this, if it can?
I think you cannot go anywhere without hearing the word AI. And AI introduction in the EPC sector is equivalent to the internet invention. And the key word is AI will play a major role in improving productivity. As a contractor, as an EPC, we hate reworks. We hate wasting time on tedious jobs that can be automated. On the engineering side, I think AI will play a major role in deducting clashes, come up with actually alternative designs, sequencing construction. So there are a lot of potential coming on the design side. On the procurement side, a lot of scenario planning in terms of understanding the supply chain and understanding shop capacity, commodity pricing, and eventually we'll start drafting contracts and issuing POs on behalf of the construction company. On the field, that's a whole different story. You know, improving safety, improving productivity that's been declining since World War II. So there's a lot of potential on robotics and automation, and all of that will play a role in reducing carbon footprint of a construction site, because the AI will give you, the consumption of electricity, sequencing the trucks getting into the site, the load, the volume. So all will be hopefully automated, so people will be more informed about what to do and when to do and how to do it.
Correct. We're in for a revolution in this whole AI business in construction. I think we really need it. But if you look at it also from an employment side, there are not many people. You know, the populations in Germany, Japan, Korea, as I said before, are starting to go down. Nobody wants to work in construction, the young generation, because they see this as a dirty business, unfortunately. I was speaking to one of my Indian CEOs, Sajan Jindal of JSW, and he was telling me that even in India, they cannot find young guys to work in construction, which is very, very unfortunate. So I hope some of these issues, particularly robotics on the ground, as you can see, many of, if we build houses, they can also be standardized. And this is, I think, where AI can work very well. Very good, very good. Mr. Al-Sabah, I will take just a small diversion to ask you this question. What gaps in the market for steel do we see in KSA and other Middle Eastern markets?
Actually, the main gap actually in Saudi Arabia is DRI, cold to produce cold DRI and HBI. Actually, to avoid the fluctuation of the scrap availability in domestic market and the prices worldwide, especially for the scrap handling, it's very sophisticated process in the jet, the board, and the man board. So I think it's one of the most important, but ticket size, it's $1 billion to produce 5 million ton of HBI. But we have to secure the natural gas first. The 5 million ton, it will be secured, the fluctuation, the scrap lack of the scrap in the domestic market, and even the port handling, to avoid millions of tons scrap handling. It's a very sophisticated process actually. Sometimes it's about like a time lead about 20 days to release the shipment. So, but we have to secure the natural gas first. So it's very important actually to Saudi Arabia.
Very good, very good. Colleagues, last question, and we still have some time. Now you see what my job is. I explained a little bit what we do as a global steel industry. So the question for all of you, one by one, please, is what can a global consortium, such as Construct Steel, or in another way, how can the global steel producing fraternity help you in what it is that you do, in your different businesses that you are in? How can the steel industry wants to be more and more engaged? We are very, very far from the construction industry. We're only a small part of it. So what can we do to help you guys out, be closer to you, help you succeed?
Okay.
Go ahead.
As I like. So actually, I'll start my side. Actually, we have approach from European investors. Actually, 7 companies, 5 to invest in Saudi Arabia, 2 to invest in Egypt for infrastructure projects and to secure some steel product, actually like spiral welding mills, also for seamless pipe mills in Egypt, and 1 tubing for the seamless. So I think now the most of European investors looking for local partner in Saudi market now. We are securing with them, some of them. So to make like consortium, as you told now that about the production of, to filling the gaps, face some lack of production in Saudi Arabia. It's a very high opportunity actually now in Saudi Arabia and infrastructure projects actually.
I understand. Thank you. Very important. Abdul?
Sure. From our side, I think share and overshare of information, knowledge, share lesson learned from different companies, projects, countries, not to be limited to geography. And I think pushing the limits on standardization and specification from different sectors, pushing the limit on digital integration, and also is one element which is pushing for innovation. Engage with academia, engage with. It's rarely to find a startup in the construction sector, but there's a lot of construction technology company are coming up. I think building the bridge between all the stakeholders here, all the relevant parties here, will be very valuable for all of us. More dialogue, oversharing of information and knowledge.
Correct.
Okay, if I understand the question, you said from your side what the steel community could do. For me, to be honest, first thing is education.
Education.
I don't think, I've seen it so long, a lot of people don't understand what steel is, especially when it comes to the designing or doing, unless it's somewhere out. I think here it started when they looked at what speed is needed and flexibility. I think that's where steel started coming in. I mean, the artistic side of it, let's say with the stadiums that we have. But I think the education part of how much steel could do, and I know steel doesn't always is the best solution, but I'm sure there is a lot that we could do that steel could do it. Especially now, that one thing I forgot to say, the country's vision of looking into steel as steel mills of raw materials being around us. I know what the difference, because in Egypt, I work with SIIS next to me. In hot rolled, I work with Solb. So it's a matter of 1 hour here, 1 hour there. But when most of my business comes from outside, that also affects the speed. Again, steel is about speed, and that's what I always tell people, the difference. So I think education from different societies and believing in that could make a big difference of that material.
Mr. Nawaf, what you say I think is very important. I think our director for Steel University is somewhere here. We are pushing very, very strongly. And I tell you, we are doing this in a very easy way. So let's say in the UK, in the late 70s, where they started to really push for steel construction to be adopted, we are taking all of that knowledge that has been built over 40 years through my association member, British Construction Steel Association, and we are making this available on a platform for everybody. And it's not only for those members of World Steel, but it's for all of the market chain. For you, it's all available. So I will actually find a way now. I will talk to the director to share this information with you so you have it.
Can I give you small information? Probably you'll be surprised. In Vietnam, our engineering manual of pre-engineered buildings is actually being taught in the University of Vietnam.
You see.
That's already been there for the past 7 years. So that's some sort of a work that we do together. So getting engineers to understand steel, I think it's important with universities.
Very important.
I think for me it's we need to have more sustainable products, green products, lesser carbon footprint. And I think the steel industry need to invest more into R&D, and we need to come up with better products without us having to pay extra to get it. So I think it's a shared responsibility of us as developer and the manufacturers is to build more efficiently and also without having a lasting impact on our environment.
Thank you, Mohammed. Very, very valid point. I think we are nearly done here. I see there is a question here. Do we take this question or?
May I answer this one?
I can answer it, but you won't like my.
I think all of us are willing to answer this question.
Okay.
I think from our
okay.
side we can pay the green premium if the owner is willing to pay the premium. We can do green, blue, pink, whatever color we can do.
We can already supply the market, but of course there is, unfortunately the market is currently not willing to pay, and there are many factors around that. But we are working very hard, and we do have mills who can supply at very, very low CO2 per ton, very low CO2 per ton. But the market is unfortunately still hesitant. So what do we have to do? We have to at least get the governments to start setting the example in their procurement, to say, look, this bridge has to be with certain CO2 per, and this is how we start to bring in this ecosystem. And then the prices will start to come down on their own accord when the demand starts to increase. So this is a little bit our position.
Okay.
Any more comments, Mr. Nawaf, on this?
For me, I'm willing to pay, but I'm realistic. I'm willing to pay as long as the competition product that's coming against steel is not more competitive. Then there is no point of doing it.
Correct. It's very complicated, colleagues. The steel industry, I can tell you, is changing. The technology is there, but it's not only about the technology. DRI grade pellets are not enough to match the demand. The demand in India for steel is growing very, very strongly, so we will not be able to retire the blast furnaces. It's very, very complicated. There's not enough scrap in the market to produce all of the steel that is needed. So there are all of these factors. So it's not a question of the steel industry. The steel industry is doing its part. We are investing. But we also depend on the governments to provide renewable energy. We depend on the iron ore miners to provide DR-grade pellets, and so on and so forth. So it's an ecosystem kind of development thing, which will take a lot of time. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
أيها الحضور الكريم، شكرا لكم أيها الضيوف الأعزاء على حضوركم وتشريفكم هذا اللقاء. يوم ثري بالأفكار، زاخر بالحوار، وملهم بالتجارب التي قدمها متحدثون وخبراؤنا. نلتقيكم غدا بإذن الله لاستكمال جلسات المؤتمر وبرامجه. كونوا بخير وإلى اللقاء. كان معكم في التقديم عبد العزيز الجامع، في أمان الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.